self-regression. Tyranny's mixed with self-oppression. What am I to do but tear away when I'm boiling at the top? Try to find a way to fight the fires. Smart a rap from the minds of liars. You call the shots as you bow your heads, and the marching never stops. The stars could be free.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Modern Day Debate. I'm your moderator and host, Orion. Here tonight, we're going to be debating flat versus globe. We had some last-minute recruits coming in, so big thank you to Nathan Thompson and Chris. Feel welcome to plug your channels there. Send me emails with your links so we can get that up to date. But in the meantime, we're going to hand it over to you, Max, to start us out. You have up to 6 minutes, so the floor is all yours.
All right, let's set up the share. 1 second. Let me make sure this will share the audio, share sound. There we go, share. Right.
All right.
Okay,
I'll start your timer now.
Awesome. What is the shape of the Earth? That's the debate today. And today I will explore my favorite argument, which is reciprocal zenith angles. Hypothesis. On a flat Earth, all plumb lines should be parallel. How can we verify this? With the use of an instrument called a theodolite or a total station. And what we do is with two locations within line of sight of each other, we measure the verticals and we see what the result is. So we have two hypotheses. On the top left, if the Earth is flat, all those plumb lines would be parallel. And on the right, if the Earth is a globe, or those plumb lines would not be parallel. They would diverge from each other. So this is the main surveyor who did actually do these measurements. And the beauty of this is that anyone can do this. You can rent a theodolite in the US for about $35 on average per day. And I was supposed to do this measurement this week, but I got pneumonia, so I couldn't do it. As soon as this gets cleared up, I will be doing these measurements myself. And what we always find out is that the addition of the reciprocal zenith angles, and we have a diagram here, the addition of this angle A and angle B always adds up to more than 180 degrees, giving us the conclusion that the Earth is not flat because plumb lines are not parallel. This works at any distance. This works if you measure from sea level up to the top of a hill, the top of a mountain, whatever, the method always works. And then here we have Baron Rutledge, who did this measurement in one of the quote-unquote flattest places on Earth, the Utah Salt Flats. And guess what? Same result. The addition of the reciprocal zenith angles added up to more than 180 degrees. This is conclusive evidence that anyone can do. Literally anyone can do. The only thing you need to do is just get the device and do the measurement. So the other thing I will be talking about today is Antarctica and the final experiment. Here I have a screenshot of Akshay Nanavati, who is solo trekking Antarctica. So this idea, this stupid notion of we can freely and privately explore Antarctica. Yes, you can. It takes a shitload of money, but you can. Anyone can do it. Just the requirement is money. The same way that anyone can own a Ferrari. The only requirement is that you have the money to fucking pay for it. The final experiment has been debunking flat Earth before it even started. Here we have the route that Critical Think took in a flight from Sydney to Santiago, impossible on a flat Earth. Then on one of the first live streams that Jaren and company did from Punta Arenas, Chile, they were looking south. And while they were looking south at around 10, 11 p.m. local time, they were seeing that way over there in the south, there was the sunlight, meaning that there was already the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. And then finally, I have a short clip of Jaren right after touching down in Antarctica from his live stream today. Let's play that for you.
Nice. But everybody we asked so far, we asked these employees were like, so what time's the sunset? They're like, what? what time does the sun set? They're like, the sun just goes around, bro. The sun just circles you. We're like, yeah, well, what time does it set over there? They're like, no, it doesn't do that. Nice.
And you heard it. Even the ALE employees were telling the flat earthers, the sun doesn't set, bro. You heard it from Darren. And with that, that's my intro. Hope to get more into it, the open discussion. Make sure to follow me on Matters Now, and I'll kick it over to Craig.
All right, no worries.
Let me stop the share. Just one sec. Stop share. Yeah. There we go.
All right, thank you so much, Max, for your introduction. So just quick housekeeping. Welcome to Modern Day Debate, everybody. We're a neutral platform hosting debates on science, politics, religion. We do hope you feel welcome and you smash that like button. Help us out a lot and boost this algorithm up. Boost this up in the algorithm, I should say. My goodness, all tongue-tied already. It's going to be a juicy one tonight, guys. So yeah, definitely keep your eyes on the screen. Share this out in those spaces you like having these debates. We are going to take questions at the end. So if you have a question, you want to grill one of the speakers on stream, get your questions in now and they'll be read nice and early. So with that, I'm just going to ask Craig to come off mute. You have up to 6 minutes and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for having me on once again. I very much appreciate it. For you on Modern Day Debates don't know me, my name is Craig. I run the YouTube channel FTFE, where I debunk flat Earth because it's fun and very easy. Check out my new video on Jim Brewer's channel, where me and MC Toon went on and destroyed Flat Earth Dave. That was fun. Right, so how do we know the Earth is a globe and rotating? Easy. We can use science. What do we do with science? Well, unlike flat earthers who don't understand science, we actually do it properly. And we start with making a simple observation, and the observation can be as simple as, oh, when I'm at the North Pole, the stars rotate one way. When I'm at the South Pole, the stars rotate the other way. There's an observation. No one can disagree with that. And then you make a guess as to why that's happening. Literally just an assumption. That's what you do with science. So I'm going to make the assumption that I made that observation because the Earth is rotating. And we are seeing those things that we see because the Earth is rotating. And based on where you are on the Earth, you will see different things and feel different forces. And then the next step with science is you make a prediction from that hypothesis you've just done. And the prediction would be something like, well, where you are on Earth would dictate how much force you would feel imparted from the rotation of the Earth. And then you can perform an experiment to do that. And it would be any experiment around Coriolis. Now, my main bit of evidence I'm going to talk about is the Coriolis force and the effect that causes it and why it happens and what flat earthers don't understand about it. Coriolis has a couple of components. Component is the mass of the thing that the force is being applied to, the speed of the thing over the surface of the Earth, and the distance away from the center of the Earth. And you can use a calculation to figure out what forces should be applied based on how fast the Earth is rotating and where you are on the Earth. Now, there is different forces depending on where you are on the Earth. If you're at the equator, that Coriolis force is practically zero. The more you go to the north or south, the stronger the force is because the rotation of the Earth is imparting it more. Now, for instance, if you were on the equator in a ship firing a bit of artillery north, that bit of artillery would actually drift ahead of the Earth's rotation, because what is happening is the Earth is moving 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. So the artillery shell that comes out is traveling with that velocity. And then as it travels north, it's traveling over parts of the Earth that have a lower tangential velocity than the thing that has maintained its velocity from the equator. So it's going faster than the bits of the ground it goes over and drifts ahead of the rotation of the Earth. That's why, if I could quickly share my screen, make sure I get the right one. Military have these things. Yep, military have these things. They are range tables. There's a whole bunch of them. You can find them anywhere on the internet, but this is OP770 range table for a 16-inch 50 caliber gun, what they actually used in the Second World War. And as you can see, they are instructed to make corrections due to the rotation of the Earth. If you don't take these corrections into account, then you miss your target. That's why on a recent world record shot, they missed like 49 times and hit on the 50th time, because it didn't calculate Coriolis into it. How else do we know Coriolis exists? Well, very simple. Coriolis cannot make hurricanes cross the equator. Because Coriolis happens when something is moving compared to the surface of the Earth, as air moves relative to the surface of the Earth, it has a Coriolis force imparted on it, and that's how hurricanes are formed. And as this graph shows, over 150 years of tropical cyclones, no cyclone has ever crossed the equator because the force is zero and it cancels it out. Very, very simple thing to see. Yeah, and you can do experiments like the Foucault's pendulum, which you can use your latitude on Earth and the forces applied to that pendulum to calculate where you are on the Earth. Now, just to quickly before my time runs out, flat earthers will say things like, well, if a helicopter hovers, why doesn't the Earth rotate underneath it? Well, that's not the Coriolis force. Coriolis force applies to things moving relative to the surface. If a helicopter is hovering, it has no Coriolis force applied to it. Things are only applied with the Coriolis force when they are moving relative to the surface of the Earth. Wind, planes, ballistics, they all have Coriolis applied to them, which is a very, very weak force, but over a long distance, that force can be greater overall. Coriolis force shows that the Earth is rotating. It's used in aviation. It's used to calculate ballistics. It is a real thing that you can test in the lab to see that it exists, and there is no flat Earth explanation for it. Also, the final experiment has already debunked the flat Earth, so it's kind of pointless having this conversation. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much to Globeside. We're going to hand it over to Team Flat, so let's just get our speakers off mute. And I'm going to mute the other side just so we don't have any interruptions. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being here. Who would like to go first on your side? I know we kind of got you guys flying on the seat of your pants here, and we appreciate you being here. Are you good to go first there, Nathan?
Chris, yeah, I'll go first if you'd like. I know it's Chris's first time on Modern Day Debate, so if you want to hang in there 6 more minutes, Chris, we'll give you a little more time.
Awesome. All right, well, Nathan, thank you so much for coming back to Modern Day Debate. We appreciate it. The floor is all yours for up to 6 minutes.
Thank you, Ryan. I want to thank the interlocutors. Chris, thanks so much for being here. Guys, go find this guy on TikTok. He's on there constantly debating this topic. He's one of the most knowledgeable people on TikTok. We actually took this debate 5 minutes ago. Both the interlocutors that were supposed to be here no-showed. So thanks for having us here, Modern Day Debate. Always good to be here. Real quick, I want to give a shout out. I got a giant box today from the Tinfoil Hat Factory. It's where my new hat and my t-shirt came from. Fact, Earth is not a globe. So check them out, the tinfoilhatfactory.com. If you haven't downloaded the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app, I would do that. My referral code is NEO, N-E-O, like Neo in the Matrix. Now, real quick, I'll cover some arguments they had, and then I'll get into my presentation. They brought up reciprocal zenith angles. Now, land surveyors are the ones using those theodolites. This is a simple Google search to the audience. Land surveyors assume the Earth is flat for 100 square miles. Plane surveying is a method of disregarding Earth's curvature, treating it as a flat plane to make measurements. On top of that, we have the atmosphere. So that's why they do the measurements at very short distances. I met up with 5 land surveyors. They had over 100 years of experience together, and we did a 2-mile measurement. And we had to leapfrog the entire time. Every time you move the equipment, you have to recalibrate, re-level everything. It takes forever. You can't just point a theodolite at a mountain 100 miles away and be like, oh, it dropped a few degrees. Guess we live on a globe. There's other things you have to take into account. That's why they only do the measurements in the morning or in the afternoon, because at high noon, the temperature can play an effect with your observation. I saw this firsthand with National Geographic when I was at the Salton Sea. You could see clear across the lake in the morning. And then in the afternoon, when they made their observation, there was 110 degrees and there was massive amounts of evaporation over the surface of the water. This guy over here said, you can get the theodolite. You can do these. You're not actually a qualified land surveyor. I'm sure Chris can talk about this, but Baron Rutledge, the guy he brought up, he didn't know the international standard for land surveying, got embarrassed on that, pretending to be a land surveyor on TikTok. On top of that, we had him real time live set up a theodolite. Well, I didn't, Fred did. And then when he finished setting it up, Fred pointed out that he hadn't even calibrated or confirmed that his equipment was level. So these people are pretender clowns. I wouldn't trust them. I would test the Earth yourself. That's what I've been doing for almost 10 years. You can use infrared. That's what I recommend. High power zoom cameras, telescopes, lasers. We did mirror reflection tests. We've rented helicopters. Like I said, land surveying equipment. You don't live on a cartoon globe. On top of that, video from Antarctica that some employees said the sun doesn't set. Like, why are you even playing that into the debate? That doesn't prove anything. Some dude heard from some dude that the sun doesn't set somewhere, so you live on a globe? Y'all have lost the plot. All right. A buddy said the earth is rotating. We can feel different forces. Newton's physics and Maxwell's equations treat the earth as an inertial reference frame. Einstein admits you can't optically measure the earth rotating. The FAA trains pilots on a flat, non-rotating earth. Then he talked about it depends on your distance from surface. Well, the Red Bull space jump went up 128,000 feet, and Felix Baumgartner landed back in New Mexico. Now, if the Earth is rotating from the west to the east at 1,037 miles an hour at the equator, at that latitude that he was at, he should have been somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. But not only did he not land west of where he started, he landed 50 miles east of where he started, because the winds in North America are actually going the wrong direction for the Coriolis effect. The Earth isn't spinning. They've never proven it. They've known this for thousands of years. They hijacked science and told everyone, you're on a tilted cartoon ball. Go to work and listen to everything we say. It wasn't real, you guys. We got to break the matrix. We got to break out of the mind control, and we got to shout it from the rooftops. On top of that, he said a helicopter has no Coriolis. Well, a helicopter went off the surface of the air, and you said it depends on distance from the surface. So we're the only ones that can scientifically model hurricanes. So a scientific model is a representation of a particular phenomenon in nature. So if you guys can't show me a spinning ball with gas around it in a vacuum causing vortices to be created at the equator, well, then you're cooked. Richard Feynman says if it doesn't agree with the experiment, it's wrong. So we're the only ones that can demonstrate hurricanes. You guys would actually get vortices on the axis or near the poles. They wouldn't just be generated at the equator. That happens on a flat Earth because that's where all the energy is being introduced from the sun, and the sun is moving around polar center. If you guys don't follow me on TikTok, I just uploaded a video, Intro to the Flat Earth Model. Highly recommend checking that out. I don't have time to go over it right here, but we'll go into some long distance observations here with my presentation. If I could screen share, let me click that button.
Sure thing. You still have 1 minute left.
Excellent. That's all I need. We're going to get 10 or 15 flat smacks in real quick. So the horizon isn't physical and geometric. This book right here says it's an imaginary line. So the picture on the bottom right, the horizon should be 1.22 miles away. For a 1 foot observer, it's past 9.5 miles. Then we're going to go down here to the Chicago skyline. None of these buildings should be visible. I've made this observation from New Buffalo. Then we took a helicopter from Kenosha and made the same observation with infrared. Here's 6 more lighthouses that debunk the globe religions. So now we've got 8 debunks of curvature. 9 would be Mount San Jacinto from 123 miles away. Can't really see it. That's why you got to turn on the infrared. Should be 1.91 miles of curvature or drop. And here's the Canigou Mountains, 163 miles. According to the math, 12,800 feet of drop. The top of the mountains is 9,000 feet tall. Here's a world record photograph. World record microwave repeaters. They have a Fresnel lens. They don't account for curvature in between, or not Fresnel lens, a Fresnel zone, Fresnel zone.
That is time.
And they don't. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate it.
No worries. All right. Appreciate you wrapping up right there. We can definitely explore some more of this and point back to it as we get through into our open discussion. But without further ado, let's welcome Chris to the show. Thank you so much for stepping in here, Chris, and coming out to Modern Day Debate. So if you want to start out letting everybody know where they can find you and what you're all about, and then I'll start your timer. I'll give you about like 30, 45 seconds to let everybody know what you're all about and where they can find you.
Chris Van Am, Flat Smack, TE Flat Smack on TikTok. It's really the only platform that I'm on. I debated Mick Toon a couple times and kind of did my piece with him, but I think it's going to be good. I don't really care for grit or fame or any of that nonsense. I'm here for the Flat Smacks. So
awesome. Well, let's get your 6-minute timer started up there, and we'll let you present your case. Once again, everybody in our live chat, smash that like button. Make sure if you have questions, Nathan's He's always got something going on there. All right. Make sure that you do, if you have questions for any of our speakers, get it into a super chat. We'll ask that at the end of the debate. So, all right. This is going to be a lot of fun, everybody. Like I said, you're not going to want to miss this. So, Chris, 6 minutes on the floor. Thanks for coming on out.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. So so basically, from what I'm understanding, the globe model makes three claims: that Earth has curvature, that Earth has rotation, and that gravity holds it all together. So what do we know first and foremost about the claims that are being made by the other side? Well, that we're using reciprocal zenith angles. The moment that we invoke zenith angles, we're invoking Euclidean geometrics. The 5 postulates of Euclidean geometrics completely demolish the globe. If you guys do not know about the Euclidean postulates, we can look it up real quick. But basically, there's a parallel postulate, the right angle postulate, the point-to-point postulate. There's a single point, and you can draw a circle around that. But when you consider the type of geometry we're using, we have to understand that first and
We
foremost.
lost your camera. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, no
Sorry.
worries.
Continue.
I'm just speaking with you guys. So first and foremost, spherical geometry is nonlinear, and we're establishing linear relationship with distance. So for instance, our scaling for distance equation, when we make an observation to an object, it's assumed to be parallel with our reference. So if we have a plumb line, the object that we're observing, regardless of the distance, has the same vertical reference from the horizontal reference. This is how it works. So when we incorporate the scaling for distance on our eyes, everything can be kind of played tricks on. But when we incorporate it with a camera and an actual optical focal length, we can tell that 100% the moon isn't 238,000 miles. It's much more closer. So what else is going on? Well, it tends to be ignored that everything converges based on a rate of it's our convergence rate. So we have a resolution limit, and everything resolves at that rate, including the stars, including everything that we see. This is ignored. We have a dome of perspective. We focus on the vanishing point, right? So when we get into the geometry, like I was stating before, we are using right angles. We are using the law of sine and cosine, which is the angle, the ratio that exists between the angle and the opposite side, right? We can't have that without a right angle. When we incorporate a curving surface, now all of a sudden we're introducing one nonlinear surface that would throw off the anterior angles, like the first speaker was talking about. But this is where it falls apart. Astronomically, we're making angles of elevation over thousands of miles, assuming Earth to be a plane. That's just how it works. We have a celestial sphere with quotations because that's our dome of vision, and we establish a plane surface. So everything that's going on here, we need to incorporate Euclidean's third postulate, which is a point and a circle around the point, since we're using Euclidean geometry. And since we know that there's no actual z-axis incorporated in Euclidean geometry, for the surface anyway, we have to figure out how it's working elsewhere. So just a quick little couple debunks. I have Cambridge University talking about the cause and effect of reciprocal zenith angles, and it's due to observing in elevation through a medium. What would that be? Refraction. So it's the effects of refraction. And what I noticed, your variation presented by the main surveyor, who won't even acknowledge his actual name, is a deviation of 0.00149 degrees, simply caused by refraction. So Cambridge University goes on to tell us about 23-kilometer observations, and they show us a little graph with the cartoon of the globe, but then they show us the data that supports their evidence. And what they show is that over our observations over 23 kilometers, they are assuming Earth to be a horizontal plane, right? So one of the key aspects and one of the key errors of using a theodolite is if an object is tilted away from you, not vertical with a horizontal reference, if it's tilting away from you like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, that would be a cause of error in plane surveying. Everything's assumed to be upright from its position and your position, locally
45
flat.
seconds.
45 seconds, okay. So a good point against Coriolis, obviously, we have the standard troy ounce. So if Coriolis effect changes with latitude, we would have proof of it with our empirical measurements of a troy ounce. It would increase with latitude. All you have is supposed explanations why it affects certain things, which often invoke spin drift of the bullet. Fact of the matter is, the standard troy ounce of a gold ounce doesn't change when you increase from the equator, like you would
That's time.
have us believe. Shit's nonsense.
All right, I think we've wrapped up there. Let's get back to our main debate screen. Thank you so much, Chris, for your introductory statement. We're going to get a chance to unpack some more in our open discussion, which we're going to move into right now. We're going to try to do our best there to make space for everybody to get their point across. We'll try to keep it as natural as possible, but if we have to move into muted rounds, we will. So I'm just going to warn the boys just right now, preemptively, before we before we go. So this is going to be a lot of fun. Once again, smack that like button. You know you want to. It's begging you for it. Get those super chats in. They're already flying too. Honestly, if you don't get it in soon, I don't know. It might be one of those ones we have to gloss over because it's going to be here a while. So let's get everybody off mute and get ready to roll. So Fight the Flat Earth, Craig and Max MXXD, I'll give you the floor to respond to some of what you just heard, and then Chris, Nathan, feel free to jump in. When it feels natural.
Well. Hard to say what we just heard because of obviously the purposely crafted shotgun tactics talking about a bunch of completely unrelated things. Both of them went straight into rebuttals. None of them gave an opening for their case. So overall, your openings, absolute shit show. Let's talk about RCAs. Both of you tried to come to me at RCAs. Nathan tried to say that land surveyors treat the Earth as if it was flat, ignoring the curve for up to 100 miles. Nathan, that is plane surveying, and you can only ignore what is there. So wrong on two accounts in one statement. That is absolutely a record. Love that. Keep it up.
Can you make your argument more coherent, please? That didn't make sense to me. I would like you to stick to coherent arguments, please.
Well, I'd like to give Nathan a chance to respond. Just 1 second there, Max. I would like to give Nathan a chance to respond where you've directly engaged with him. And then, Craig, if you want to jump in after, that's totally cool. Yeah. So go ahead there, Nathan.
So he just admitted that plane surveying is a method of assuming the Earth is flat, disregarding curvature, and measuring...
Nathan, buddy, you can only disregard what is there. If it's not there, you cannot disregard it. There's no reason to disregard something that is non-existent. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
It's not 100 miles, 100 square miles, so it's actually 10 miles by 10. So it's not even 100 miles.
All right. Let's give Nathan a chance to respond. The expectation is that you guys are going to disagree with each other. So let's let Nathan, say his piece and then give it back over to you, Craig. So go ahead there, Nathan.
Yeah, just to correct Craig, they don't actually do land surveying in boxes. They do it from the central point with a radius out. So it wouldn't be 10 by 10 miles. It would be approximately 6 miles with a radius out. That would be 100 square miles. I don't know. I'm not a land surveyor. I'm just educating you guys on how it works. It says
educating. You couldn't educate a puppy, Nathan. Come on. Tone it down. You're not a bully. Tone it down.
All right, 1 second. Hold on, Max. We're gonna give him another 15 seconds just to wrap his point, and then I do want to hand it over to Craig. So let's just let Nathan wrap up his point before we inject. So go ahead there, Nathan. I'll give you another 15 seconds to
no problem. So we spent the first 3 minutes on reciprocal zenith angles, I can show how the horizon isn't physical and geometric. I did in my opener. It should be at 1.2 miles for a 1 foot observer, and it's past 9.5 miles. But like I was saying, plane surveying is a method of disregarding curvature on Earth's surface and treating the Earth as a flat plane. That's a simple Google search for up to 100 square miles. If they move outside of that, they also assume it's flat for another 100 square miles. And if they move outside of that, they still assume it's flat. This is how they build railroads, bridges, canals, everything.
All right, let's give Craig the floor here and then try to bounce over to Chris. We'll get back to you there, Max. Let you soak it all in. It's going to be great. So once again, smash that like, and over to you, Craig.
Yeah, so Nathan attempted to debunk what I said by misunderstanding what I said. I didn't say distance from the surface of the Earth. I said speed relative to the surface of the Earth and distance from the Earth's axis of rotation. So the distance, if you are just still over the Earth, if a helicopter is just hovering, it has no Coriolis applied to it because, and I tried to make this very clear, Coriolis is applied when something is moving relative to the surface. So if that helicopter is just hovering above the surface, there is no Coriolis force being applied because Coriolis force was applied once that helicopter is moving relative to the surface. So if the helicopter starts moving north, then you can calculate the Coriolis force being applied based on the helicopter's mass, its speed, and its distance from the axis of rotation. No, nobody said distance from the surface of the Earth, Nathan. You may have cotton wool in your ears. Coriolis is measurable in a laboratory using something as simple as a Compton generator or a Foucault's pendulum. Or sorry, pendulum. I'm attempting to pronounce that correctly because people always shout.
All right, let's hand it over to Chris, if you don't mind. All right, Chris, did you have any commentary or Nathan on your side before we hand it back to Max there? Because I know Max is waiting to chomp the bit here.
Yeah, so just reading off of the accuracy of determination of terrestrial refraction. This is from Cambridge University. When observing throughout the daytime, refraction changes by as much as 0.015 from 0.013 midday to 0.25 at midnight. So that's quite a difference. It changes during the day. And they're saying, well, this is actually an error. And that if we were to be a plane surveyor, would have to account for this error and correct for the refraction, bringing us to a true horizon, a true geometric horizon, so that our measurements aren't off by even the slightest bit. You guys understand that? So when you guys are invoking it, we need to understand the cause and effect and how we correct for it. They tell us, well, you have to correct for it because it's an error caused by refraction.
Yeah, and we've quantified refraction, so we can very easily, for instance, measure the barometric pressure or temperature at the time we're taking the measurement and apply the correct refractive correction. Refraction is something that's been quantified for hundreds of years, time of Newton.
You just said barometric pressure. Hold on. With all due respect, Craig.
So yeah, Chris thinks you.
Yeah, so with all due respect, Craig, since you chose to interrupt me, since you chose to carry on and monologue.
No, you were done. Don't mind.
I was going to say, honestly, the only person that was interrupted, honestly, was Max, because I did say I wanted him to take the floor after. I know that there was, like I said, you guys are all engaging back and forth, but yeah, I'll hand the floor over to Max, and then we'll try to just keep going in a circle here, guys.
Right. So, yes, we know refraction happens. We know exactly how refraction behaves. This that I'm holding right in my hands is proof that we know exactly what refraction does. And I can bring you my contact lenses, which are little pieces of plastic, which allow me to see clearly. And we understand refraction so clearly that a doctor can literally carve out your eye with a laser and make you see better than you did before. So saying that refraction exists, it's not a thing. It's not a problem. And when you do our reciprocal zenith angle measurements, you take sets of measurements, and they usually deviate minimally from each other. And then you do the mean, and that way, with the quantification of refraction and doing the mean of a set of, let's say, 5 measurements, then you have taken care of refraction. So reciprocal zenith angles, you still haven't debunked it. You can, anyone can do this. You can measure the curve yourself. So yeah.
Okay, so obviously you're ignoring what science says, that it's an error incorporated in measurements caused by refraction, and you can simply hold up your glasses and say, we understand refraction, but ultimately we're observing through one medium, not two like your glasses is showing, and we have a horizontal incident angle. Key aspect when we're talking about Snell's law, you can just spew out garbage, but fact of the matter is anyone who actually knows what we're talking about knows that you're just melting at this point.
Yeah,
Everybody.
here's the thing. Actually, Snell's law isn't really appropriate for when you're talking about the atmosphere because it's a gradient with many changes. What you should actually be using is Fermat's principle of refraction, which talks about the changes of refraction. We're using many instances and simplifies Snell's law over.
Can you spell that out for me, Craig, so I can write it down?
Principle, yeah, FERMATS principle. Fermat's principle of refraction.
Thank you.
It describes how refraction is affected by the fact that our atmosphere is also curved and air of different densities. So
can I jump in here for a second?
Yeah.
I've heard you now say barometric pressure, and then I've heard you say atmosphere. So I'm just going to ask you, just based on your knowledge in physics, would you say gases take shape on their own accord?
No, for gases react.
It is the atmospheric lensing.
No, I'm just asking a simple question regarding the terminology you're using.
No, I have something to show you.
Let me just
hold on.
Succinctly.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll prepare what I want to show.
I'm just asking a simple question.
All right, let him ask the question there, Craig.
Like, can we answer it? Does gas take shape on its own accord?
Hold on a second there, Craig. Let's let him clarify. So just for our audience, so they can hear you nice and clear, state the question there, Chris, and then we'll give you a chance to answer there, FTFE. If you're both talking, nobody can hear you. So go ahead there, Chris.
Well, what I said was, does gas take shape on its own accord? Because we have a problem. First and foremost, you can't have gas taking its own shape. That's nonsense. Okay. We have obviously a container, Boyle's law. He was referring to barometric pressure, physics. And he stated, hold on, respectfully, he stated that we have a barometric pressure decrease with elevation. We can explain that because of temperature and understanding the standard gas laws, but we can't just let him sidestep points that debunk the globe.
Okay, just like I said, Chris, sorry, just to backpedal, just to clarify the question.
Once again, just ask the question and then not keep talking.
Okay, does gases take shape on their own accord?
Okay. Own accord. Gases don't have will,
Matt,
buddy.
Please, Matt. Right. So gas, like all matter, reacts to forces acting upon it.
Forces. Okay.
Yes.
So can you show me?
In this case, a force.
Can you show me
by gravity?
All right. Hold on. Let's let Craig.
Yes,
let Craig
I
make
can
his
show you
rebuttal.
that.
Hold on. I want to let Craig make his, for example, just because we're trying to respond to the question. Hold on, Max. Everybody's really chomping at the bit. I knew it was going to be juicy. Super chats are flying.
Oh yes,
it's going to be busy. So let's let Craig finish up his point before we derail entirely. I don't want to.
Sure. No, but it's going to be the same topic.
Gas, like all matter, reacts to forces acting upon it. In the case of our atmosphere, it is a force created by gravity.
What evidence empirically do we have to support that? And not invoking a fallacy, which would be what? Reiteration fallacy?
No, don't try the fallacy game. It doesn't work here. All right, so you asked for evidence. Now you're going to need to shut it. So this is a video, and I'm not going to play it because it gets the channel demonetized. I know from personal experience, but I will share the link in the side chat for anyone who wants to check it. This is a gas, SF6, that is being held in a container with no lid, and it has a little tinfoil boat floating in it.
Did you say a container?
This is gas pressure without containment. Exactly what you asked for. Thank you for trying.
Wait a minute, Max. Did you just say this is gas in a container without a
lid? Without a lid, yes. Don't
Okay,
you
but
see
we
it?
know that there's, hold on. We know that that gas specifically is more dense and it's being held by the container. And
It's not being held by the
hold
container. The
on.
container
It's
is
being,
open.
first of all, contained in the four walls, just like a lake. And then it also has atmospheric pressure, which is what?
Result of gravity, yes.
Displaced
The result of
by
gravity.
the more, hold on. It's displaced by the more dense medium. This is Archimedes' principle, and it's not actually showing what we're asking for.
Yes, it's showing exactly what you're
Okay.
asking. You're just coping, buddy.
I would disagree. So this isn't evidence of gravity
You would
affecting.
disagree.
Okay, this isn't evidence of gravity affecting it. This is evidence of displacement of fluids. This is Archimedes' principle, which predates the theory of gravity by 1900 years. Just because you can't comprehend it, Max, doesn't mean that it's not happening.
Sure, buddy.
All
I
right,
don't
let's get
understand.
Craig.
Do you have-
Hold on, guys. Like I said, Craig's trying to jump in here. I know Nathan's been, making
Okay,
some
yeah,
cues,
sorry.
so we do want to try to get some bouncing back and forth. I know
Fair
there's
enough.
all kinds of avenues we'll get into, but just try to hold on to that for a second. We'll get there. So Craig, if you want to jump in there, and then Nathan, I haven't heard from you in a few seconds, or a few minutes now. So yeah, let's get you in here, into the discussion. So go ahead there, Craig, and we'll bounce it over to Nathan after. Thanks, Chris, for holding down the floor.
Archimedes' principle contains the force of buoyancy, which in this case is a result of gravity. So when you invoke Archimedes' principle, you actually are invoking gravity as well. Just because Archimedes didn't know that's what it was doesn't mean that that's not what it actually is. You are misunderstanding basic physics and science. Matter has to react to forces. It's just how it is. There is clearly a force acting upon the atmosphere. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a gradient because as flat earthers like to say, the second law of thermodynamics means that hot goes to cold and high pressure goes to low pressure, but that is not happening within our atmosphere. We have a gradient, and Nathan, you're wrong about the ozone. That's not a higher pressure level.
I think I already acknowledged that point with temperature. We have a vertical temperature gradient. You just ignored that. Go ahead, Nathan. Sorry, brother.
No worries. How long do I have, Ryan? Because I've been waiting like 10 minutes to say something. I got some notes here.
Yeah, okay, that's no problem. If you want to do like some cross-examination time, we can definitely do that. So, Nathan, I'll give you the floor, and we'll let the other side kind of respond to your critiques. What I would advise, though, if we are going to do like a cross-exam, is to start with the critique and end with the question, because if you start with the question, people start chomping. So, go ahead there, Nathan. We'll move into some new flow.
No problem. So Craig made the claim that you have to be traveling to experience Coriolis. All right, great. Well, I have a question about that, Craig. What are the three variables in the Coriolis formula?
Yeah, I explained those to you when in my intro. Did you not hear?
Can I get the three variables, Craig, or are you just going to waffle on about your intro?
Oh, so I guess you didn't hear then. Yeah, mass, speed, and distance from the axis of rotation. So your latitude on Earth.
Three variables here I have our mass, angular velocity, and tangential velocity. So as you go up,
that's one of the formulas. Yes, there's a few ways to calculate your Coriolis force. Yeah, that's one of them. Correct.
Are they done, Ryan?
Well, yeah, I'm majoritively giving you. Hold on a second, Max. I'm majoritively giving Nathan the floor to ask some of these questions. So let's try to cede some time. But yeah, no, it's totally fine if they want to like just unpack a little bit on some of the questions.
This is how conversations work.
I'm majoritively going to give you the floor, like I say, to ask those questions.
All
since you
I
said you got a
asked
list.
were
So
three variables. I don't need anything else. Okay, and you actually got them wrong. It's mass, angular velocity.
Yeah, there's many more than just that one formula. Just so you're aware.
All right, let's let Nathan respond to what you were saying there. Hold on a second. These guys are both off camera right now. So, yeah, if we do have to move into muted back and forth, we will if we can't stop with some of the interruptions there. So, I'm going to give the floor back to you, Nathan, to wrap up your point. And like I say, let's try to be respectful of each other's time. But if we have to, we'll move into those back and forths. I think we'll start 2 minutes. So, we'll give it one more shot here, guys. Go ahead there, Nathan.
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, I'm sorry, Craig doesn't know his religion. We call this emotional damage on TikTok. We deal with it.
You can cry as much as you like, Nathan. It doesn't change the fact that there's more than one formula for Coriolis.
All right, we'll have to go into muted back and forth. So now I'm going to give the floor. Well, if you're going to go off, yeah, I don't know. Nathan, are you still here? I was going to give the floor to the other side just because you were interrupted, and then we're going to, let's do 2 minutes back and forth just to make sure that you guys are coming across and everything's fair. I got the double timer here. Hit that like button, everybody. We knew it was going to be a juicy exchange, a fun back and forth. So 2 minutes on the floor for Team Flat.
Yeah, it's pretty sad that we can't even have a back and forth exchange. The other people have to be placed on timeout, like toddlers who had their ball taken away, which is what we're dealing with. Like I was saying, it's emotional damage. For 12 years, they were locked in a cage, and then they feed this globe religion into their brain for 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. And then someone like me comes by and hands them a flyer, and I get arrested and I get put in jail. And then these guys troll me for 6 years saying, I'm harassing the people locked in a cage for 12 years. Then you try and explain the truth to them, and it's just insults and interruptions, and they're absolutely losing their minds. So I got a couple things to go over. I'd still like a demonstration of hurricanes. So if the ball is rotating, causing vortices at the equator, demonstrate it. Richard Feynman says if it doesn't agree with the experiment, it's wrong. Science is that simple. On top of that, the formula for Coriolis, which Craig got wrong, was mass, angular velocity, and tangential velocity. So if you're in a helicopter and you leave the surface of the Earth going 1,037 miles an hour, well, conservation of momentum would state you're still going 1,037 miles an hour. So as you go up in altitude, you're increasing the radius from the center of the Earth. That would necessitate an increase in velocity sideways so that you could maintain that vector, because there's a greater distance to travel as you increase the radius. On top of that, refraction is not what we're seeing in the atmosphere. Like Chris said, you're looking through your glasses. There's no glasses in nature. So what we're talking about is distortion. Now let me give you an example of refraction and distortion. An example of refraction is a straw when being placed in water. An example of distortion is looking through a curved piece of glass and seeing a distorted image, which is what we see when objects get 40, 50, 60 miles away, which is why sometimes you can't see the bottom of them. And Globers will claim that's Earth curvature, even though the entire building should be obstructed. Can I get another 15 seconds, Ryan? I mean, I've been waiting forever. I got interrupted 5 times just to go through this.
All right, 15 seconds, and then we'll hand it to the other side for 2 minutes.
Again, Fermat's principle deals with refraction. It says refraction at a flat surface. If an object is in the air and an observer is in the water, so again, that would be a flat surface. I Googled what Craig was talking about. This is going through 2 different mediums. So this does not have to do with looking over large bodies of water at all whatsoever. So you cooked yourself, Craig. You cooked your own globe related to the guys playing and all the emotional damage we've had to put up with.
All right. We'll do 2 minutes for the other side. So the other side's on mute. 2 minutes for you guys. Go ahead there, Max.
Amazing. Nathan, who just Googled something, knows more about the thing that I explained to him. Basic Coriolis formula, simplest formula is FC equals 2 mv omega sine theta, where FC is the Coriolis force, m is the mass of the object, v is the velocity of the object relative to the rotating frame, so how fast you are moving relative to the surface, and the angular velocity of the rotating reference frame, so where you are on the globe, your latitude, and the latitude where you are. So that's one of the Coriolis formulas. You can also use the Coriolis acceleration formula or the Coriolis in vector form. Nathan doesn't understand math. He's read something on Google, saw that there is certain components and said, haha, I've got you, without understanding what those components mean. He does not know anything what he is talking about in the slightest. A helicopter that is just hovering there is not moving relative to the surface of the Earth, so has 0 Coriolis force applied to it. Vortices aren't created at the equator. That's where there is no Coriolis force. That's why hurricanes do not cross the equator. Everything Nathan is saying is wrong. Max, over to you.
Nathan said that glasses don't happen in nature. I wonder what the fuck I'm holding right now. Is this supernatural? Is this spiritual? Is this what the fuck, Nathan? Glasses are absolutely man-made, but man-made is still natural. We're working in the natural realm. You just don't know how words even work. And let me tell you how.
We'll give you the floor, Chris.
When we were talking about when we were talking about the curve, you conveniently misunderstood that in order to disregard something, it has to be there. 5. You can't disregard what it's not there.
That's time. So we're going to hand it back to the other side. I'm placing you guys on the mute just to keep it fair. And I'm going to ask the other side to unmute. So Chris, you have the floor first for the 2 minutes for your side.
Okay, but I think I remember Nathan asking if we can demonstrate and replicate it on a small scale. What you can see here is how just invoking an electromagnetic current with a specific frequency, 432 hertz. So what's key in that is understanding the circle of fifths in music theory, how Earth has a Schumann resonance, which is also an octave off of this. So if we have an oscillating magnetic field like this on a spectrum like this, we would expect to see the same sort of movements in semantics, right? And we understand displacement of the gases. And the actual reason for hurricanes and tropical storms are because of the water currents and the high and low pressure systems created. So this would explain all of this. And guess what? We're doing it on a plane, right? We're just showing it how it works. We would have one rotation here and opposite rotation here. We would have a center point, which isn't experiencing as much. Anyway, if you want to take over, Nathan. I showed you since I knew that the Globers wouldn't have been able to. Facts. Again, if we're talking about
I
the supposed...
Sorry about that. Sorry, Nathan wanted me to unmute him. Carry on. You still have some time.
Yeah, like Chris is showing. I mean, we can model the hurricanes. We can model the ocean's currents with magnetohydrodynamics. We can model frictionless orbits with quantum locking and super cooled silicon wafers. You can also use pyrolytic graphite at room temperature. On top of that, we can model specular reflections over large bodies of water. They only work if the surface is smooth and flat. The incident angle has to meet the reflected angle. If you go to the House of Mirrors at a circus, probably where these guys work, if there's any curvature, you would see distortion in the image, but there's no curvature on the surface of water. We can also model everything, pressure gradients. Sure.
All right, so we're going to hand it back to the other side. Thank you so much, fellas. We'll hand it over to Max. I think Max is ready to jump on the bit there, so go ahead there, Max.
Yes, Nathan has clearly never seen a chrome ball, so I'm going to share my screen for just a sec here. Let me try to find a good one.
Did you have anything to comment with there, Craig, while he gets that up there? Or?
Yeah, I mean, that's not modeling hurricanes because hurricanes aren't constantly happening and they appear in different places, matching the temperature differential around the world. That's not in any way, shape, or form modeling how hurricanes work. I was quite maybe they don't understand what a scientific model is. I'm not quite sure.
You can get pretty much very nifty reflections, and the closer you get to the ball, the reflections are like pretty much like a mirror. And this is a chrome ball, so this idea of specular reflections only happening on a flat plane is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, the curvature of the Earth is so large that the
1 minute.
The bend of the water would be so small that the specular reflection wouldn't be looking like if you were looking at just a ball in front of you. Nathan is playing the game of, oh, the Earth isn't as big as we think it is, so there's no reason why when you're standing at the beach and you've got a body of water in front of you that you wouldn't be able to see like a line of sunlight towards the towards where the sun is on the horizon or something. And the fact that that still appears when there's waves on the water, it kind of debunks what Nathan says. The Earth is extremely large, and we are very tiny compared to it. So we don't see things as though the Earth is small. It's, Father Ted explained it best, Nathan. These cows are small. These cows are
5. Oh, wait. Well, that was the wrap there. So let's hand it to the other side. Oh, sorry. What was that, Craig? I think I might have cut you off.
I'm just happy to go back to a back and forth, as long as Nathan understands that a back and forth involved, a back and forth, and he doesn't cry every time there's an interjection.
Hey, come on now. Craig, all I heard you guys say just now is that it appears locally flat. No need for insult. Come on, grow up. Grow up.
I,
Yeah.
we're
Yeah,
going to give the floor to
so-
Nathan. Nathan's sharing his screen, so let's let Nathan describe what he was showing the audience there. So go ahead, Nathan. And yeah, we do want to try to keep it fair for sure. So you guys just wrapped up your 2 minutes, so if you could just maybe give it 30 seconds before you pop in with an injection, unless a question's asked.
Oh,
So,
sure.
go ahead there, Nathan.
So this is a specular reflection in nature. It looks nothing like the chrome ball that guy just showed us. There was massive amounts of distortion, which was pretty much my claim. If the surface of the Earth was curving, you would see distortion in the images, just like these guys show us a super curvy lake, Lake Pontchartrain. They have one lake that curves and it's a swamp. They filmed it from a 17-story hotel building with a telescope zooming in on the horizon. So they're hijacking atmospheric conditions and thinking you guys are stupid enough to not figure this out, but we're figuring it out. If you look at all these examples of specular reflections, they're happening on flat surfaces. If the surface is curved, you don't get a specular reflection. We'll just go to lakes, and I'll pass the mic to Chris. This is what we see in nature. This is nothing like that silly distorted ball image he just showed us. These are real specular reflections. The Earth is flat, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Flat Earth. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then
All right, over to
in
Chris.
addition to that, the specific type of geometry we're using invokes a plane surface. Thanks,
No, it
guys.
doesn't.
We have Euclidean geometry, all measurements of Earth, hyperbolic vision, domed vision. It's pretty straightforward.
I used to study optics, and nowhere in the literature of optics you will find the azimuthal grid of derpitude that you guys invoke. It doesn't exist. Whitsitt invented that.
Wait,
So
wait,
quick
wait.
question. Are we
Are
going to
you
move back
serious?
into a back and forth, or are we going to keep
Yeah,
on
let's
2
just
minutes?
talk.
It's up to you.
Okay, so
I'm okay to let
me
the
at least-
conversation go, so go ahead, Chris.
let me just at least embarrass Max right now. Let me do it. Come
Oh,
on.
I know you think you will try.
Okay, so he says that that word is invented by Whitsitt. I've never met Whitsitt, so how would he have shown that to me? But I've looked at Stellarium a bunch of times. What does this say right here? Azimuthal grid. So this is an astronomical term, and you can laugh. You can laugh all day long, but that just
Yes,
proves
but
to
it's
me.
missing the other half of the
Max,
term,
Max,
which
Max.
is it's
So
missing
I'm
the
in the
other
middle of
buddy.
embarrassing you.
One sentence. It's missing the other half of the term, which is
I'm in the
azimuthal
middle of
grid of
embarrassing
vision.
you, and you're melting. To be
No,
fair.
you're failing at it, buddy.
Uh-huh. So
if I
you're
could share my
melting.
screen, I just want to show something.
You're melting. Sorry.
Okay.
Did you have
so
to jump
let's
in
just-
on
let's-
behalf
let's
of
let
Max
Craig-
getting his flat Mac?
It's all right. You're just kind of going on and on. So
You said it was going to be juicy, so.
yeah.
I just
go
I
ahead.
just find
It's-
it funny that Max doesn't really know what he's talking
No,
about. and
okay,
just
no,
doing
Oh, I
garbage.
do know what I'm talking about. You're just whining.
It's okay.
Okay.
I'm just waiting.
Before you play your video, just if you don't mind there, Craig, I just want to let
Hold
Chris
on.
wrap up what he
With
was
all
saying,
due respect,
please.
host, we did have the floor, and I was calling
Yeah,
Max
no,
out for not
yeah.
knowing. So can we at least finish up on this point without Max interrupting me?
Oh yeah, no, I just
So
said
can I get the
if
big
you
screen
can.
just for 1 second? Thank you.
Yep.
Sure,
Thank you.
Yeah, the floor is yours for sure.
Okay. So he's screen sharing right now. I don't think if anybody can see it, but when
They can,
we
yes.
put on azimuthal grid on Stellarium, it shows us our cardinal directions reference our zenith. That's our azimuthal grid, and what Whitsitt does
You're
is just
missing.
add on our
Hold on.
vision. So would
You're
you
miss-
agree on Stellarium
God,
that
you're-
this is our vision? This is our Doma vision. So just because you don't like the term doesn't mean it doesn't exist, Max. That's disingenuous of you.
All right, let's let Max. 10 seconds, Max. I know you
Again,
really wanted
buddy,
to jump in there.
you just requested a turn to say the exact same shit you said before. You're missing the point that it's not azimuthal grid. It's azimuthal grid of vision. The azimuthal grid of
which is your
vision.
total
I'm sorry.
vision
I'm
around
sorry. Am I
here.
speaking
All right.
right now?
You're
I'm sorry
hilarious,
that my
man.
sentence
hold on,
interrupted
hold
your
on.
interruption.
All right, to the two of you, just 1 second. Yeah, Craig was trying to do a screen share. I did want to get over to him, but I said like 10 seconds if you can be really quick there, Max, just to address the point. And then I want to give the floor over to
I
Craig.
just have one
to-
sentence. He just can't help himself because it destroys his argument. Stellarium and stellar observations work on an azimuth grid. Sure, that's how we map out the sky. But the concept of the azimuthal grid of derpitude or of vision, like you would say, that doesn't exist anywhere in the literature of optics. Over to
All right,
you.
over to Craig. Let's let Craig do the screen share, and I want to let Nathan respond here just to get all the voices in the room. So go ahead, Craig, when you're ready.
Okay, right. Right, so they constantly say if there's any kind of curve, then you're not going to get this, specular refraction, and they show pictures of the sun, and the light coming from that to the beach. When this is someone who has made a curved surface. You can see they've got this mirror with a pole underneath it, and it's being bent. And you can watch the whole video to check that it is actually curved. And you can literally see that the specular reflection on it works the same way as it would if, let me get to the right bit, sorry, so you can see. He's got it down at the camera here. So this is exactly what you see. Even if you say that it's flat, you've got the line of it coming straight from the light down towards you. Even though the surface is quite clearly curved, it's still a line towards you. So the claim of, if there's any bend, then you get, there's a problem with it, is just not true. We go back to earlier in the video, and he's showing that it's a bend in it, but the reflections are still perfectly straight, almost like a mirror, because it's a very, very, very small bend, just like the water on Earth would have. If it was more, then it would look strange, but it doesn't, because the curve of the glass is very, very, very small. Check out this video for yourself. It's on a channel called Gav Downs. He's got quite a few basic videos debunking, silly flat Earth claims.
All right, over to you, Nathan.
Yeah, thanks, bro. I just made a meme. Let me send it to because I took a picture of what Craig was putting up there. I thought it was pretty ridiculous. So give me 1 second.
Okay, well, you're doing meme creation. Let's hand it over to Chris then. Chris, go ahead.
I accept your defeat there, Nathan. That's fine.
Don't worry, I'm not. I gotta share my screen.
All right, Chris has the floor, guys. So let's give Chris his time here, and you can have the last half of this one. Okay, Nathan, go ahead there, Chris.
So it's just a circular argument, in my opinion. Fact of the matter is, based on the incident angle observed on a curving surface or a plane surface, and remember, we already established locally it appears to be a flat surface. Plane surveying, right? Remember, back and forth, Euclidean geometry. It's just not curving. So we're not using any kind of curving surface locally. So just to simply say, well, it would work, it wouldn't.
Well, I can show you a diagram of how it could.
Right.
Go ahead, Nathan.
Right. Yeah. So this is what Craig showed on the left. This curved surface with the diffused reflection. Just want you guys to see this. I had to go make this meme real quick with some pictures.
Cherry pick frame.
All right,
Dude, that's not a diffused reflection. That's glitter on top.
Hold on. You can respond just 1 second there, guys. I hate to put you on mute, but yeah, because sometimes I forget to take you off mute, and that's no fun. But go ahead there, Nathan, and I'll give you guys, I'll give you 45 seconds. We'll go back to 2-minute back and forth. Go ahead, Nathan.
Bro, I just need 10 seconds, and I just need these guys to cool it with their emotional damage, because it's not a good look for their globe religion. It's not going to appear like they're winning this debate. So look at the diffuse reflection over the curved surface. I took 2 screenshots, and you guys are claiming like I cherry picked these. This is from your video you just showed on the big screen. So if you didn't want me to show it, I don't know why you showed it. But here's reflections in reality. What we see in nature is a smooth, linear, and then when it sets, the sun has a local light illumination.
10 seconds.
A couple more proofs. Yeah, Chris, go ahead. Let's hand it over to Chris. I mean, this debate's over. I'm ready for the Q&A.
Well, I was gonna say you still had 10 seconds there, so we'll try to do a few more 2-minute back and forths just to let Chris unpack a bit more too.
Can I quickly respond to that, please? If that's okay.
Sure thing.
Yeah, Nathan, could you put that back up, please?
Yeah, 1 sec.
No worries. All right, we're still screen sharing, so that's up and ready. Go ahead, Craig, and you still have
not a diffuse reflection. That's glitter on it to show where the path of the light is. The image that Nathan has at the top there with the 2 lines is coming from, if you look above it, lines of light. There's many pictures of the the literal sunlight coming and looking like the other ones that I've got on the left. He confused diffused reflection with glitter, which was a little bit silly. But he also missed the beginning of the video that I showed, where it showed the same thing on that mirror with it not being bent. The point was that the mirror being bent or straight did not change what was shown.
Okay, can I jump in here, Craig?
Crazy.
What key
Yeah,
and what I'm simply observing right now is that we have an incident angle on the one on the right, which is more horizontal. And what you're showing,
What the fuck does more horizontal even
hey
mean?
man, just chill. So, and then what he's showing is that we're observing it higher up, which would first of all alter our incident angle, right? Simple stuff, Max. Can you
Yeah, but the
coherently
problem
keep
is
up?
that you don't understand the basic meaning of words. What does more horizontal mean? Horizontal is an absolute word.
Okay, so
It's
can I
autologic. It refers
Nathan,
to
do you still have
itself.
that
Oh
loaded up
my
for a
lord.
second? It's pretty fucking straightforward, Max.
English
And
is my
to
second
think that you're
language.
actually involved in this
It
debate and you
doesn't
can
change.
understand or coherently
My
take
point,
into consideration what I'm saying, it's pretty
yeah, sorry,
straightforward. So
it doesn't change
when
my
we're
point.
observing the sunset on the right, Max, just so
Correct.
you coherently understand what I said, we're observing it more horizontally. And you said, what
That
the fuck
makes
is that
no-
word? You
that
actually
makes
melted
no
down in
sense.
real life.
All right, let's let
That
Max
makes no
respond
sense
there.
to you. Host, does that make sense to you? Host, does that make sense to you? I just want an unbiased. Like what I said is we're observing on the right horizontally, more horizontally than what Craig shows, which is from above, which would change the incident angle. Does that make sense to you, host? Because Max doesn't seem to fucking understand English.
Oh, I understand English better than you, buddy. I speak
Oh
two
my
languages. How
goodness.
many do you
All
speak?
right, I will say what would make sense to me is if
I
our
thought
audience
so.
has questions to get
Can
them in,
I-
because Nathan's soon ready to move on here. We got 6
Can I
minutes
get
left on the
the
floor
next
for the open
screen
discussion,
share?
but yeah, I do want to hand the floor over to Max, just because Max has not had a chance to respond to you there, Chris, on this one. So let's let you respond, Max, and we'll carry on.
Stop sharing, Nathan.
See where we can go. Oh, here, I can end the screen share there right quick, just to be fair. Go ahead when you're ready there, Max, and we'll give you the floor.
Yes, one sec, let me find it. All right, here. This is how we do celestial navigation. You can measure angles and distances from a curve because all you have to do is trace an imaginary tangent line either to your eyes or to the surface of where you're standing. So that is not a problem. But I would like to change the subject for the last 6 minutes, given that we're living a historic moment of absolute flat earth destruction with flat earthers on the ice. And after you have said for many, many years, no one can go to Antarctica. We have flat earthers there, and they're about to see the 24-hour sun. So my question is, how do you explain that on your dirt pizza model?
Is this back and forth, host?
You guys can respond to each other, I think, at this point. We've only got a couple minutes
this
left.
is back
so
and
5
forth.
minutes
Okay,
so
let me see the big screen for a second. So what's going on here, Max? You need to understand, first of all, what's going on with your pathetic claim and a lack of understanding of geometry. So if we establish, I'm going to lead with a couple points here. This is based on your model, pretty correct. So if we establish a tangent and we take an angle of elevation off the tangent, we're assuming the vertical reference to the Earth is parallel with us. I brought this point up. You guys didn't even have a response. You guys deflected straight away. And then you showed a cartoon and showed how it works. So in reality,
I show the diagram just like you're showing now, buddy.
So in reality, if you could invoke that pathetic nonsense cartoon, you would understand that
I show the diagram exactly like you're showing right now, buddy. You're just coping.
You would understand that the geographical position of the star to Earth would be tilted away from you. And based on your linear relationship that you've established, Mr. Globe Believer, we understand that it would tilt away from you 1 degree per 69 miles. Now, this isn't what happens in reality, because you do not have a formula that exists practically that can incorporate the vertical tilting away from you. Remember, we're using Euclidean geometry, right angles. So, because the vertical does not tilt away from you, we know that claim that you're making is utter garbage. Do you see from this, not from the 30th degree parallel, we would establish an additional 30 degrees on top of our 90. Right off the hop, we're not using a right angle. Then we have a 30 degree here and a 30 degree here, don't we? Interior angles equal 180 degrees, except we must use this right angle, law of cosine and sine, straight up. So when you're invoking that the plumb would be tilted away from you, that debunks your geometric nonsense.
Are you done? Are you done derping?
So
I'm not interested in your misunderstandings of geometry.
Okay, so
here's a lot of faces on the other side. So let's try to take 10 seconds and then hand the floor back to the
I
other
feel
side.
like Max has to respond here.
I'm just gonna knock this out of the park, and I'm gonna need about 15 seconds. If we go from Polaris to 45th parallel, right, and we incorporate the additional 45 degree tilt of this 90 degree, that would be 135 degrees plus your 45 degree. That's 180 degrees off of two quote angles. What the fuck's going on up here? Nonsense.
You seem to think you can only do geometry with right angle triangles. That's because you know jack shit about geometry. I would like to speak about the final experiment for the last part of the debate, please.
All right, that would be great, but Craig has been trying to jump in here. Hold on, guys. Craig's trying to jump in. I don't want to do any more mutes, but...
I'm good. I would like Max to deal with what Chris had just said there, but if he wants to go to the final experiment, I'm happy.
Yeah, I mean, what are we? I mean, we're not going to teach him geometry right now. He's just making really ridiculous claims about angles, which he doesn't understand because he's never done celestial navigation.
Okay,
so I'd like to move on.
I think if we move on, it's because you're conceding the fact. If I've got the big screen
you can
here,
think that I conceded, buddy. Let's move on.
So if I got the big screen, hold your horses and save your comments for the things that I present that are wrong. So if we're using the angles of all known angles of elevation formula, incorporate the law of sine and cosine. The law of cosine and sine imply in Euclidean geometrics a right angle, and the direct ratio that exists between...
You're repeating yourself, buddy.
Okay, so I just need you to understand first and foremost.
Dr. Locke, can I ask you one question? Do you know what a tangent is?
Yeah, tangent. So what I showed you right there with my little cartoon.
What is a tangent?
A tangent would be the dotted line established from your observation. It's the theoretical flat horizontal that you need as a glober to establish any of this geometry, because you do and have to, in fact, invoke the right angle. So
why?
Hold on. I need you to consider when you consider the fact.
I'm going to ask the question.
Okay, but
you're, the floor
I'm still
Craig has been waiting for a while.
So hold on, Craig, you're melting. Melting in the fucking pot.
Hold on, Chris. Just to be fair, Craig has been waiting. Craig's been waiting to ask a question for a little bit, so let's try to have a back and forth regarding what you have on screen. But let's carry on.
Okay.
Hey, Globers have insulted now twice. In my opinion, they're losing.
All right, we gotta give Craig the floor just to respond here, and then we'll hand you back over to the other side. I'm just gonna put the other three guests on you and give you the floor.
For some reason, Chris, you are keeping one tangent for each measurement, which is not how you would do it. Every time you do a measurement from a different point on that curve, you would have a new tangent that you take the measurement from. Now, your knowledge of how celestial navigation is done is obviously zero, and I'd be happy to talk you through that step by step if you want. But the fact that you seem to be trying to force angles based from the original tangent that you have once you're around the curve shows that you have no understanding of what our claims actually are. Max, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, what I want to do, I want to hand it over to Nathan, actually, if he would like to add to some of what's been in the back and forth here. I'm also going to take Chris off mute if he wants to engage with you directly, but go ahead there, Nathan.
The celestial navigation has been done for thousands of years by flat earthers, and like Chris has just detailed, they're assuming the earth is flat, establishing right angles, and that all works just fine on a flat earth. That you
don't assume the earth is flat. That's just a falsity. To say assume the earth is just not true.
I'm ready for closing remarks. Just when you know.
Here's the thing.
Nathan,
the thing.
let's be clear. This isn't your channel. You don't get to decide. Shut the fuck up.
Okay,
It's been
but
3
here's the
debates
thing,
that
though,
you've
Craig.
cried so far live on air, Nathan. You're an embarrassment.
Yo, the only
Alright,
embarrassment I
let's-
see here, respectfully, is you, Max, and it's fucking funny.
Sure, buddy. Keep
Yeah.
telling
Let's try not
yourself
to
that
make
maybe
our-
you'll
Let
see.
Let's
me-
try not to
let
make our
me-
back and forth so hot. That's
Yeah.
you know, like I said, let's try to focus
Can we just
in on,
drop this nonsense because you don't understand geometry?
Why?
Let's talk about
Why,
the final
guys?
experiment.
Why are we dropping this? This basic
Hold on.
concept is
We've
grade
been
3
through
geometry,
this.
Max, and you guys are fucking melting.
Sure,
This
buddy.
grade
Keep
3 concept.
telling yourself that.
So,
Stroke
guess
that
what?
All right,
security
hold on,
blanket.
hold on. All right, to be fair, Max, if it is truly nonsense, then it should be easy to address. I'm gonna let Chris,
Just so
do
Chris
his-
is aware, Euclidean geometry exists.
All right, so we'll let Chris explain to our audience what he has on his screen there. If you want to move it up just a little bit there, Chris, just so they can see it a little bit better. But yeah, I'll give you the floor to describe what we're looking at there.
Well, this is our grid of vision, right? We're invoking a plane surface. When I brought up the tangent argument, like we're not using a right angle. In this specific demonstration, that would be more than 90 degrees relative to the position on Earth. So that, right, is
You're
not actually...
tangent where you would take the measurement from.
Okay, so when we establish the angles of elevation, guys, we're using the law of Euclidean cosine and
Buddy, you're
sine.
repeating yourself
Yeah,
non-stop.
This is the thing. You guys need to acknowledge on the curving Earth surface, even invoking the tangent, which is just a fancy way of saying Earth is fucking flat, but we don't want to actually agree on that. So, would you at least agree?
Wait, hold on,
that
hold on,
the
hold on.
plumb-
Before you
Hold
move
on, hold
what
on.
you just- what, do you
Craig,
want to talk about what you said about tangent?
Craig, this
Wait,
question is
before you move-
directly addressed to you, so you can respond to me.
before you move on,
But would
before
you
move on,
agree?
Just say
would
about
you-
tangent being a proof of the flat Earth. Can you just explain that to me?
So you're not going to interrupt me. So would you simply agree?
I want you to clarify.
Okay, would you simply agree that the vertical on a curving surface, its actual vertical would be tilted away from you 1 degree per 69 miles based on the claims that you're making?
Not when you take a
Not-
tangent. for
not-
each of your
not-
claims.
So it would have to, just because you establish an
Yes,
imaginary surface, that doesn't mean that the vertical. Okay, so
Yeah,
let's establish. Let's
Chris, you
establish
want
a
to-
right angle.
We'll
Hold
give,
on,
we'll,
hold
we'll
on,
give
hold
him
on.
10. We'll give Chris 10 and then we'll let you
Ryan,
respond.
can we?
Okay,
He's
so this is
repeating
why
your-
Oh,
this is why
hold on.
this argument doesn't make sense.
I would
Just one
like
second.
to answer
No, Craig,
the question
Chris.
that has of me.
Craig, you're melting. You're
Ask
melting.
me a question. I would like to respond. Please mute him.
Okay, you're melting. So guess what?
Chris, it's my turn to respond. You've said something. I'm going to
No,
respond.
you're just feeling garbage.
Respond.
All right,
Chris,
so all right, let's just
King,
clarify
Mike,
the question that was
respond.
on the table. So the question that's on the table, I'll let you ask the question, and then we'll let Craig respond, just to try to get to the end here, because we do
I
have a
mean,
lot
really
of
ask-
super chats.
Respond.
Okay, so
that's the thing,
let's
you asked
let's
the
just
question, I want
simplify
to
it.
respond.
You're melting, bro.
don't
You're
need to
stuttering
simplify.
and
Ask
freaking
it.
out.
Respond.
You're actually steaming, bro. Let me get
Did
my
you
point
let me
across
respond
and
to
make
the
sure you
question?
Okay,
understand.
without, all right. Hold on. What is the question that has been asked? I'm going to hand the floor over to Craig,
Okay.
just because we're doing a
So
lot of meta
based
over there,
on
Chris.
the
Just,
based on the geometry, if you were to assume you're taking a measurement 30 degrees away, that star's geographical position over Earth would be tilted 30 degrees away. Then we wouldn't be using right angles.
No, that's not how that works.
Stop it, Craig.
You,
Stop it.
you just asked me a
I
question.
went a step
All
further,
right.
Craig.
let's let him.
You
Let's
can't
try to have a
keep
back and
adding
forth here
things.
for just a second, guys.
Like, Chris, what you're doing is asking a
No,
question.
stop
then-
over talking me.
I am.
No,
I am now
we're
going
trying to
to
have a back and
absolutely
forth.
Talk for
losing
about
your shit
5
over
minutes.
grade
Chris,
Hold on one second, Chris. We're just trying to have a back and forth for like a little bit based on what you've been putting on the
I want to
screen
point
here.
out,
So
I want to point out that I have been interrupted more than anybody else on this show by both Nathan and Chris constantly. They will ask me a question and then not allow me to respond because they
Right, now
just
you're
want
doing
to
meta.
keep going
Do
on.
the response.
Right?
You got
so
this.
the question
Alright,
was,
let's just go right
would
to
the
it.
geographical position be tilted away? No, it would not, because the geographical position is relative to that position. The geographical position is a vertical from that position. Each position on Earth is its own vertical. You don't have the one tangent and take all the measurements from those other tangents. That's not how it works. You are just misunderstanding how celestial navigation and angle of elevations are taken. Your misunderstanding of these things is not a debunk.
You're poisoning the well, and I'm embarrassing you live.
I didn't poison the well.
I need you to stop melting.
I didn't poison the well once. I responded to you very succinctly and explained why you.
You actually
Please
overtalked
explain.
me for
No,
2
Chris,
minutes straight.
You're
You're still fucking doing it.
Chris, I'm talking. I haven't finished saying what I'm saying.
Instead of this
Chris,
guy who's been
All
overtalking
right,
me.
we'll do 10 seconds, 10, 15.
No,
wrap your point there, Craig, and then
you muted me.
Respectfully,
when you
Chris, you are
overtalked me after you gave me the floor and said,
Shut the fuck
explain
up,
your
Chris.
point.
Stop
Chris,
crying.
Yeah.
there's a good
hold
point.
on.
And now
We
I'm
do
just
want to try
calling
to
out the
let-
host for being
Chris,
biased.
be quiet so we can respond to you.
You just
If only you could.
responded. You actually.
I haven't
melted.
finished
You
responding,
interrupted for
Chris.
2 minutes.
You spoke for a long time, and now I'm talking, Chris. So be quiet, like a
Oh,
good.
is that how this show works,
Okay.
host?
Yes, once
Can
you talk,
you allow
then
this
respond.
triggered Glover to
Are
overtalk?
you going
This
to
is a
let me
lot.
respond,
This
Chris?
is a lot of. This is
like
a
a
lot of
little
the meta.
baby.
Hold on. Yeah, we're not going to be doing that. Everybody's been put on mute. Look, I can mute everybody. That's fine. I've done it plenty of times. We're used to this. It's not a big deal. It happens every once in a while. Yeah, that's right. It happens if we just can't wheel it in a little bit, guys. So, yeah, let's get into those super chats. I think a couple of the people on the panel might be ready for that. I know, Max, you get some other things you want to unpack there. If we can.
No,
right.
you just let them run away for 10 straight minutes. I wanted to talk about the final experiment, and Chris just repeated himself over and over for 10 minutes to avoid talking about the flat Earth destruction that is happening right now.
Well, we do have super chats that are going to be regarding the final experiment. So, I mean, there are.
Don't let them
there
run
are
away
people
from this, Ryan. Come on, please.
There-
Give me 5
there-
minutes. Put 5 minutes more on the open discussion timer.
All right. Well, I will ask the
Ryan,
other
we
side.
came here, Ryan, we came here to debate the shape of the Earth. We came last minute. We weren't the scheduled debaters. That wasn't the topic. So let's move to Q&A, and we have to rush through this, bro, because we came
Not your
last.
show, buddy.
And honestly, Ryan, you know 90% of the super chats are going to be for Chris and I. And so if you want to keep us here, like, let's move through this.
Oh, run away,
And
buddy.
Nathan, it's not your
Max,
show. Be
Max,
quiet.
please.
You're a good boy.
Hold on. So
Yeah.
I do agree. Yeah, you guys came in last minute. It's not unfair.
So triggered. Why?
Hold
Why
on.
is
Hold
it-
on.
You're the ones that
We're
triggered
gonna.
by constantly talking.
All right.
Yo, it is
We're
funny,
going to try to move
everybody.
away from any meta
Everybody
debate.
is
Hold
funny.
on, Chris. Let's
Chris,
just go into
Chris,
those super chats.
You
Hold
don't let other
on.
people talk and call us true.
This is joy. Oh my goodness, you guys are just really giving it to me tonight, I swear. No, but there's, like I say, these fellows were brought in last minute. I don't think it's unfair to get into the super chats, but we are going to be fair. If you do need to head out, I will say once again, if any of our speakers need to head out, if you're in a hurry, I'll give you 1 minute on the floor to close your thoughts on the discussion. That's totally fine if you need that minute and if it gets a little too late. So that's for all of our speakers on the panel. But yeah, let's try to ask those questions and actually unpack a little bit more based on what our audience is thinking and what they're seeing on screen. So I am sorry to any of our speakers
so
on the
you
panel
know-
who feel like.
Yeah, Ryan, just so you know, I'm in no rush. Each question,
Me
I
neither.
have a thorough discussion. It's not just to answer and get to run away. I want to make sure each question has a discussion around it when there should.
Yes,
Yeah,
you're gonna
let's
get
knock
all
that
your
in there.
money's worth. So
Yeah.
send in those super chats. LJ, send that helicopter question, buddy. I got you.
Okay,
The question for the
to be
helicopter. All
fair,
right. We're
to
doing.
be fair,
Yeah.
what I heard just now, Craig was
Wah.
willing to take all the questions thoroughly, and he couldn't even hear me out. He actually
I heard you
overtalked
out.
me
You
for
repeated
2.5
yourself
minutes.
multiple times.
All you stated, though, simply is that the vertical will not tilt away from you geometrically,
So each
and that's
person's
geometrically
different.
not what your model would claim. Fact of the matter,
you
because the
understand how
tangent
the-
would change,
Good
there would
job
be a
providing
tilt
the
to
model.
the object measured, and you can't concede that fact because you're
Each
intellectually
position
genuine.
We
is
are
its own
gonna.
You don't
We're gonna-
understand.
Game over.
Get into those audience
You're
questions.
conceded.
All right,
Nathan,
come on,
what are you
before
doing? Are you taking
Thank you.
cocaine?
Yeah, Nathan,
No,
if you need
I-
to leave, buddy, you
There-
can
there-
go. It's
there-
fine.
I mean, no. Me and Nathan are in agreement on this. Let's ask those questions from the super chatters. All right. So, Lord Luminous.
Is there any chance,
Poo-
wait, is there any chance we could just get a 1 minute break so I can quickly use the toilet, please?
Yeah, me too.
Oh,
I'll be right back.
Sure. You know what? If you guys need to use the washroom, I can talk to the live chat. So grab yourself a drink. Grab yourself, whatever you need to do. If you need to use the washroom, that's
Nathan, don't
fine.
cry. I'll be back.
Oh,
Yo, you know what
my,
I
guys
noticed,
just can't
too?
help it.
You know what I
oh,
noticed?
yeah, you know-
They're full
well, I
of
was just saying-
insult, but they can't
All right,
actually
let's get to the
talk
question.
to us. It's fucking
Yeah,
sad.
let's try not to do too much debate analysis here, but I will say that there's been quite a bit of interrupting, a lot of stuff going on. So it's we try to keep it as open as we can, but when we moved into the 2-minute back and forth, it's hard to get back to normalcy once you get to that point, right? So I try to do what I can. I'm trying to make sure that it's fair to everybody on the panel here. So I think the best thing for us to do would be to go into the audience questions. They like I say, sometimes when you're on screen, you're not really, you're living in the moment, and the people in the live chat they get to back it up a little bit and maybe chew and stew and ask their questions. So we appreciate everybody who put their questions into a super chat. We are going to ask the questions firstly for the side that they're for, and then we'll give a chance for rebuttal, and then we'll close with the side that was asked the question. Every once in a while, thanks for the chat in there. Every once in a while, though, there is opportunity for just a straight back and forth with a question, so that'll be at the speaker's discretion. If it feels like it's natural, we'll let it go. But let's just wait for Craig to, every once in a while I'll say speak now or forever hold your pee, but I guess I didn't have to tonight. That was just unnecessary. I just wanted to say it anyway.
Can you call a safety meeting?
What was sorry? What was that?
Call a safety meeting for everyone in the chat.
Oh man. All right. Well, we will get to the questions here shortly. Let's just review the poll while we wait for Craig to come back. So right now, for our poll, we have the Earth is, and we have 890 votes. 54% have voted for globe. 34% have voted flat. And then we have 11% that aren't playing by the rules and say a loaf of bread. So they either don't care or they're just here because they just love it. They just love debate. So we appreciate you guys too. Let's get into those questions ASAP. I see you over there, Max. We're going to get everybody off mute and we're going to ask these questions. So Lord Luminous Poo says, if Thanos blipped 50% of all life, this would include the gut biomes of all survivors, causing worldwide diarrhea. In this essay, I will. Oh, yes. Lord Illuminous Poo, you would say something like that. Thanks for being relevant to this discussion. No, it's fine.
The thing is that Thanos did specify it was 50% of sentient life. So I think it's going to be. Nathan, if you need to leave, buddy, you're welcome. You can just go. It's fine.
Did you get a 3-for-1 on those hats?
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to rush through the questions, Nathan, you can leave and we will answer them. It's fine. But let's be clear, this isn't your show, so you don't get to control the speed at which things happen.
Why are you monologuing as if you're the ship commander, Greg? We don't care about your opinion.
Hold on. So
Ryan, can I say one thing before we continue?
I've heard him say that. It's pretty pathetic.
All right,
before we continue, there seems to be some really butthurt flirs that are worried that I'm timing people out. I am absolutely not moderating. We have logs for this. I am not touching the chat. I'm just typing in as a debater. So deal with it. I am not moderating.
That chat is flying. We are letting that chat fly. We appreciate it.
Hilarious. I want to give it up for the Globers. They've really made an entertaining evening for me.
Well, I'm glad you guys are having fun. Let's ask that next one from.
We have a specific conversation about celestial navigation, buddy. I'll take you through it as a sailor with thousands of hours of experience with it.
Hey, bro, you yourself established the vertical wind tilt away. Your model implies 1 degree tilt per 69 miles. Game over, buddy.
Yeah, but that's because you don't understand how the measurements are taken, bud. That's the problem. Nathan, if you need to leave, you can go, bud. We don't mind.
Are you in a hurry to go to your parole officer, Nathan?
It really, if you're that.
Right. Let's go to the next question for sure, though, because we don't really have a whole lot here with the Lord. And
I think you should hold that to a standard. That shit's not necessary or called for, Max. If you're
Oh,
gonna talk
really?
like that, hey, listen, Max. If
I
you're gonna
never
talk
got
like that,
arrested, buddy.
you're a
That's
vile
no, no.
human being.
Hold on, both of you guys. Come on. We're asking the audience questions. Let's not
I'm the
just
one
get
who picked the
right
phone
off into the weeds. Oh my goodness. All right. LJ is asking a question. You wanted this. You really wanted this. LJ says, if you weren't ever taught the globe religion, what would lead you to believe we are on a spinning space ball with curved seawater? Explain in detail. So I'll let you start there,
I've
Craig, and then
measured
we'll
the
go to Max.
rotation of the Earth. My experience as a sailor would clearly point to the fact that the Earth is curved. The observations that we make every day, the forces that we have. If you are smart enough, figuring out the shape of the Earth isn't that hard of a thing to do. But yeah, there's a lot of things that do not make sense unless the Earth is a globe. Max, what about you?
So it's funny how they put this as, oh, you're being indoctrinated, but a lot of these religious flirts, they have been indoctrinated into their actual religion from birth. I wasn't indoctrinated into any religion, so I've been an atheist since I'm 5 years old. The globe is not indoctrination, it's education. I know that you guys are kind of allergic to getting educated. That's why Whitsitt is proud of having dropped out of college. That's why all of you at most have a high school diploma. But education
let's
is
try to
good. Go
keep it
get your
relevant there, bud.
education. The globe is not going to hurt you, LJ. Flat Earth is cooked.
So
All right, we'll
your
give a chance
response
to respond.
your response was to insult the people asking. That's cool. Good job, Max.
Oh,
All right.
you don't understand English. I
Chris,
get
to
it,
be
bro.
fair, if you can't handle insults online, maybe the internet isn't the best thing for
Yeah,
you.
you're such a snowflake.
Here's the thing, though, Craig and Max both. The moment that you, in my opinion, have to resort to any kind of insults, you already
Well,
lose the
your
debate.
opinion
You're
doesn't work
showing
very
a lack of impulse control, and you're just
Says
inherently
the person
being
that
disrespectful.
talking for 5 minutes straight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
Projecting
Well, we're going to
now,
let that play
Craig.
out
Lives
in the...
Glasgow, friend.
Hold on there,
Yeah.
Craig. We're going to ask that next question, but we'll let that play out in the sphere of the public eye. It's up to you to decide, what you're seeing, how you feel. Nathan Thompson is off right now, so I think, we will just move on.
Oh, that's
Sea Lion
fine.
Prime says, can the flurfs explain how GPS trilateration works on a flat Earth? We know for certain that it works with the spherical math and distances/speeds of the signal sources. It's free and open source.
Okay.
Yeah, I got this.
Yeah,
99%
go for it.
of data is moved through underwater fiber optic submarine communication cables. They have towers. They put them on the tops of mountains. They don't adjust for curvature at all. They travel in a Fresnel zone, which means they go up and down. They have an apex. Is this how it's going to go? The whole Q&A, Ryan?
Oh, I'm
Impulse
sorry.
control, Craig.
Well,
Having
well,
conversations.
Hey,
hold on.
we don't
Well, keep-
care
keep-
about your feelings, Craig. Just
Yeah.
impulse
I
control.
don't. I'll be honest. I don't mind little injections like that. You guys are free, like generally, even during discussion, to do stuff like that. But as long as you let the person continue to carry on, we can say as long as you let them have the floor.
You are talking to me via satellite internet because I use Starlink, so it's thanks to the things in space we are currently communicating.
Space is fake.
Well,
Violation of thermodynamics and gas law.
which law of
gas law.
thermodynamics?
Well, second law, right? Entropy of a system would always
tell me the second
decrease
law of
without work put in. We need a container to hold gas
Could you please
pressure.
tell me what the second law of thermodynamics is and what system it refers to?
Without work put in, and a system would tend to disorder.
System.
An enclosed system, an isolated system.
An isolated system. And what is the only isolated system that exists? The entire universe.
Earth.
It doesn't refer to
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong without your dogma.
Earth is receiving constant heat from the sun, so it's not isolated. Thanks for playing.
Earth, an isolated system. The second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to Earth.
Well, you can't just say it doesn't apply to Earth because I have a dogmatic position.
Because it doesn't, because the Earth is not an isolated system.
So what else can, like physics is scalable. What else can you demonstrate? What other system can you demonstrate without containment?
I can demonstrate an open or closed system, but the only isolated system that exists, according to physics, is the entire universe.
What do you know
Alright,
about
neither was
If you're
superfluid?
aware of that, that's fine.
Go ahead.
If you didn't know what the second law of
Chris,
thermodynamics
please,
was,
bro.
that's fine. But
There's
now
lots of
you
questions
do.
from the audience, Chris. I don't know why we're talking to these guys still.
You're right. You're
Well,
right.
well, the
Nathan,
back
with
and
me,
forth is
but if you
fantastic.
need-
That's what we're here
No,
for,
it's
honestly.
fine.
I'm here
Nathan, don't worry. I just called the ambulance. It's on its way.
Yeah.
Bro,
My
you're full of
response-
insults,
I would like
eh?
to have a conversation.
Show your little ego, Max. Your little tiny ego, Max. Eh? Little
Nathan,
buddy?
To be fair,
I'm sorry, what did you
Little
say?
buddy?
Topics.
I said your constant insults. Show your little itty bitty ego. Wink, wink.
Sure, buddy.
Good job,
Sure,
buddy.
All right.
Fine.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that.
We can wrap this up.
Yeah.
Nurse,
No,
All
please.
right, so
just to clarify once
I
again,
interrupted. I never
it's okay, Chris, if you didn't know what the second law of thermodynamics was. Now you
But I
do.
explained it pretty well. You, in fact, didn't
Chris,
correct me. You
please.
just said it's isolated. So,
Chris, please,
entire
bro.
yeah, you're right.
all right.
Please, bro.
All right,
It's
hold
not
on,
nice.
hold on 1 second there, fellas. All right, 1 second, 1 second. So, Nathan, are you, once again, I have to ask if you're in
Yeah.
a hurry to get a move on.
I'd like to respond to the
You
question.
need to
He
go,
asked
you can go.
about GPS, and we've been off topic for 5 minutes. Can I get back to the question, Ryan?
Well,
Yeah.
no, Chris and I were having a conversation, so you can wait. If you need to go, that's fine. But Chris and I were having a conversation, so be a big boy and wait your turn.
Well, we all,
Thank
I
you.
was gonna say, we all understand the rules. Like I say, if you guys want to take a minute and, you know, do your closing statement, that's fine. But we don't want to try to rush through some of this back and forth chat because it's, like I say, that's the bread and butter here. We love that. The audience is loving it too, guys. Let's not discount the audience. That's their favorite
Chris,
part of this.
please,
So,
bro. I need your help, Chris. Please.
Yo, I'm just dying right now, bro. It's so easy. You're sorry, man. Sorry.
I took this
So,
class.
so once again, Chris, the only isolated system is the entire universe. It doesn't apply to the Earth. The Earth is a closed system, not an isolated
Okay,
system.
Earth is special. Thanks for admitting that. At least we can agree on Earth being special.
You don't understand English
mean,
very well, do you?
My stuff there.
all right. Let's move on to
Let's
the next
go on.
question.
Let's go on.
Thunderstorm.
I would like to hear Nathan's response. Can the Globers just have a moment of
Yeah,
impulse control? Thank you.
Oh, As long as you feel like you and I have finished the conversation about thermodynamics, that's fine. I would
Bro,
just
Earth
like-
is special. That's what you said. I agree.
I said that Earth is not an isolated system. If you think that means it's special, then that's absolutely fine. Nathan, what did you want to say about GPS? We finished our conversation. Now you can have yours.
So 99% of information is moved through fiber optics, submarine communication cables. On top of that, they have the Corona satellite balloon program that NASA runs. They launch thousands of balloons every week. You could look up the video. Logistically, they have data centers, a way of retrieving these balloons. Makes no
Is that
sense to send things.
satellite? Just out of
What is
interest.
going on?
I'm
Yo,
just
he's
asking you.
fucking losing it. I love it.
I said something.
Also, I want to bring up electrodynamic tethers. I haven't met a single Glober on TikTok that knew anything about electrodynamic tethers. They don't know where they're
Maybe
know
you
what
should
you
get
think
out
they
of
are.
TikTok.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
Let's
Can I
let's let
reply?
Nathan respond.
Can
No,
I just ask one
I want-
question? Does anything that you said there
You're so
disprove the
chompy.
existence of satellites? If that's it, just a simple question. Does anything that you said there, Nathan, disprove the existence of satellites, or can those things exist alongside satellites? Oh, apparently Nathan doesn't want to have a conversation. I accept his defeat.
All right. I don't know.
So,
if, you did want to respond
we
there.
are talking
Ryan,
about.
I think Nathan needs to leave. You might as well just get rid of him because I think he needs to leave.
Oh, Nathan, don't go.
Is
You're
that
doing
because
fine.
you guys are
So,
terrified of
Nathan,
Nathan's presence?
Chris,
Yeah,
shut,
you
shut
are.
your hole.
Oh,
Nathan just
goodness.
Is that
invoked.
you,
So-
little ego, Max?
Shut your hole,
juicy.
Chris,
Oh
not
my
your turn.
goodness. Hold on, no more shooting
so,
any holes, okay? Let's go. ahead.
yes, his face hole, the one he uses to talk. Shut it for a moment. So Nathan just invoked fiber optic underwater cables. Nathan, could you please map up the distances of those cables on a flat Earth and the globe and realize that a kilometer of those cables cost $3 million. The distances don't work out on a flat Earth. You are just wrong. Satellites exist. I have a personal friend, Rich Rhetoric and Astronomy Live, who have both personally measured and tracked the ISS. You're just woefully incapable of having this conversation. Thanks for playing.
Oh my! And
Oh,
Enlightened Turtle
love
said,
it.
"Get." Hold on, Max. Hold on. Don't make me put you on mute. I tried to. I just missed it. Anyways, so let's see here. We'll get back into the super chats. Enlightened Turtle said, "Get that moist bum tickler to keep it on point." I don't know what that means, Enlightened. Let's just carry into the next ones. So the poll is still up and running, guys. You have a chance to vote in that. We appreciate all of our support here at Modern Day Debate. We are doing DebateCon. It's going to be February 15th and the 16th. Lawrence Krauss and Inspiring Philosophy have already been booked for the event. We got other speakers who we are going to be flying out to come to the DebateCon. So Craig will be there. Yeah, stay tuned. We're going to have an updated list here shortly for you guys. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm going to be there as well.
Nathan's got a question.
Here, Nathan, before the...
Ryan, can we get that second poll up about the people's favorite debater?
Oh, yeah, for sure. That's always a lot of fun, too, so they can let us know who has been rocking it the best in their corner. So Thunderstorm499 says, on the flat Earth, is the atmosphere similar to the oval/round Earth model?
The atmosphere, no. And on the round Earth or globe Earth model, the atmosphere is surrounded by a vacuum. So that would violate natural law. All the gas laws have a V for volume or C for container. Gas pressure is measured as force over area. So you could use pounds per square inch. You could also use pascals, which would be newtons over meter squared. But all of these formulas include surface area because you need something for the gas to press against. It's in the definition. Gas pressure is defined as the gas molecules pressing against the walls of the container, and it doesn't help that outer space is a cartoon, ladies and gentlemen, going in 2025. Cheers.
So I would like to add on to that. The kinetic energy theory of gas includes the intermolecular forces and how the intermolecular forces can move in any direction, including upward, without any kind of force exhibited. That's your downward bias. That's for gravity based on the intermolecular forces. Game over.
All right, Max has been waiting. Hold on there a second, Craig. Max has been waiting pretty patiently with his hand up, so we'll let him have the first go, and then you can, of course, respond, and then we'll let them close it out. So go ahead, Max.
Oh, I love this. You can't have gas pressure next to a container claim. I love that one. Nathan, question for you. Direct question. Where is the container separating the difference in pressure between the bottom of Mount Everest and the top? Go.
I already explained that temperature. We have a vertical temperature.
I'm sorry. Are you Nathan?
You don't like the answer because it came from me?
I'm sorry.
That's
Are you
bad.
Nathan?
You got a little ego.
Yeah, are you
do.
looking for a hookup? I'm sorry. I don't do dumb.
You got, yeah. So I don't
Nathan,
think we even need to
question for
entertain-
you. Where is the container between the bottom and the top of Mount Everest? Go. Thank you for waving the white flag. We can move on. Craig.
All right, we'll let Chris respond to your question there since he is ready to go there. So go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, but I've already explained it like I told you, Max.
You didn't explain jack shit.
Hold
Do
on,
you want to
Max,
give it a go?
Max. Let's let
Where
Chris
is
have
the...
floor,
Let me rephrase it just so it's...
No, we have the question. Let's let him respond, then I'll give you the floor.
I got
after.
it.
So go ahead,
Why
Chris.
do we have a vertical pressure gradient? It's because we have a vertical temperature gradient. In Guy Lassac's law, one of the 3 empirical standard gas laws that we can prove.
Okay, hold on. Stop your rant. Stop your rant for a second. 1 second. Stop.
I'm still talking, Matt.
Stop.
Little ego
Hold on,
guy.
we're gonna give him 15 seconds. Okay. Just try to keep it on the subject. Let's not deviate.
So what I think is more likely that Nathan isn't even entertaining you and your stupid questions because we already gave you the answer and you can't comprehend it. But maybe people in the chat can. That's what I think is more likely happening. Would you agree, Nathan?
So, no one is talking about the temperature. The temperature gradient is there. So you are admitting that you can have a differential of temperature without a container. That debunks your original claim. Thanks for playing.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot you don't understand English. Let me lay it out for you. Let me lay it out for you. The original claim is that you can have atmospheric pressure next to a vacuum. Now, my question is, where is the container between the bottom of Mount Everest and the top? And you just admitted that because there is a temperature differential, you can have a pressure differential on a vertical, vertically, right?
Are you done?
So
Are you done?
no, I'm not done.
Okay.
So,
All right, 10 seconds.
if you're admitting that you can have a vertical, that means that you have high pressure next to lower pressure, next to lower pressure, next to lower pressure. That debunks your original claim of gas pressure without a container.
All right.
Are you getting that, Max? Foaming?
No.
No? Okay, can I get the big box then? I don't know how that works. This is like one of my first or second Zooms.
Okay,
Okay. We have Boyle's law, we have Charles' law, we have Guy Lassac's law.
I guess not. I'll just sit here and do nothing then. I won't get a chance to talk.
Did you not just
he just
hear
finished
Max
up a point.
freak out?
We just heard a point from Max, so
he's freaking out.
Go ahead there,
Let's
Chris.
just remember,
I've
we
been
have
trying
at
to
least
say something
one
for
standard
a
gas
while.
law.
Every
The
time I
temperature
speak, you
change.
keep talking instead of letting me respond.
Let's all acknowledge Craig's feelings for a second.
No, it's just I would like a chance to respond instead of you just saying the same thing over and over. If you could just be quiet for a minute and let me respond, that would be wonderful.
That was your partner, Max, who spoke for you. Now I'm responding to him,
But
and you're
I
crying,
would say
as Max
something,
has
that's
said
okay.
several
I'm
times.
I'm trying to gauge what's most fair here, guys. Let's give Chris at least 20 seconds here, just because Max did directly address him, and then I'll let you jump in here, Craig, since you have had less time here on the panel for sure. So go ahead there, Chris.
Okay, so if you can see here, we have the three standard gas laws: Boyle's, Charles, and Guy Lassac's. We know that gravity isn't included in any empirical observation we make scientifically. But what we do know is there's a vertical temperature gradient, which would have the direct correlation to both pressure and density. That's how it works. This is called thermal expanse. If you don't know about it, you should learn it. Max, in particular, I'm talking to you.
Right, let's let Craig jump on in here before you guys get back into another
Let's
back
go to
and
the
forth
super
there.
chat.
You just said a bunch of nothing, so thank you.
Yeah, your
Right.
in-depth understanding and
Guys,
basic
guys, all
knowledge
right, hold
is the talking point.
We just like I said, I don't want to put you guys both on mute, but let's let Craig jump in here before we get into the next super chat, because there's been a lot that we've been unpacking. I know there's a lot of thoughts on the panel, and we do want the audience to hear you guys all fairly. So I'm going to give the floor to Craig, and I think then we'll carry into the next one if you guys are good with that. Go ahead there, Craig.
Wonderful. Yes, no one's denying there's a temperature gradient. Temperature and pressure are linked. Just because there is a temperature gradient does not change the fact there is a pressure gradient that exists without a container between each layer of pressure. To claim there is no gas law with gravity in it is false. The barometric formula hydrostatic equation contains acceleration due to gravity. Gas laws are usually are ideal situations which don't exist in reality. Your claim of nothing contains gravity empirically is just false. It is the most empirically studied part of science in the world. You just saying things over and over and over and over, Chris, does not change the laws of physics, which you clear. No, I want a little bit more than 5 seconds. I've been waiting quite a long time, actually, so I'm going to have at least a minute. Thank you.
As long as it's not bad, if you can give them something that they can respond to, right?
No,
quick,
I'm going to actually get all my points out because I'm waiting very patiently to actually talk here.
Oh my God, Craig and his feelings.
No, I would just like to be able to talk. Conversations need talking, so if you want to keep your feelings to yourself right now, that'd be wonderful.
Yeah, but conversations wouldn't entice talking over someone and then being like,
I guess I don't get to
the worst person on this table.
Hold on. I did give the floor to Craig fairly because you have had less time. But I think that was fine. But I will say, let's try not to just talk about meta stuff. Like if you have a point that's direct.
Right, yeah. I'm literally
and then let them bounce.
Specifically about the claims that have been made. Right. So everything that was said by him is just false, and a straw man of how physics actually works. It's him not understanding physics. He doesn't get that all these gas laws are ideal situations which don't exist in reality. The gas law which really applies here is the barometric formula, which includes the acceleration due to gravity. And the fact that there is no rushing up of the atmosphere towards the lower pressure shows that there is some kind of force creating an acceleration downwards, stopping the gas rushing up towards the lower pressure areas. His misunderstanding
that's the best I could do for you.
Does not stop that.
Okay, so
right.
are you done
Last
poisoning
word.
the well, Craig, like a pathetic human being you are? I
Well,
know that.
I
Hold on.
didn't.
I'm
Well, once
speaking.
you can-
I'm
Hold on.
speaking, and I
Hold
just
on. We're being
listened to
fair.
you
He
poison
was
the
on the
well for
mute,
2
so we're gonna
minutes.
bounce it back.
Yeah. So I didn't invoke ideal gas law because I'm not invoking a uniform temperature or pressure. You are in defense because all we can do empirically is prove these 3 laws. Stop with your nonsense. Stop with your nonsense. You can make up a formula to how it works in the atmosphere, but bottom line, empirically, these are the 3 that we can prove. To say beyond that, to say that I'm arguing this when I understand full well that we don't have a uniform temperature, you're just
Okay,
being
that's just
disingenuous,
false.
and you're
It's just
poisoning
a
the
false.
well, and you're
It's
interrupting
just a
like a
false
pathetic
claim.
numpty,
All right,
and
hold
then
on. 5
you're
seconds. 5
projecting
seconds
like
for
a
Chris,
little
and we'll bounce
child.
it.
False claim.
Fact of the
Chris,
matter. I got my point across.
Chris,
They'll then
just,
just say, I'm the victim
Chris,
because
just
my name's
no,
Craig, and
Chris,
all I do is
Chris,
overtalk.
no, wait,
All right,
no,
1
you-
second, Chris. This is
Yeah.
it's
Right,
it's
so
not
Chris,
helping right
just
now. So
clear.
Grow
last commentary between the
Oh.
2 of you guys, and we're gonna move to the next question.
Let's just move to the super chat
Chris,
because these
just to be
guys are
clear,
intellectually
no,
disingenuous.
I would. No, is he interrupting me again? No, Chris, just to be clear, what
Oh,
you've
is
just
that
said.
you playing the victim again? Little
Hold on. I'll let you have the last word on this one. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Chris.
Chris, just to be clear,
On this back.
what you have said that we can only empirically prove those 3 is completely and utterly false. That is just something that you have made up and made as a complete assertion. We can show that all gas laws hold true under ideal situations. And I didn't talk about the ideal gas law. I said those gas laws work under ideal situations. So again, if you could just restrain yourself for 5 seconds and listen to when
All right,
someone
we're back to
it would be fine.
I can't restrain myself. All right, I'm just picking. Sorry, Max. We won't have probably time to do another back and forth on this one. We do have lots of questions I should say coming in. My goodness. But yeah, if you want to give like a 10-second closer on that one, Chris, and then we'll carry into the next one.
Oh, well, empirically, the only thing that we can prove affects gas pressure is volume, temperature, pressure, the number of moles, right? Empirically. To say
False.
beyond that, and again, Craig,
False.
to say that the downward bias is because of gravity when the intermolecular forces of gases dictate that they are free to move without bias in any direction, proves
wrong.
that you are
Right.
melting. Let's move on to the next super chat,
Right.
hopes.
We are going to move on to the next super chat. Thanks, guys.
Just quickly,
You guys are
you're wrong. Once kinetic energy runs out, then that doesn't hold true. So gravity is the thing that makes it. So you're wrong.
We know that you guys agree you're wrong,
Yeah,
but
I wouldn't have time for everyone else, so I'm gonna respond.
All right.
You're
For sure,
hilarious.
I don't mind a little bit of back and forth, but yeah, we do have a lot of questions.
Before you start the next one, someone please send a super chat about the final experiment. I'm going nuts.
Well, it's the very next one after Shovelhead Steve said Flurfs equals a poop emoji. Shovelhead Steve always coming in to keep it real, but you know Nathan loves the haters, so keep them coming in. That's fine. Megan Marie, to both sides, will you accept the results of the final experiment? So, yeah, if you want to start with that one, Max, go for it.
100%.
Yes. So it's 12 p.m. local time, and here Will is live streaming. And we can't see the sun right now, but it's daylight as fuck. So I'm sorry, Flat Earth was dead. It was dead a long time ago. We're just waiting for you Flat Earthers to catch up. So thank you, Megan Marie, for that super chat. Love you. Let me stop the share. There we go.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll keep it to the same side, so over you, Craig.
100%. If they do not see what the globe predicts, then I will claim that the Earth is flat and join Globebusters because I stand for truth. And whatever the evidence shows to be true, I will follow. For absolutely years, flat earthers have been saying that there's no 24-hour sun in Antarctica. You can't go to Antarctica. It would show that the Earth is a globe. But there's literally come out of flat earthers' mouths. But now it's happening. They're all running from the final experiment. They are down there right now, disproving the claim that the Earth is flat. And all the flat do is
We have
code.
flat earthers destroying flat Earth, and my bet
All right.
is that
All right, you
if
had
there
your-
was no 24-hour sun, I will eat this Bible cover to cover and with the plastic,
God.
with the plastic.
I knew you were going to say
whatever.
something
What's
ridiculous.
the
All right, we
word?
got to let the other side respond. You guys had your fun. All right, to the other side, Nathan and Chris, to both sides, will you accept the results of the final experiment? So, Nathan, if you want to start that one.
Yeah, I went out and tested the Earth 8 years with telescopes, high-power zoom cameras, infrared, lasers, mirror reflection test. Can I
Hold on.
respond?
I'll have
Ryan?
to put you on mute there, buddy. Sorry. And
Bro, I
it's
literally
happening
have
again,
been
guys.
I haven't said anything for 20 minutes, bro.
All right, go ahead.
We're not getting through these questions at a rapid rate at all whatsoever. This is like a lot of meta and arguing and complaining. And so I'd like to get to like the concise scientific questions. That'd be great. But will I blindly believe what other people show me they saw in Antarctica? No, I tested the Earth for 8 years. You don't need to blindly believe strangers about what the floor is. That's the nice part about flat Earth. I don't need people to believe me. They can go test this themselves. That's how I know I'm right. I don't need to wait for other people to go to a restricted area and look at the sun in the sky to prove what the floor is. That's not an experiment. It's not scientific. You don't have an independent variable that you're manipulating. You don't have an observation that's naturally occurring that you can manipulate. All you're doing is looking at the sky. Doesn't prove anything about the floor. Thanks for playing.
All right, let's let
Get
Chris
that
respond to
copium
super
into
chat.
your veins, Nathan. Get it
Hold
right
on.
there.
Oh, Max, you would make me mute you. You guys are so much fun. So it's for the other side this time, guys. So will you accept the results of the final experiment? To you, Chris.
I align more or less with what Nathan's saying. I'm not saying that it would not be an observation to make, but I'm saying if the Earth is flat, we would have to ultimately make up different explanations than the cause being. There could be multiple different explanations based on an ecliptic path and how we would specifically observe that from one single point. And
All right.
Right. So I would just like 30 seconds to just say something about this, that Nathan really doesn't understand that this is how science is done. You make a hypothesis that the Earth is rotating on a tilt, and you make a prediction from that. The prediction is that you will see a 24-hour sun during the Antarctic summer, and you go out and test that. The independent variable would be your position on Earth. The dependent variable would be if or not you see the 24-hour sun. You not understanding how science works and literally having it down to your dogmaticness about flat Earth doesn't change the fact that they are there right now doing something that is impossible if the Earth is flat. You, Nathan, yourself has said you can't go to Antarctica. You're wrong, and you won't ever admit it.
Did you want to respond there, Chris, or do you want to carry on? Sorry?
I have nothing to say. I tried getting my point across. Regardless of their observations, right? They're going to still establish an azimuth grid and use Euclidean geometry, which proves a flat Earth. So ultimately, we would have to figure out, like Craig was saying, the truth. And the truth is that Earth is not curving in any kind of way. So how
The predictions down there show that it is.
do we...
Hey,
Yeah,
guys. All right.
as soon as I say
Let's-
that, it melts.
It's buzzword, cope. Get it in those veins.
You already heard your
Okay,
feel.
okay, you guys having fun.
Next people say
That's
it.
great. Next
We are
question
people-
for sure. You guys are having too much fun here. Quantum80 says, they, Flurfs, still believe a model is something you can hold in your hand like a toy car model. They don't know what a scientific model is. I think we're going to move on to one that's got a little bit more meat for us. Dr. Dino, thanks for coming out and participating in our super chats there. He says, Nathan, would you debate a paleontologist? Me, on the age of the Earth. Not interested in a flat versus globe debate, just how old it is. So, Nathan, is that something that you'd be interested in, debating a paleontologist on the age of the Earth?
Yeah, other than the relationship I have here with modern day debate, if you want to debate me, it's $200. I'll show up anywhere, anytime.
Or flirt for money.
All right, well, you heard it. If you want to have that debate, he's made his pitch there. So you heard it, Dr. Dino. You can get a hold of us, and But yeah,
200
we'll definitely-
Zimbabwean dollars, guys.
I mean, Ryan, what
We
do they-
we got you for free, buddy. You can charge anything.
Hold on, Max.
If they cry
What's-
every
what-
time we say something, this is going to take forever, brother. So can I
Yeah,
say something?
I'm in no
Ryan?
rush.
Hold on.
Ryan,
We're
My
gonna
time's
let
worth
Nathan
something,
in
right?
here.
I've spent 10 years looking at this topic. If they want to debate me, it's not my fault. They spent all their lunch money on NASA cartoons and can't afford a debate. So,
Love that.
Somebody will put in a super chat asking about CGI. I'm sure. I'm gonna keep an eye out for
wait,
it. I'm
I
looking
forgot
for
to
LJ.
say something. Nathan came in and said that download the Flat Earth app. Please do not download that app. You're better off spending $3 of meth than buying that app. It's leaking security. It's leaking security info, personally identifiable information. Do not download Scammer Dave Wise's app.
Yeah, Wits actually
Alright.
lost all his because of that app. Unfortunately, yeah, it's a shame.
All right, let's get into the next one. My goodness, you guys, do you know the meaning of keeping it light? No, I didn't think we were going to tonight.
I mean, they think they're bullies, so you know.
But yeah, Ryan, I've got no hard cut off at all, so I'm happy to go for the next 4 or 5 hours doing these questions, mate. No
Hell
worries.
yeah.
4 or 5 hours. All right, well, we got lots.
Globe,
Great.
Go until tomorrow.
Good. All right, that's fun. Let's see. Roland says, Nathan, you really need to get your own line of salad dressings. Thank you, Roland. We appreciate you. That's really helpful. All right, so Bruce asks, Chris and Nathan, who is in charge of keeping the dome clean? I wash my windows, and 4 months later, they're dirty again. Oh, Bruce coming in with the imagery there. LJ says,
those were
why?
those were the 100 balloons that Nathan was talking about earlier. They're actually sent up there to scrape the dome and keep it clean using electrostatic tethering, which manifests as an ethereal plane that comes in and out and lets it charge up. I don't know, something like that.
Why
I
is
don't know
Craig
what you're
saying for the Flurfs? It's of course the penguins that clean the dome. Come on, guys. Next question.
Neurological disease
Next
that-
question.
twitch or
Come
something.
on.
It's crazy.
Well, there's not too much to engage with here, but that is, yeah, I was going to say, I'm glad that you guys were able to have some fun with that one. Thanks, Bruce. LJ says, why space travel keep getting delayed 4 decades for now?
Money.
Money.
Yeah, but Elon Musk is doing a good job of making it go faster. He's now got reusable rockets and stuff that can be caught whilst landing backwards.
I go back to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem
we're gonna talk about
Hold on. This question is for the one side, so I got to be fair. I'm sorry. We'll just give the floor back to you, Craig, and we'll let you guys bounce the question.
No one's going to say that NASA is a well-run, efficient organization. They are useless at what they do. In fact, they're practically pointless right now with SpaceX. But yeah, if we had the ability to go back right now, then we probably would. But they want to make it safe, and SpaceX is doing a great job at doing that. Testing by destruction. It's getting there.
All right, I'll let you respond there, Chris and Nathan. And then
Nathan needs to leave. Do we need to address this? Nathan really needs to leave, I think. I'm just worried that he's missing out on his.
All right, hold on. Lord knows what you're about to say. Hold on, Lord knows what you're about to say. All right, Chris, fan. Yeah, let's hand it over back to you to respond to something what you just heard.
I also think that we don't need to entertain redundant questions. I kind of am because I'm trolling Craig and Max here, but
oh, you're failing miserably at that, buddy. You're not a bully.
All right, Bruce.
I would never bully you. I would never bully you.
Yeah, because you couldn't possibly bully me. You're not capable enough.
Okay. Let's not try to. Yeah, we're just poking for no reason.
$200 to do you live, debate you live at DebateCon.
Who are you talking to? Not me,
I'm
sure.
to Nathan, if he wants to debate live at DebateCon, I'll cover that $200, no problem.
All right. Let's see here. Isa Kabir. That does remind me, though, once again, keep an eye out for
Yes,
those updates. We're going to talk about
Isa.
the DebateCon soon. So, yeah, Isa Kabir says, we have an after show on Matters Now. Shout out to MXXD, my Tell Me That Story co-host, and our friend FTFE and Ryan. Also, Feli Complanos, to me tomorrow.
Feliz cumpleaños.
Sorry.
That's
also
happy
want
birthday
to-
in Spanish.
Genuinely shady.
Oh, okay, to me tomorrow. So, yeah, happy birthday to you, Isa, tomorrow.
Happy birthday, Isa. Yes.
All right. Also want to thank Nathan Thompson and Chris too. Well, thank you to all of our speakers on the panel
Guys,
for
seriously,
making
thanks
it.
for jumping in at the last minute. It is. I do appreciate that.
Yeah,
Yes,
that was a
I do
legendary jump
appreciate
in.
that. You tried your hardest. You failed. It's okay. Tomorrow will be another day.
Yo, are you congratulating yourself, Max? How pathetic is that?
Do you not understand humor? Does that go
Yeah.
over your head like
I
English
understand
does?
I understand.
How high are you, buddy?
Heathen
Hi, how are
Stalking
you?
says Nathan and Chris just put on a masterclass in the Dunning-Kruger effect. Well done, guys. They'll be using you as an example for generations. I don't know if you want to say anything to Heathen Stalking or if that's somebody that you know, but hold on. I know you want to jump on that one, but this is for you, Craig. Troy Unruh says, Craig, if you launch a non-running helicopter with a slingshot, would it have Coriolis?
If you launch a non-running helicopter with a slingshot, yeah, it would be a ballistic projectile. And
Coriolis,
anything that is moving relative to the surface, so if it has a velocity of more than 0 compared to the surface, it's going to have, on a rotating body, a Coriolis force applied to it. So whether that helicopter is on or not, once it is moving with a speed relative to the surface, this Coriolis force is applied to it. Now, if the helicopter has its engine on, much stronger than the Coriolis, but if it's just being thrown by a big slingshot, a trebuchet would probably be better, actually, thinking about it. But if it was just thrown like that, over the very short distance, the Coriolis force would be very, very, very small, but it would be measurable. Because as Neil deGrasse Tyson said, the winning field goal was aided by a 1/8 of an inch deflection to the right. He didn't say the Earth rotates under it, like Nathan likes to lie and say.
All right, Nathan, give you a chance to respond.
Yes, he doesn't like conversations.
So you don't want to take a chance to jump on
I
that
just
one?
spent an
or-
hour talking to these guys. I'd like to answer the questions from the chat, please.
Yeah, it involves conversations back and forth, Nathan. That's part of what this is.
Well, I guess that gives you guys the closing on that one, but yeah, we are going to try to bounce the questions as much as we can.
Cool.
Felix says,
I'll take the closing on that if you want. Sorry,
I think the close is done there. So Phoenix says Nathan Sunkalk. Oh man, what are they trying to make me say? Debunks your circling sun biblical model. It also debunks the globe. Why don't you acknowledge this? It is said I'm not going to read that last part. That's just not beneficial. So go ahead there, Nathan.
Yeah, no problem.
I mean, if it's insults to me, you can read them.
Yeah,
stuff.
me.
Can I respond?
Sure thing.
The Ptolemaic model was unchanged for 1,300 years. They had the Ore, which predicted eclipses and transits of planets. It was a physical model. Then look into the Antikythera mechanism. Also look into astrolabes. They had 6 or 7 different... Can I respond?
Yeah.
Excellent. So they have multiple layers because there's different wheels in the sky and there's different movements in the sky. For example, the sidereal day moves faster than the solar day. And if you're just spinning in a room on a chair with wheels, everything above you would move in the same angular velocity, but the stars actually move faster than the sun. According to parallax, the sun, which is closer, should move faster than the stars. The Prague clock has been functioning for 610 years. They didn't know anything about mass attracting mass. They didn't pretend bendy, warpy space-time was real. They didn't pretend time could dilate or that we were moving through an infinite galaxy with morphing star constellations. The pyramids were 8-sided, and even Einstein admits he has a kinematic equivalence. You could look it up. He's famous for it. You can explain the motion on a geocentric or a heliocentric Earth. It's actually easier on a geocentric Earth because we don't have to invoke dark energy, dark matter, 3-body problems, horizon problems, Mercury problems, Hubble tension problems.
So you're just going to waffle now. You kind of ignored the question at this point.
The question was for me, guys.
I know, but you've ignored the question and just waffled.
All right. Well, I'm done, Ryan. Next question, please.
No, I'm going to respond. He's wrong. The sun and the stars both
Do
move
allow
at
the other
approximately
side to respond.
degrees per hour. So no, everything he just said was wrong. He doesn't understand that kinematic equivalence is literally just a mathematical description of movement from a particular reference frame, and doesn't disprove or prove anything. So I don't know why he keeps bringing it up. Practically everything he said there is completely and utterly wrong and a misunderstanding of physics. He doesn't understand parallax and the difference between a solar and a sidereal day and why they're important. Guys, do not get your physics information from Nathan Thompson. That's like trying to buy ice cream from a pizza shop.
Okay, can I respond to you now, Craig?
Sure thing, Chris.
So in astronomy, the ecliptic coordinate system is a celestial coordinate system commonly used for representing the apparent positions, orbits, and pole orientations. Now, typically globers would say that there's no direction in space, but that's wrong based on what they claim of solar system objects. Because most planets, except Mercury and many small solar system bodies, have orbits with only slight inclinations to the ecliptic, using it as a fundamental plane is convenient. The system's origin can either be center of the Earth or the sun. Then it goes on further to break it down. So we use geocentric references around Polaris. We do not incorporate any kind of z-axis in any of these measurements, including your 1 degree per 69 miles. So because they provide us how it works dual model, and we know that there's no curvature, this would be likely what's happening here. Pretty straightforward. So that also has a direct correlation to all Cartesian coordinates on Earth. When we go back to the trilateration or the GPS, that's actually geographical position on Earth. That's the origin of celestial navigation. And the fact of the matter is, Craig, I know that you just spoke and you're trying to speak up on me.
Last 10 seconds.
Okay, last 10 seconds. We utilize the geocentric references. Facts. Game over.
Yeah, that's just a handy reference frame because we are on Earth, so we can compare things to our reference frame. But you can have a reference frame as anywhere. Just because we use a geocentric reference frame because we are on Earth does not disprove anything about the globe model. So you just
that part right there. That part right there. That's what disproves the model right there.
It doesn't disprove the model.
We don't use and incorporate this.
Actually, yes, that doesn't mean that the model doesn't exist, but you can use a geocentric reference for certain calculations because it's a handy thing because we live on Earth. None of that disproves the globe in any way, shape, or form.
Well, the curving surface.
You're strawmanning the globe.
No, the curving surface being falsified destroys the globe. It hasn't
been falsified. The curving hasn't been falsified.
So the difference between the difference between
these two the shape of the Earth.
They're both referenced on a plane surface, but this one has Earth curving.
Yeah,
right. And we're not using that in our measurements. We're just plotting a point around Polaris, right? A circle around Polaris. So there's no actual curvature.
Yes, there is.
It's simple. Okay. Fair enough.
All right, you guys have had your fun with that one. Flat McGee says the final experiment is dumb. Show a compass dip at magnetic poles. You can't.
Oh, yeah. MC Toon actually got a dip compass and he's been doing dip measurements all throughout his scales as he was going towards Punta Arenas, and he will be doing the same measurements in Antarctica. All of the data will be published later, so thanks for playing.
Yeah, it's been done. Being done right now.
Everybody's doing the thing. See, that's catching on. Did you have anything to say on the other side?
No, Nathan's having his little tick again. I think he needs his medication. I think it's a neurological thing. You do get that.
All right, hold on.
Is it possible you OD'd on copium?
Yeah, you guys are coping.
He needs to take his copium, doesn't he? Yeah, double dose, I think.
Don't be, I was gonna say, don't be distracted by Nathan there. If you want to engage there, Chris, with the question, and then
for sure. I will.
breaking news. One sec. Breaking
on.
news.
What?
Darwinism
Whatever.
has
Whatever.
just admitted there's a
Greg,
24-hour
shut the
sun.
fuck up.
No. This is
When the
important.
host gave me
Hold
the
on, hold on.
mic,
What's-
remember we were
yeah.
saying,
This
you in
is
fact
very
were saying,
important.
this is not your show, Craig.
Well, hold on.
Could we
That's
just,
what you
like,
were
Unless
saying.
it's
You
an
said it
emergency
several
leave.
times.
Hold on, Chris. Just unless it's an
Breaking-
emergency leave, like what's going on there, FTFE, really quickly.
Darwinism, the biggest flat earther, has just admitted that there is in fact a 24-hour sun, which he said would prove to him the Earth is a globe. Darwinism is no longer a flat earther, guys.
All right.
So that's
over to
coming
you,
from your
Chris.
That's coming from your mouth, and that needed you to interrupt me. Cool beans, bro.
Yes, very important. Very,
I thought
very.
maybe, I thought maybe you had an emergency there. So just 1 second there.
Well, that was an
Greg, let's
emergency.
go ahead.
That needed to be said. That was an
It's
emergency.
an emergency.
Let's just
All right,
move
go
on to
ahead,
the
Chris.
next question. I think we're proving our point. No, actually, you have a point. I do have a point. So Craig's been debating on the shape of the Earth for the last at least 5 years that I'm aware of. And the poll that started off saying that's 51, only 51% actually believe it's a globe. So I think you personally defending the globe hasn't been working in your favor in any kind of way, Craig. Kudos to you, though, for trying your hardest.
That makes absolutely no sense. There happens to also be flat earthers in the chat, and I'm still winning.
I don't know
All right,
how
let's ask
you...
that next question. Quantum 80 has one for you, Nathan. There it says there's 4 variables. Nathan forgot DEG latitude. So any thoughts there, Nathan?
Then I forgot for what.
DEG latitude, they say.
Or
There's
when
4
you're talking about
variables.
Coriolis, probably.
Okay, well, I have the formula right here, and it's just mass times angular and tangential velocity. This is a simple Google search. So, like, embarrassing yourself like that and saying I'm wrong is what Globers do constantly. They snatch their own wig off. So, thanks for playing. Next question.
Are you
please.
capable of deriving any of the terms if you don't have them, Nathan? Or do you just regurgitate the formula? Are you able to actually do the math?
Next question, please. Right.
So no,
Thank
I'm
you
gonna
for conceding.
The
Alright,
basic
we'll do that.
Coriolis formula is FC2mv omega sine theta. FC Coriolis force, M mass of the object in kilograms. Sorry. V velocity of the object relative to the rotating frame. Omega angular velocity. Delta latitude of the motion. This is the basic Coriolis force formula. You can derive from that other formulas like the one that you've got. That is a derivation of the formula that I have just shown, which is the base formula for the basic Coriolis force formula. Of course, there is many ways to calculate the Coriolis force. The way to get the most accurate one is to use the mass of the object, the velocity of the object, the angular velocity of the rotating reference frame, and the latitude of the motion.
All right.
This formula is used to bring the force acting directly on an object, traveling relative to the surface of the Earth.
Let's wrap it there. Chris, did you have anything you wanted to add there, or Nathan to close this comment?
Coriolis is debunked.
No, it's not.
Remember, the centrifugal force would change the mass of an object north and south of the equator. It would empirically tell in our very fine measurements.
Oh, right, yeah.
Silver, except we have a standard troy ounce everywhere we go across the surface of the Earth. So that effectively debunks your claim. Game over.
So a troy ounce is a measure of mass, not weight. Doesn't change. However, the actual weight of things does change. Okay, measured in something which doesn't change based on latitude, but when you change it to something like pounds, it does change its actual weight. It doesn't change its mass, which is in kilograms. Does change its weight, which is in another unit. Gold used to actually be weighed on a locally calibrated scale because the difference in the gold would actually change the weight based on where it was sold. Had to make sure that sales were locally calibrated. And to prove this, Critical Think on the way to Antarctica has measured a bunch of different weights at different places on his journey to show that the weight changes based on where you are on Earth, disproving your claim because it's being done right now.
Okay, so guess what? You're 1,000,000% false. If that were the case, it would
No such
create
thing as 1,000,000%.
Host, can you just actually mute him till I'm done talking?
Let's do that for just a second. Let's try to wrap up this question.
So what we see here is centrifugal force. It changes with latitude. Can you agree? You can't even speak, so I'll just assume you can agree. So it changes with latitude, but the gravitational acceleration towards the center of Earth is uniform wherever you go. So if this was the case, because weight is the gravitation times mass, supposedly, minus the centripetal force, the force exerted outward off of it, right? And that changes, we would have a measurable difference just going 10 degrees north. And this would create an arbitrage opportunity for the rich and the elite, since gold is measured in such finite scale. The fact of the matter is, a standard troy ounce cannot be deviated from. It's 31.1034768 grams. Regardless of where you are.
All right. Wait. I've been waiting patiently.
Max, I've got this. Max, I've got this.
Game over. You guys actually believe gold will change in weight?
Again,
all right, let's let there be a response. We'll have it back and forth.
Again, right? Gram is a measure of mass and not weight. Weight is mass times the gravitational acceleration. What you were just saying about there being a measurable difference is...
Wait, what did you say? Grams is a measurement of mass? A kilogram. Where do we derive a kilogram?
Grams is a measure of mass, not weight.
No, you're entirely wrong. What is the difference?
No, I'm not. Grams is a measure of mass, and that changes based the weight changes based on where you are. The mass never changes.
What's the difference? What is mass? Explain to me what mass is.
Mass is the amount of stuff.
The amount of stuff.
If you want it in physics term, mass is the resistance to inertia. That's how physics describes
inertia. So what's the difference between mass and weight?
To respond, you need to stop talking and let me speak, right?
But you're entirely getting everything wrong, but I'm letting you bury yourself.
You need to listen.
So when you're done dish galloping, let me know when I got to
all right, you need to
do 15 seconds. I know Max really wants to jump in.
No, I need
15 seconds. We got to be fair to Max too.
I would like a minute, please, because I've been interrupted constantly, and I would
You've been interrupted? How fucking hilarious is that? Are you playing the victim?
I've been interrupted way more than anybody else here today. This is
nobody's getting a minute right now, so if you can do 15 and then hand it to Max just to be fair.
30 at least, please. I'd appreciate 30 because I would like to actually try and get my point across. Right. Grams, a measure of mass, not weight. The weight changes based on your latitude. That's why gold had to be weighed with locally calibrated scales. Otherwise, the thing that you said they would make more money would have been the case, but they literally had to change where what the scales were, locally calibrating them. And what you said about the centrifugal force changing, yes, that's why you weigh less at the equator than you do at the poles. There is a measurable difference. This is an absolute fact that exists and has been tested.
Are you done?
It doesn't change this.
Are you done? So based on the difference of centrifugal force at the equator, at the 30 degrees north or south, there would be a 17% change. Now, I'm going to correct you because you did.
Hold on. We're going to give at least 20 to 30, and then Max is going to jump in.
Okay. So that's a 17% change just between 0 and 30 degrees. Now, what you don't understand, mass is an atomic reference to the amount of stuff, as you eloquently put it. So weight is actually the specific displacement of an object. We can demonstrate that, right? Right? So when I weigh an apple in water, it's weightless. Crazy how that works, right? Weightless. No, it's neutral buoyant. It's weightless.
Weight is mass gravity. That's what weight is. You're just wrong there.
Mass is an atomic.
No, it's not.
It has a direct relation to the atomic composition of the atom. Yeah,
no, it's not. You're talking about atomic mass, not mass.
Is mass over volume, no gravity needed, and you can actually be weightless. Like an apple is weightless in water. It's neutral buoyant. No weight. No observed external force or downward. It has mass. It absolutely has mass. It has zero weight.
You're wrong,
right?
Chris. You're wrong. It's not weightless.
So
It's not
what you
weightless.
don't
There
understand about
force
this
acting
unit of
on it.
measurement, and I
Chris,
need to just correct you.
I am trying to explain to you, but you need to
I
listen.
need you. No, I need you to listen
Chris,
very
Chris,
clearly.
stop, Chris. It's not weightless. There is a force of buoyancy acting.
I need you to understand very clearly. You made a false claim, and I'm going to hold you to the fire
Chris,
right now.
You are wrong, Chris. I am no Max. Please, just leave this with me, please.
You're not. You're
Chris,
not understanding.
Chris,
I need you to understand. First and foremost,
I am going to explain to you.
Graham is a measurement of weight, not
Chris,
mass, like you
answer
falsely
to-
asserted.
All right, let's let FTFE respond there. Just I can still hear even when I'm on my bathroom break. But yeah, Max has been waiting so long. I know you're really into it, but yeah.
I want to finish this first, please. Right.
For sure, and then we'll hand it over to Max to do the math.
Grams and kilograms are a measure of the the actual mass, the amount of things there. That is a unit that measures mass. Weight is mass times gravity. Wherever you are on Earth, the weight of something changes based on your latitude. You were wrong with the 17%. There is not a 17% difference in centrifugal acceleration. The centrifugal acceleration at the equator is 0.0003 meters per second squared. Right, Max, what would you like to say?
Right.
Okay.
So, Chris said something that the gravitational attraction is uniform across the Earth, and as anyone who has been on this channel before has heard PhD Tony say, that is absolutely false, and these differences in the local gravitational field of the Earth is how we find mineral deposits, oil, and it's literally the work of people like PhD Tony who actually find stuff underground for a living with gravitometers and other mechanisms. So, Chris, you're on a roll. You're wrong again.
You're spewing bullshit. Both you guys are just coping and fucking melting out the airs. So would you agree, Craig, and this is just a simple yes, no, that the difference between 1037 and 898 at 0 latitude and 30 is a 17% change? Would you agree simply? So you can say probably...
Right, I'm going to answer.
Okay, but I don't need a monologue.
No. You asked the question. I'm going to answer.
Is that a 17% difference?
You've asked me a question.
All right, he asked a question. Let's let you respond nice and quick, and then we'll carry on to the next question. So there's too much
Chris, when you ask the question, you shut the fuck up and let the
person...
Okay,
but it's a yes or no. Because you just fucking straight up poison the well, you dumb piece of shit.
I'm trying to respond.
Now answer the question. Is that a 17% change?
See Ryan what he's doing.
Hold on, Chris. Yes, we're just let's just respond to the question, but without the over talking.
He has the massive impulse control issues. He cannot.
Everybody's having some massive interruptions going on tonight. But let's just try to
get this
question answered so we can get into it.
Ryan, let me respond. There is a 17% difference in the speed. There is not a 17% difference in the centrifugal acceleration. That is where he is messing up here. It's very, very simple. Just because there's a 17% difference in the speed does not mean there is a 17% difference in the acceleration. Are we dancing? Are we, Nathan? Cool.
I don't know. We're all having fun. That's fine.
Difference in the centrifugal acceleration. That is where his misunderstanding of basic physics is coming from.
Oh my God. This is something, I swear.
That main character syndrome will really hit you, huh? When it's not about you for 5 seconds, you get antsy, like you're detoxing.
Hold on.
Okay, so I just asked a simple question, right? And we went into, let's mute the guy asking the question. Well, the guy who just monologued gets another minute.
Respond when they ask a question. That's how it works.
Shut the fuck up, Craig.
No, you shut the fuck up when you ask the question.
So then you agreed, after poisoning the well about me, that there is actually a 7% change in centrifugal force. It's just not represented.
No, I didn't say that. I said there's a changing speed.
Host, show that you're unbiased for me. Show that you're unbiased for me. Host.
No, you lied. You just lied about me.
Show that you're unbiased for me, and mute this guy for a second.
No, he won't mute me because you just lied about me, and I'm allowed to call out when you lied about me. I didn't say there's a 17%
Can you show the same sort of...
No,
treatment
you don't get
for
to lie about me.
with
I
this
get
guy
There's,
who's been
yeah, I
claiming
don't
to
know
be
why
the
we're spending
victim
so
this whole
much
time.
time talking about
So just mute him.
the
Just
meta. That's
fucking
great.
mute him for a second. Mute him.
Well,
Mute him.
can you?
All right,
I
hold on,
didn't.
hold on, Craig. To be
Okay,
fair, yeah,
perfect.
I did
Now
put him
that I
on.
can get to
I
the
did put him
point.
on mute while he was responding, but yeah, we want to try to get some back and forth. It gets juicy, it gets heated.
Okay,
We
fair
don't
enough,
mind
but
it
I
at
can't
modern
even
day
get my
debate.
face
We want them
from.
to see what you guys, how you guys really interact. You know, that's worth something. But yeah, go ahead there, Chris.
Okay. But this is the thing. He's making false claim after false claim and asserting that I don't understand. Now, we're using gram, which is derived from a kilogram, which is a base unit determined by the volume of water of a liter, right? Pretty fucking straightforward. This is where it's derived from. The weight is the volume and the mass that's within that volume. You baselessly said, I don't know what I'm talking about. But since we're using the measurement of grams, right? That's a measurement of weight, not mass. And you've been going on for fucking 2 minutes straight, triggered, melting out your fucking brains, and you can't comprehend or understand. That's a measurement of weight, not mass.
All right, let's
No,
hand the
what?
floor to Max. Hold on. Before you go right on the chop there, let's hand the floor to Max. He's been waiting for so long.
Again, Chris doesn't understand basic concepts like mass, so it is pointless to go on this. He just repeats himself over and over with really clenching that security blanket and hoping if I repeat it just one more time, it will be true. You're just wrong, Chris. Can we move on to some next question?
Well, yeah, if you got
Well,
something to respond to the
going to
actual,
clarify it as I'm just going to clarify as the person with the degree in physics that tutors people to pass their physics GCSEs and standards. I would tell people that grams is a measure of mass and not weight, and they would go and pass their exams. So who are you going to listen? This is for the audience. Who are you going to listen to? Someone who teaches people and they pass their exams and has a degree in physics, or Chris, who possibly had lead paint instead of formula? Up to you.
Let's move on to the next question there, guys. We got lots of questions, and you guys really, like I said, you really wanted to get into it. We love that at Modern Day Debate. Smash that like button. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it as well. Let us know in the live chat if you're absolutely digging the back and forth. Nathan, you want to jump in right quick?
I just was wondering, we're at almost 3 hours, bro. Is there any way we
Hey
could
guys,
go
want to hear a funny story while we're all chatting? Updating a first grader.
What is that?
I'm sorry, I was interrupted.
Oh, sorry.
I was
What were you
just
saying? Yeah, just...
at almost 3 hours. Can we just go straight, like, to whoever it's asked for, that they get to respond? Because we're here for last minute, bro. I showed up with 5 minutes notice. It's almost 3 hours into the debate. This isn't like really productive. I'd like to just cut through the questions. How many do we have? Like 100 left?
Fortunately, Nathan, you're not channel. If you want to leave, you're welcome. I want to stay and answer all the questions.
Well, we will answer all the questions, but as for like bouncing them back and forth, when we do get a little bit later,
I know. I want to
keep
back and forth. I want 100% have conversations around each of them.
I know you do, but that's what your after show is for, right? So I'll have to leave it to it.
Ask a question. I think we should have a proper conversation around this.
Your idea of conversing even includes interrupting the host, Craig. It's self-evident.
Well, I mean, if other people were in protest, hold on. I don't mean to do this, but if other people were in protest and they say, "Hey, Ryan, I think you're doing the wrong thing by doing that," then that would be one thing. But it seems like we've got majority are agreeing that we've got a lot of questions. We are going to ask those questions. We're going to make sure that each side gets to answer those questions. And if we get like, to be fair, like if we get like 5 or 6 questions in and they're all for one side, let's do a little back and forth. All right, let's not ignore that fact that can be fun, but let's try to bang out a few right quick. Okay, so thank you to our panel for your patience here. Let's see. I'm gonna take you guys all off the mute, and I'm just going to rely on your good nature.
Ryan, why don't you ask the audience
mine.
Don't
abuse mine. I just told you, goddamn. Oh, you want to check the poll? Sorry.
No, I'm just wondering what the audience would rather, if they would rather you rush through it and not have a conversation, or if they would rather see a conversation. As an audience member, I know what I'd rather see. Just say it.
Yeah, well, either way, if we don't have the speakers here to answer those questions just because they run out of time, then it's very much going to be moot. So, but Chris, if you want to do a little bit of engaging here, I mean, I've got a poll here, so I'm going to ask the next question. I know that you got something you're looking up there.
We're 3 hours into this, Chris. I need some help here. Not engaging with the donuts, bro. Please.
Yeah.
Oh, love that,
Well,
Nathan.
welcome to. But
Okay.
I want to engage,
So-
and I'm
so,
going to make sure I
be
am. All right.
correct.
I'm telling you now, I'm having conversations
To
around
be
each
fair,
question.
Craig, this is where I'm going to ask the host to mute your triggered ass because you
No,
actually
I'm
got
going to talk and you're going to deal with it.
Oh yeah, is that what you're going to do? So the host actually just gave me the floor. I don't know if you heard that, you triggered donut. But
Yeah, and if I
I'm
want to
gonna
interject,
correct
I'm
you.
going to interject.
No,
You're going
I'm
to
going
deal.
to correct you because I had to listen to you insult me and claim that you knew more than me and that you pass out
I do know
physics.
more than you. That's a fact.
Okay, so host, can you mute this clown for a second?
No, don't
please?
mute me, Ryan. Do not mute me. I'm
Just
having a
mute
conversation.
me.
I'm thinking about it.
Entertain
I'm
me.
thinking about it. Let's. We're not getting
Please
anywhere.
don't
We're
mute
not
me.
getting
I
anywhere.
would just want a conversation with him.
All right, then let's let Chris bring up what he's got here, and
Okay,
we'll have a
so
conversation.
again,
I think Chris is up for
The
it. So let's start.
gram is derived by the unit of measurement that a cube of water, the volume, and the mass or the matter inside of it. Now, each specific molecule has a mass, but the weight of the object overall, the kilograms, is the weight. So you actually poisoned the well against me. Now I need you in your
No,
genuine
you are
nature
wrong.
to correct your
You are
pathetic fucking position.
You are just wrong. You are
Okay.
mass versus weight. Mass is the amount of stuff, i.e. matter in an object, measured in grams, kilograms, or other units of mass. Mass doesn't change no matter where you are on Earth. Weight,
Okay, originally defined in 1795 is the absolute
We're
weight
not in
of a
1795,
volume
we're
of
in
pure
2004.
water equal to the cube of
2020.
100
We are in
parts per meter. You dumb
We are
fuck.
in we are in 2024. We are
You
not
got
in the
flat smack,
1700s.
you
We are
disingenuous
not.
piece of
We
shit
are not in the
garbage troll.
1700s. We are in
All right,
2020.
all right. We're just slinging.
Right?
Hold
We
on.
are not in the 1700s. We are in 2024. And in 2024, mass is the amount of stuff in an object measured in grams, kilograms, or other units of mass. And mass doesn't change no matter where you are on Earth. Weight is the force of gravity acting on an object's mass.
You're a
measured
straight
in
liar.
newtons. Force-
You're a straight liar.
I'm nearly done. I'm nearly done. Weight is the force of gravity
You're a
acting
straight
on an
liar.
object's mass. I'm nearly done, Chris. The force of gravity acting on an object's mass measured in newtons, force units. Weight changes depending on how strong gravity is in your location. That is from Oxford University, where they teach physics.
All right. Let's yeah.
I did
Chris is looking up
well.
something
You
else
don't
there.
know what you're
We do-
about. You're thick as fuck.
Yeah, let me just get back into these super chats, guys. You guys really do want to unpack more. I'd like to swear that we might have to get you guys back to have your own separate debate, just because you guys really seem to be just chomping at each other. It's a lot of fun. Let's see.
But
It's been,
I just find
it's
it
been a lot
hilarious.
of fun,
Oh,
especially hearing Chris whining about how he
Yeah.
insulted him and he just had a literal meltdown live on
In your
air.
pathetic platform to you personally allowing these pathetic globe trolls, these quote
Oh, crying
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
cry like little bitches, interrupt and insult and get away with it. When I call them
Hold
out,
on, he's insulting
you
me.
don't
I want to
actually
hear
agree
this.
with it. I'm not insulting you. I'm saying you're allowing this kind of pathetic rhetoric to go on your platform. It's fucking sad. You allow Craig to overtalk whenever the fuck he wants, then you mute the person asking the question. It shows a severe cognitive bias on your part. And that's not an insult.
Well, as I say, to be fair, I think everybody's been on mute quite a bit this evening, especially
Okay.
compared to what
So-
we have on Modern Day Debate. It's fun to
Fair
have
enough.
some back and forth. There's lots of cutting people off. I've got no problem with people that hold different views. It has everything to do with how they behave on screen. Like I'm friends with people across all the spectrums of Modern Day Debate. So, but
Hey Ryan, there's
What?
been someone on my channel monitoring the amount of time people have had to speak, and apparently I've had the least time to speak out of everyone. So
I would
sincerely
debate you on
doubt
that. I would debate you on that. I think it's been Max over there, and thank you, Max. For
I would say it's
especially when Craig was really
I've done what my objective is to show these fools that they are not bullies. So we're doing great.
But yeah, to be fair, yeah, no, I think the most that we've given a lot to Chris and Craig to unpack there. It's been a lot of fun having you guys engage with each other. Hopefully you've had fun as well. So definitely hit that like, hit that subscribe button. We don't mind at all Modern Day Debate, the heat. It's what we're here for. We want to make sure that you're getting an accurate representation of how people
I
would
need
engage
to
naturally. So
my dog is barking. I just need to let him out quickly. I will be 2 minutes.
all right. That's the type of emergency you inject with. That's the one right there. All right, just picking. All right, thank you guys for your patience. To see, generally, E Shady says someone could start a diesel truck. We won't say who, but generally, Shady, thank you so much for being just awful. MTM says, oh, surprise, surprise. Nathan Thompson bitching and whining again about something. Nothing changes, I guess. No wonder he's irrelevant now. All right, MTM, I don't know if you know who that is, Nathan Thompson, but he's one of those haters. You know how Nathan feels about the haters. I don't know. If you're thinking as well, Nathan, that you should have your own branded handkerchief for some of these people, for the haters, I don't know. I've been saying often, like we need our own modern day debate handkerchief just to and dry some of the tears.
Oh yeah, lots of crying going on.
Oh my, no, it's yeah, it's all good though. George says, George Adjadawajawat. I can't say this. This is awful. Sorry. Has Nathan washed his hands yet? I don't know. It's just like that time that I said I have to go brush my teeth. I don't know. I have one person that pops in every time and says, Ryan, have you brushed your teeth? Just because he heard me say it once. So I try to remember. Eno says, please explain why spacesuits work in Marianas Trench. Can we do a spacewalk in the same suit at that depth, even though the space is the ultimate vacuum? No.
All right. So in principle, if you build a suit with the structural integrity to take inside pressure, you could also potentially build it with the same structural integrity to withstand outside pressure. I mean, after all, pressure is pressure. And so, yeah, I don't see why not.
All right, we're going to keep it to the one side. So unless you have anything to add there, Craig, we'll move right on.
I missed what the question was. I apologize. Commander Riker wasn't barking. Oh, he was, but he was doing it in his sleep. It was cute.
Okay. Thanks for your add-on there. Yeah, no, dogs are fun. DJ Boyd X says, can flat earthers please present positive evidence for flat earth that is exclusive to the flat earth? So I'll give you both the floor there, Nathan and Chris. This one is for you.
Yep. Fluid static states that any body of water at rest, the surface of the water is level and horizontal to its container. If we lived on a globe with a radius value of 3,959 miles, we would have a geometric physical horizon at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. We don't. I showed evidence of that in my opener. I would scroll back and watch that. And also, we see too far. We shouldn't be able to see 60 miles across Lake Michigan with a half mile of curvature and look at buildings that are 500 and 600 feet tall. So the globe's been thoroughly debunked. It's a cartoon. It's a religion. That's why we have to deal with all this emotional damage over here as this guy coddles his cat.
And you say that you talk about emotional damage because of all the years of experience you have receiving emotional damage, or all the years of experience you have in psychoanalysis.
Yeah, let's be clear.
Thank you for conceding, Nathan.
All right, we're not going to do back and forth there, guys. Even though I know he did directly.
No, I need to respond to a bunch of the lies that you just said. I cannot let lies go on.
I know, but that's what
the audience wants to see it. I'm telling you, the audience want to see it.
Oh, I'll have to check that audience. You let me know if you want to see back and forth in the audience. Honestly, I do want to do what is going to make the audience happy.
There's no point. It's pointless just asking questions and running on. The audience want to see it back and forth. Nathan's just said a bunch of lies, which I can easily debunk, and that would be much more entertaining for the audience.
All right. Well, if you can respond within like 20 to 30 seconds, we can keep doing back and forth on questions. Okay. As long as we can get through it.
Nathan said hydrostatics mean that water is level when it's still. Yeah, he's right. Level means obviously conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of Earth's surface and is perpendicular to the gravity at every point on Earth. So level can mean curved. That's absolutely no problem with that. So then he said a bunch of stuff about seeing too far. Every time he says that, he ignores the variables like refraction and stuff, which we have quantified and know how to take into account for. He wants me to stop because he knows I'm debunking the lies that he tells every time, and I've debunked many times before. It doesn't take me 30 seconds to debunk his nonsense.
All right. Well, any response on the other side, or do you want to carry on?
Craig just spews garbage. So remember, A gram is
Hold on, Craig. We're gonna give them the closing. I gave you the response.
Oh, he's back to a gram.
Yeah, because right here it's saying it's derived from a cube
Ask
centimeter.
Wikipedia what shape the globe is.
Hold on, you're on
Cube
mute there, buddy. Sorry.
centimeter of water. And remember, you were calling me out as being a liar.
Oh my God, he's going back like
Wrong.
3
That's
questions.
simply all I'm doing. That's all I'm simply doing. So you don't think have any credibility in calling out what's wrong, and we should just roll by when Craig wants to interject.
Oh my God, can I get an oh my God in the chat for Chris going back 3 questions? He's so hang up on that little issue he doesn't understand. This is hilarious. Oh my God in the chat, please.
Nonsense, right? And now, since I had to listen to your feelings, Max, and Craig's feelings, now I'm going to say, how dare Craig call me wrong, say that I don't understand when I'm proving he's a lying piece of shit. So
adorable.
Let's carry on. Thank you.
All right. Let's ask the next question there.
No, Ryan. Sorry, he doesn't get a lying piece of shit. And then I don't.
The last word.
He doesn't get to call me a lying piece of shit, and I don't respond.
Absolutely.
No, that's not happening. He's wrong about the gram. What he's showing there shows that he is wrong about the gram. You can ask 1,000 people that study and teach physics who is right about the gram, him or me, and every single one of them will say me. He is
All right,
wrong.
We're moving on. If anybody calls anybody on the panel,
and I am not a lying piece of shit. I am the person that is teaching him because he is too thick to have learned in school because he spent the time chewing crayons and sniffing glue instead.
See, there's those insults again that you're going to allow go. Anyway, right here it says, originally...
Are you going to cry some more?
Remember, I didn't actually read the paragraph because you were so fucking triggered.
Hey, what you need to do is go on a physics book about mass and weight.
Good job. So are you done being triggered? Because remember, I couldn't even read this whole paragraph without you losing your fucking marbles. Originally defined in 1795 as the absolute weight of a volume, derp, of pure water equal to the cube of 100 parts of a meter. So kilogram, gram, 1 cube centimeter, 1 cube meter. So there's an established volume and there's an amount of matter inside that volume. That's your mass. That's the matter that's inside. So for you to continue your fucking
the current definition of a gram as of 2019.
You don't know.
Would you like to know the current definition of a gram? So the current definition of a gram as of 2019, a gram is defined in terms of the kilogram based on the Planck constant. The kilogram is officially defined as
Planck Gaussian. Cool. So Gaussian law. Good job.
All right, we're moving on to the next question. Sorry, no.
I would like to congratulate.
Wait, hold on, Max. Just to finish, just to clarify, wait, let me just clarify.
I love putting a bow on conversations, but Max, go ahead and congratulate who you'd like to congratulate.
I would love to congratulate Shifty Eye Shady, who is one of the most honest flat earthers I've ever seen. He just admitted that he was wrong, that the earth is not flat, it's a globe. Thank you, Shifty. You rock. I hope you get that situation that you have going on sorted out. Keep it up, buddy.
All right, we can always find individuals that believe different things from one day to another, but we're gonna try to keep to the super chats. But oh boy, you guys, like I say, you're making me work for it. It's fun. I was driving like 4 hours today, and then I just got back here.
Hey Brian, I got like another 10 or 15 minutes, bro. Then I gotta roll out. My dog's waiting to get walked and stuff. I wasn't ready for this debate, bro. So
no worries.
Bye.
Yeah, if
you can leave now if you want.
Hey, no. Let's not be disrespectful. Nathan came out, it was very fine of him to come out last minute. We appreciate you here at Modern Day Debate. Sorry if we got you on the spot, but it seems like you picked your moments there. And Chris, of course, it was nice to have you come in and hold down some more of the fort there and unpack your ideas as well. So let's do that 10 minutes if you don't mind, Nathan. Just let me know when you're ready to go, and I'll give you your closing. So Jooms says, why does a shipwreck on the flat ocean floor disappear from the bottom up when viewed/measured by sonar from a submarine moving away? Nathan, then reality.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never heard the sonar causes things to disappear bottom up. I always hear, why do things disappear bottom up when you're looking over a large body of water? But they don't understand that the horizon isn't physical geometric curve. It's an imaginary line. If it was physical and geometric curve, like I just said 2 minutes ago, it would be at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So 6 feet, 3 miles. That's been debunked. We have laser tests at over 23 miles, and it's a 3-foot observer height. So not 3, 23, and not 6 feet, 3 feet. So the globe's been thoroughly debunked. That's why we have a lot of emotional damage. Next question, please.
Again,
actually.
Can I?
So once again, Nathan is ignoring the variables such as refraction, which have to be taken into account when doing these observations. He's ignoring the fact that lasers are light and refract, which we have to take into account when doing these observations.
5 seconds then max.
The horizon is a physical location. That's the only way you can get a refracted horizon, because there is a physical horizon.
All right, we gotta let Max in here as well. So Max, go ahead.
Again, all I heard is buzzword. Nathan just repeating his script. We have been debunked. Greg has worked with radar. You haven't. You don't know how radar works, Nathan. You don't know how anything works. If you did, you wouldn't be a flat earther.
Well,
and you mess with me about like being with my cat, and now you're with your dog. You're such a hypocrite.
I like all the pets. You guys all have great pets. Let's move into the next super chat there, guys. Yeah, that's yeah. There's lots here. Nathan, are you staying for the Q&A or wine strange like last time? Kango 44. Some people just don't have time, and they want to try to answer as many questions. I'm going to be as charitable as I can be. Nathan did come out last minute, so let's be kind. Earth is Life says, flat Earth, can we use a right angle triangle on the surface of the Earth to determine the height of the sun over the flat Earth?
No, the size, the sun's speed, and its position is all apparent. That's admitted on both models. That's why the sun appears to speed up towards the horizon when it's setting. So you can't accurately measure the distance to the sun, the size of the sun, and who really freaking cares? Because the Earth's flat and they're lying to all the children in the school. It's a cartoon. It's a cartoon. And
That's how you got arrested, dummy.
He got arrested because I made a phone call.
All right, guys, come on now. Mott says, I'm going to ask some of these ones here for Nathan and let him bang these out of the park so he can do his closing. Will Nathan share his geometrical analysis on the screen so we can all have a laugh? This is from Mott.
I don't know what you mean. Could these guys mute up, bro? So the question's for me, and they're just like giggling like schoolgirls. I'd really appreciate it.
Say anything
concisely to the questions while I'm here for 10 more minutes. I've been here for 3 hours, guys, and I can't even answer a question as I'm trying to get out of here. So, yeah, geometry debunks the globe religion, because if we had a geometric physical horizon, it would be at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. I showed in my opener it was past 9.5 miles. All right, can I just do my closing, bro? We can't get these triggered funnies to mute up, so.
I mean, you're ignoring the things that we tell you about refraction, Nathan, and just saying the same lies over and over.
Ryan, please.
Well, yeah, if you want to do your closing, that's fine. I was going to try to bang out a few more that just came in for you there, but that's all right if you want to
mute up the entire time. I'll answer a few more questions. If they're going to mute up the entire time.
Respond to the lies you say.
All right, well, we'll give you a chance to respond. Nathan does have questions here, so let's ask these ones for Nathan, just so Nathan can take out the pup. And if Nathan wants to rejoin, he's more than welcome. But I totally understand, if you're cashing out, because like I said, you came in last minute. So my dad left. Oh, that's a sad name. Nathan, show measurements of flatness using instruments like theodolite. So we'll do like
the theodolite's only accurate for like 300 meters. I talked about how we leapfrogged. It took 2 days to do 2 miles. So you can't just point at theodolite. This is in the specifications and the limitations for a theodolite. So next question, Ryan. Let's keep them going.
All right. Ryan, mate, please. Nathan's contempt for you, the debaters in the audience, is deplorable. Why do you keep rewarding his disgusting behavior? I don't think I'm rewarding anybody. I don't think anybody has any contempt for anybody. I see you there, Max. We're going to just try to... We're going to try to close this one out.
Okay. So, again, Nathan just lied. You can go in, look at the technical specifications.
All right, we'll let you respond, Max. I thought it might be something, like we do have to let him go if he's got his last minute.
Yeah,
So I'll
please.
let you respond. And then if you want to open up another can of worms, I'm sure we can get Nathan and you back in the same space eventually. But go ahead there, Nathan. We'll let you close your 1 minute
Nope.
thought. 1 minute
Definitely
thought.
not. Never would have taken this debate if it wasn't last minute and someone I invited to come on bailed last minute, but I wanted to back Chris up. I want to make sure he had a worthy partner to come on and debunk this cartoon globe religion. So can we get real quick a moment of silence for the globe since it's going to rest in pieces? Thanks so much. On top of that, they couldn't demonstrate the hurricanes like I asked. He got the formula for Coriolis wrong. He talked about plane surveying and theodolites, even though they assume it's flat for 100 square miles. Then you have refraction, which isn't taking place in nature because you're not looking through glass. You're not looking through two different mediums. What you have was distortion. And I detailed that. So I want to shout out all the hosts on TikTok. Rip, Shape Commander, Rakia, you guys are crushing it. Follow me, Enoch of TikTok. My videos on there are excellent, guys. I've actually been putting out really good videos. Be the Change is my YouTube channel. It's my backup. I don't pay much attention to it because they've censored me on Facebook, YouTube, my Yahoo account, Venmo, Skype, Zelly, Tinder. Everything gets erased when you're a flat earther. But if you guys want to support my activism, patreon.com/Nathan Thompson. I also have Bible and science flyers if you guys want. And thanks so much for having me, Modern Day Debate. I would have stayed a little bit longer, but I didn't walk Geo before I got in here. And I have to do that for like 3
walk the dog and walk the
I tried, bro. You guys have a good night. Thanks for having me.
All right, awesome. Well, yeah, if you do want to rejoin, you're more than welcome. But like I said, I understand if you're cashing out. So yeah, we appreciate you jumping in last minute. We'll see you again at Modern Day Debate. Oh, goodbye. All right, that's all. The dog must have started leaking out or something. I don't know. That's fine. So yeah, thanks to Nathan for coming out to Modern Day Debate. We're going to try to get through these super chats and maybe get a little back.
Wait, I need to respond to the last question because he fucking lied. He says theodolites are only good up to. He says theodolites are only good up to 300 meters. He lied. You can go in to any technical sheet of any product and you can see the range. He just lies because flat Earth is just that, lying.
Yeah. He lied a bunch in his outro there. He lied about me. What I said.
Yeah, he's not here right now, guys. You guys are talking about him when he's not here.
Yeah, that's not our fault. He just left. It's not our problem.
Well, it is fair to respond to any arguments that have been brought forward, or if you think somebody lied about you. I mean, sure, you can say I think someone lied about me, but it's
all you're lying is the Globers to spew this nonsense. You're lying. We caught Craig in a lie, and he still can't concede the fact. So, fatter. Macta of.
Chris, what was the lie you caught me in?
Fatter. Am I saying that right? No, it's a fact of matter.
What was the lie you caught me in?
Craig is projecting his own insecurities.
Chris, what was the lie you caught me in?
Stroke that security blanket.
Where a gram's derived and how it's a unit of measurement.
Yeah, but the meaning of the gram changed in 2019. There's a different meaning now than there was in the 1700s. Are you aware of that?
So I'm also aware in the year 2020 they changed the definition of the word vaccine. Crazy how that works. It fits almost a political agenda. Crazy, right?
No, it's just
next question,
updated what the gram means.
Next question. I'm not even going to engage with
Chris, today, what does the gram mean today? Now
okay.
in 24,
you being ignorant of where it's derived from traditionally.
Doesn't matter where it's derived from. We talk about what it's used today. What is the gram today?
Next question, host.
So just to be clear, he doesn't understand the fact that definitions of things evolve over time, especially in science, and that the thing that he was saying about gram was the case 400 years ago. And
where it was derived from, you dumb fuck.
Doesn't matter.
Hold on.
The definition has evolved.
Guess what? Then he went on to say that it's because of Planck's constant. Let's talk about that. Is that based on gravitational acceleration, you dummy? Or is that based on electrostatic potential on a Gaussian surface?
Nobody said that it is.
No, it's not. Again, you fucking piece of shit. We caught you
again.
All right.
How is this what the gram is? The gram It's a measure. It's based on what a Planck length is. That's how you define
So
gravity.
electrostatic potential. Got it. Good job.
Yeah,
Good
and
job.
then
Debunking
to get
gravity.
the weight, you times mass by
The
gravity.
weight is coming from the electrostatic
Mass is-
potential that exists
No,
within
the
volume.
mass is
Well,
not the
that's
gravity.
not actually gravity, my friend.
Right,
Thanks.
Chris,
This is you're using a
would you respond or
gravitational
not?
constant. You
Chris,
realize
would you like me to
big
respond?
time debunk. Fail.
Would you
All
like
right,
me
all right.
Chris, would you like me to respond?
Let's
Would
allow
you
for some
like
back
me
and
to
forth.
respond, Chris?
Okay, let's
Yes.
go to the next question,
Yeah,
host.
no, I'm going to just respond because I've been
Planck
trying.
constant. You already responded.
No.
Debunked gravity. Good job.
Again,
Weight
won't
is
let
derived from the electrostatic potential of the mass that exists in that
He won't
volume.
let me respond.
Planck's
He's
constant.
like a little child.
Oh,
That's
fail.
control issues.
All right, hold on a second. So
So-
I do want to give Craig a chance to respond. You know, you did throw out some stuff there, Chris. So let's try to have some back and forth and not talk over each other too much. So
Chris
I'll give you the floor, Craig. But
it's quite
Poor
hilarious.
Max.
Actually.
we're
Yeah.
waiting
So
for you patiently.
the mass is defined by all that. That's what we're talking about. But weight is mass times gravity. Mass is not weight. Weight is mass times the gravitational acceleration. He needs to understand the things he's talking about instead of trying to argue with someone with a physics degree. Sorry,
Okay.
Max, what were you trying to say?
Now I got a question.
No, I'm fine.
Max is talking now.
I got a question, but maybe we can go back to it in a second or two.
What's your question?
Quick
You
question.
let me answer the question once you've asked it, though.
Let me ask the question then. So, how can you correlate temperature and gravity?
What?
No,
You
you
said
don't.
correlates temperature and gravity.
Yeah.
Who says you do that?
I'm asking you how you can, as a globe believer.
Why would I do that?
Those are very different things, but
Okay,
Yeah.
so you're saying that me, as a flat earther, can't correlate, quote, gravity and temperature? That's what you're saying?
you don't believe in gravity.
Why would you correlate gravity and temperature? They aren't anything.
Well, I know that
I-
things rise and that things fall because of Archimedes' principle, which predates gravity by 1900 years.
No,
So
it
I'm
doesn't.
asking simply, Golders, let me
Look.
finish off my point. I'm just simply asking how the globers, the befuddled and bewildered globers right now on the panel, can explain the direct correlation between temperature and, quote, gravity.
There is no direct
There is
correlation
no,
during gravity.
yeah. There's no
Crazy.
reason why you would have to do it. There's no
In your-
direct interaction
your-
between. There's no
Okay.
direct interaction between gravity and temperature. There's no reason why there would. be.
Electromagnetic radiation doesn't affect gravity.
Okay. Cool. So can I do a science experiment for you, Craig, the physics
I
teacher who
don't
knows all
think-
about physics and gravity and temperature?
Well, let's start with let's start at the beginning. So, what's your observation?
My observation is that there is a direct correlation between why things rise and why things fall. When I stated the question, I
No, that's
specifically
not an observation. That's a
listen.
observation.
When I specifically stated the question, I did it with quote gravity.
What's the
because you have it.
observation?
Okay. So
Chris, you
if you're gonna ask
skipped
the question
what's the
and then
observation?
answer the whole time, what does that
Yeah,
say?
no,
about
I'm just trying to take you through it because you skipped the first part. So, what's your observation?
You don't even know what you don't even know what I'm about to propose because you're so fucking
do a science
stupid
experiment.
foaming up your pathetic.
All right, let's give Chris a
No.
chance to unpack here. But yeah, the audience, majority of the audience is pro unpacking some more. So I do appreciate you guys taking the
Oh,
time.
yeah.
But yeah, let's give Chris the floor.
Okay. So I asked, what's the correlation between gravity, the downward bias that you globe believers have, and temperature? Befuddled and bewildered, the quote science, the physics professor who hands out grades on physics doesn't understand thermal expanse.
I teach people and they pass and get.
So here we have a demonstration of a Galilean inverted thermometer. Inverted. So I pour some cold water on it. What happens when I pour some cold water on it?
Change one of the variables.
Because it's an inverted Galilean thermometer, the little tube will rise up.
Yeah.
Because
Why?
what's happening, stop talking. So just stop talking till I'm done. Okay. So what's happening here because we know that this is a sealed contained unit and that the mass of this cannot change. Not at all. It can't change because it's contained, it's sealed. But we have a little bit of gas, which is compressible, and we have a liquid fluid medium, right? So we know that there's thermal expanse. We know that when you heat something up, the volume of it expands. We know that the density is mass over volume. So in this demonstration, I'm going to make things rise simply by decreasing the energetic input put into it. And these little bubbles will rise to their equilibrium state. So this is
Chris, what you're doing is you're changing one of the variables. No, Chris, you've talked for a while, and let me speak now, right? What you're doing is you are changing one of the variables that gravity is a part of in that. That's all.
Which
Other
variable am I changing?
at the same time.
Which variable?
Right now, changing the pressure variable.
You can't comprehend, and you're about to melt. So which variable am I changing?
I'm trying. If you would let me speak, I could tell you, but you don't have impulse control.
All right, so what variable is being changed? Let's just ask that question. He asked you what variable is being changed there, Craig.
Yeah, what variable is changing?
In this case, you are adding heat energy to the system.
Well, in fact, I would be taking away from. This is an inverted Galilean. That's cold water. I don't know if you can tell, but I promise.
Okay, right. So you are removing heat energy from the system. There is an exchange of heat energy.
Okay, so what is effectively the variable in that's changing here?
I just told
thermal advance. I led you to water.
Chris, if you want to answer a question, you need to actually be quiet and let me answer a question instead of keeping on talking.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. So
you are okay. You're going to keep talking instead of letting me respond. Right. Okay. I see.
Fair enough.
Let's let Craig in here for a second. Go ahead, Craig.
You need to stop talking. So what you're doing is you are causing an exchange of heat energy. That's it. That doesn't take away gravity. That is just one variable in that system. Gravity being one of the variables, the heat energy in it being another.
So
within that system, there is a correlation between the heat energy and the amount of movement due to gravity. But the acceleration due to gravity hasn't stopped. There is just other forces acting against that acceleration at this time. And when you have...
Are you really a physics professor?
When there's an exchange of heat energy, it changes the variables within the system, does not take away the acceleration... does not take away the acceleration due to gravity, just adds another variable to the system.
What variable? What variable is changing? Mr. Physics professor.
There is an exchange of heat energy.
Okay, which has a direct correlation to what? The mass or the volume?
It has, in this case, a correlation to, well, not the volume inside there. It doesn't change the volume of what's in there. In this case,
it does. This is thermal expanse of the fluid. So we are directly changing.
The fluid has changed, but the actual volume inside the flask hasn't changed, has it?
Well, you know that thermal expanse dictates that the fluid will expand or contract.
Yeah,
and we have
the volume inside the flask hasn't changed.
Craig, hear me out.
Has inside the flask changed? Is it yes or no?
Yes. The volume is
the volume. Are you saying the volume of inside that flask changed?
Craig, the only variable that can change, because this is a sealed unit, which I led you off like a fucking donkey on, is the volume.
You think the volume inside there changes?
With the temperature. This is called thermodynamics. So, do you understand that?
Just to be clear, the volume inside that sealed flask, you think the volume inside the sealed flask changes. Is that right?
Increases with energetic input, decreases removing it. Pretty straightforward. It's so funny. So this is melting in real time. So yes, thermal expanse.
Yes, guys, it does hurt.
Did you tell Craig? did you know that the Eiffel Tower actually grows?
Yeah, the Eiffel Tower is not
Stop
a
talking
sealed
over me.
container,
Hold
is
on,
it?
hold on. Stop talking over me. I don't know who you think.
You're both talking over each other, to be
That's a
fair.
sealed container.
Just trying to make
Volume
space.
will not change.
The volume, thermal expanse, absolutely. Like, this is the thing. You claim to be a physics teacher, and you don't even understand the direct correlation between temperature, pressure, and how that would be changing in this system.
Guys,
You're
he's
delusional.
trying to tell me I'm wrong about physics, whilst telling me the volume inside a sealed container changes. Just take it, guys. It's beautiful.
Okay, well, since the mass isn't changing, can the globe or donut please explain it without fucking gish galloping around the volume aspect? Because we know thermal expanse happens, and we know that convection of liquids happens, and that the hot water rises and the cold water settles. Shut up for a sec. This is also a fundamental principle of Pascal's law, which you don't want to talk about.
I don't want to talk about it. And how does it debunk gravity? Max, I've been in a long time.
I'm debunking gravity real time for you right now. I'm showing that I'm not changing the mass in any kind of way, but because of the energetic input.
Another variable.
Yo. Okay. So
to be clear, you think the volume inside a sealed container changes? Is that right? Just to be clear. The volume that is fixed, that is based on the area inside that chamber.
Let's educate a globetard. Let's do this.
I need my facepalm protection, guys. I need my facepalm protection.
Yeah, you need your NASA helmet and your knee pads, bro. Let's
I love how you guys are getting into it. So let's keep going. This is fun.
Okay, so let's look up thermal expanse.
I'm sorry, I'm currently eating a snack, so I'll let you have this one.
No, you keep that to yourself. Thanks.
I'm absolutely eating the globe up right now. I'm waffle. Thermal expanse of volume. Let's educate the self-proclaimed physics professor.
Chris, can you stop talking for a second?
Yo, suck it, bro. So thermal expanse, the expansion and contraction of liquid. Listen. Globe or donut. Okay, you finish.
All right, hold on. Let's let him do his inject and we'll keep going.
With you. That would require a bit of a back and forth. If you could just stop talking for a second and let me.
Let's just avoid the meta. Craig, let's just make the response there and let's keep going.
So let's be clear. The volume inside the container isn't changing. The volume of the liquid inside the container is changing because of thermal expansion. The volume inside the container overall isn't changing.
Oh, so now that I brought out the receipts, you're changing your pathetic tone. Is that what you're doing, you pathetic piece of shit?
Do you want to listen?
Okay. Are you done? Are you done, Craig?
I'm not done. I've been trying to politely talk to you, but you keep talking.
You're talking over me. You're talking through me. You're not acknowledging.
Hold on, we're both doing meta.
Time, you're asserting some sort of intellectual.
Hold on. We're both doing meta. You're both on mute. So Max, I'm gonna let you respond to what Chris just said there, and then let's.
No, I'm more than happy that I'm finishing a sandwich here because
you're still finishing your sandwich. Don't worry. All right, we gave these guys a cool off. We gave these guys a cool off second. So I gave the hold on, Craig. Last time I gave you the floor, so I'm gonna give it to Chris this time.
Okay. So basically what I've got on my screen here is the direct correlation between temperature and thermal expanse. And this is how it's represented. So the volume would increase with temperature and decrease with temperature. The volume is the variable that's changing. You're actually losing your fucking shit claiming you know about physics. And the globetard donut didn't even know why objects rise and why they fall based on changing the temperature. Straight facts. That all happened within the last 5 minutes. Straight facts. Remember, Mr. Physics teacher, you just got fucking fooled and owned by a flat earther. You disingenuous donkey.
Chris, it could be a good boy and just be quiet.
So would you say that convection of water happens?
Steve Ryan, I've tried politely
hold on.
Would you say convection of water happens, Craig?
I want to point out that I've tried
politely. Does convection of water happen?
hold
doesn't
on.
let me.
We've got the
does
question,
not
so
let me
let's do the back and forth. Go ahead there, Craig. Let's just try to focus.
I'm going just before I do, I'm going to do a bit of meta because I want to point out that I have tried politely for the past 5-6 minutes to have a conversation with him, but he has not let me. He will not stop talking to let me have a conversation with him. No, Chris, you absolute fucking donkey. The volume inside does not change. What changes is the volume of the liquid due to thermal expansion. That is going to create a force in the opposite direction to gravity. It does not take away gravity. It does not debunk gravity. More than one force can exist at a time. But to be clear, Chris, the volume inside a fixed container does not change. The volume of the materials in it, the amount of air versus liquid, that can change because of thermal expansion. So no, you haven't debunked me. You just didn't listen because you are unable to, because you have serious impulse control issues.
Okay, are you done?
An IQ smaller than your fucking shoe size.
Are you done? I would challenge you to an IQ test, but I can see you're unarmed. Are you done?
Yeah, absolutely. Do it right now. Let's get an IQ test. Do one right now.
No, derp. Are you done? Can I talk?
Let's go ahead and let's respond directly, Chris.
Yeah, I'm gonna respond directly. So when I led off, host, you would agree, I said that it's a sealed, contained unit. That would imply I'm not invoking the volume of the container expanding, but simply the liquid that. Craig, mute him for me. Host. It's just me against two. You can at least do me a favor and mute this fucking piece of shit.
He is on mute, so he's got 20 seconds there.
So obviously I was implying the volume of the liquid. And then I even went further to say there is a gas part that will compact, right? Compressed gas, but the liquids due to thermal expanse will increase and decrease in volume. The liquids within the system. So what I showed there in real time is how me changing the volume will cause an object to rise or to fall, which you as a glober, you and Max both were befuddled and bewildered about. Yes, you were. Now I'm showing you, and I showed you. Let's go in again. Remember, I'll show you. Because I led off. Remember, I led off with the fact that it is a sealed unit.
Chris, you've spoken. Now you be quiet and let me speak.
So I led off the fact, even pointed to the top, that it's not increasing.
Before we just steamroll, let's try to have some back and forth. Just 1 second there, Chris. Just 1 second. I'll ask you to come back.
This is what I mean. He does not let people actually respond to him. Okay, so Chris. Oh, see,
hold on. So we're trying to get some back and forth here, but if we do need to go back into the questions, we will. But because I don't want to have to keep policing here because it doesn't. It's not a good time for me, guys. Let's try to go.
Out of anyone I've ever spoken to, it's absolutely insane, and he cries victim. It's absolutely mental. Right. So, Chris, you are creating an exchange in heat energy, which is causing the liquid in there to expand. That is creating a force in the opposite direction of gravity. That's it. That's all that's happening. It's not removing gravity. It is making another force. No one said that gravity disappeared. You implied that the volume inside the container changed. No, it doesn't. The volume of the liquid compared to the air changes because of thermal expansion. No one is befuddled and bewildered. No, please, bit more, please. He spoke for ages, and I didn't get a chance to respond.
Wow. You don't even understand science, bro.
No, he's still, I didn't get a chance to finish.
You can have an answer.
Let's let him finish up here. Hold on, just you.
Get a chance to finish.
20 seconds. Let's try to move into the questions.
Yeah, he has massive impulse control issues. It's insane. So the thermal expansion of the liquid creates a force in the opposite direction of gravity. That's all that's going on there. Nothing more, nothing less. It does not remove gravity. It is just another variable that is happening. And I've explained the science to you specifically.
I actually sidewalked you. Are you done?
Is your problem. See, you can't wait until I finish speaking, can you? You have to interrupt.
You've been talking for 2.5 minutes, insulting me like the pathetic piece of shit you
I
are.
didn't
You didn't
once.
have a fucking
I didn't. I
yeah.
explained the science.
Oh, you explain science.
Yes, which
You
is
were
what I did.
scratching your head when I brought up temperature and the correlation
No, I really
to
wasn't.
gravity, and now
Nobody was
all of a
scratching.
sudden
Why-
an extra.
Why are
Did
you
you
lying?
or did you not agree
Why are you
in
lying?
your pathetic Gish Gallop attempt of
Why are you
explaining
lying?
it?
Why are you lying?
Did you or did you not agree in your pathetic excuse of Gish Galloping and
Why are
fucking
you lying?
out that thermal expanse is a function of fluid mechanics?
No one
Yeah.
denies.
Did I or did I not state openly that this is a sealed contained unit? So I obviously wasn't implying the volume of the container would change. So
Well,
why
maybe
are
if you
you
learn, maybe if you learn to
spewing
use
one
words
stop
to people, you
garbage?
have to read your
Why are
fucking
you steaming out your fucking forehead, Craig? Why can't you comprehend the point that I'm going to bring up right now?
Hey,
So
hey, hey, hey,
there is a force.
Chris.
Hold on. This is where I'm going to ask you.
Hold
to
on,
mute
Chris.
yourself.
Hold on. Chris,
No.
hold on.
Let me
Be a good
steamroll
boy.
this to this point. I
Chris,
heard
be a
you
good boy.
for 2.5
Be a good
minutes
boy.
and you were
Response.
crying.
All right, you guys are
Chris,
making this incredibly
response.
difficult. So hold on a second there, Chris. You just had the
No,
floor
you
there
did
to
that to
explain
me
your
the
point
last
there.
3 times. You told me to
Chris,
hold on in the
my
middle of my point and let this fucking
Ryan,
clown
you're gonna have to
over
mute
me.
him. You're gonna have to mute him, Ryan.
Okay, so show your bias. Go ahead,
You're gonna have
Ryan.
Because it's my turn to talk.
So did you not just talk for 2.5 minutes?
My turn to talk, responding to you.
Oh, so shut the fuck up
You
now
do
while
it,
I
man.
talk.
All
No.
right, I'm just gonna put you both on mute just to save myself the trouble here. Hi, Max. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great.
you're on the
Chris,
phone,
the
I see.
ambulance is on its way. Just hold on tight.
You're
Keep
something
stroking that security blanket, buddy.
Don't say stroking on our stream. Oh my god. Anyway, no, I'm just picking. Honestly, all right. So we're gonna go back to the audience questions. I think we've
Yes.
had more than enough back and forth. You guys had a chance to unpack probably a whole additional open discussion there. So, yeah, I think we've hit an impasse. So let's get back into the questions from the audience. Toads in My Eyes, very strange name, says, Flurfs, if you are a real truth seeker, what physical possible demonstration of gravity would you accept? Emphasis on physically possible. So I'll give that over to you there, Chris.
Are you going to allow me to talk, Ryan? Do you want to just hand it over to Craig to overtalk?
You guys have had all kinds of talk to overtalk.
So,
What is it, sorry?
Bottom line is, when I'm speaking and you mute me several fucking times, Ryan, particularly,
Are we
while
still
he
doing this?
overtalks me,
Are we
that
still doing
shows
meta debate?
bias because I still haven't got my point across.
There's
and I listened to him go on.
bias.
Oh,
Just
my God.
answer the
Okay,
question.
fair enough,
This is
fair
why I'm
enough.
getting driven nuts here, honestly. Like I said,
Fair
just
enough.
answer
He's
the
one-
question, please.
Filling out the biased nature of the program.
His one functioning brain cell gets stuck
Okay,
on one
correct.
topic and
Good job.
can't move on.
Good
This
job.
is
So when I
hilarious.
asked the Globers, they didn't have an answer. Then when I try and bring up neutral buoyancy, like this is demonstrating, and how if I weighed this with a Newton spring scale, which measures in newtons, there's no observable force upward or downward. This is neutral buoyant. This is regarding the weight displaced, because weight is derived from how much fluid is displaced. Facts. Even your model, even your nonsense incorporates buoyancy, which you will pathetically invoke a fixed variable. The fixed variable is not quantitative, meaning that it changes. It's only a fixed variable into an already existing ratio, which was Archimedes' principle, the atomic mass of an object over the volume.
Why is he not answering the question?
Displaced or displacing of the fluid medium that it's in.
Yeah, thanks, gravity.
So this
Anyway,
demonstrates volume makes things rise, not the mass volume, mass aspect. And you melted real time. Facts.
All
No
right.
one melted apart from you, Chris. You got seriously triggered, dude. Ryan,
Yeah.
what was the question?
Yeah.
Well, we got lots of questions. Let's keep them for the side that they're on. I get that I get that you all are going to disagree with each other based on what you say, but yeah, let's try to answer the questions for the audience and
for sure.
avoid the other speakers that are on the panel as much as you can, as far as like directly indicting them. Because if you do directly say something like Max and say, "Oh, well, Chris was saying this," then I'm going to give it to Chris, or vice versa. If Chris says, "Well, Craig said XYZ," it's just the way it's going to go. So if you directly engage with the audience question, then we can move through them a bit quicker. So Skips says, "I can't believe I'm watching a debate about the Earth being flat." Well, you sure are, and we have our poll up right now. Make sure you go vote in that. It is for who you found the most compelling speaker. I will do one regarding the final experiment before the end of the debate, so keep your eyes peeled for that.
20 minutes, soon goes live from Antarctica.
Very cool.
Oh, yeah.
So once again, yeah, smack that like button. You want to. Let's see. Quantum 80 says, "Why can't these flat Earth geometry experts tell us, using FLIRF geometry, the exact altitude of the FLIRF sun?"
Oh, I know.
They don't do math.
Oh, that's
We're
funny.
asking this
So
one
based
for Chris.
on right angle and based on the geometry they tell us, we know that it can't be more than 4,000 miles, and it changes in apparent position based on our orientation and how far we are from the geographical position on Earth. Pretty straightforward. It can't be more than 4,000 miles because we're using a plane surface and not spherical geometry. Remember?
None of that made any sense
In
whatsoever.
1967, they measured the distance to the sun with radar.
Last word for Chris, and we're going to carry on.
Okay, well, with radar, then you must know that the sun is a black body in astronomy, meaning that it eats up all EMF frequencies. Again, you're lost in the chaos. Go ahead.
All right. We will, like I said, try to keep them to the one side if we can, because there are questions for both of you, both sides of the panel, and it's only Chris on the one side. We do want to make sure that we don't have too much teaming up there, you guys. So let's just try to carry on.
About the black body thing, it can reflect radiation. There's like
we're going to try to carry on.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Greg. But honestly, if you guys have more commentary, definitely let people know where they can find you. I'm sure that you'll have other things that you'll want to unpack that we weren't able to get to tonight. But once again, big thank you to the panel for coming out and getting their ideas on the table. Let's see here. Heathen Stocking says, "Flatties, why does a large triangle on Earth, let's say 1,000 miles each side, equal more than 180 degrees? Also explain two different polar stars." I just asked you to come off the mute there. Oh, you're off.
Hold on one second. I got a good explanation for both of those. So,
you don't.
Yeah, already starting, Craig, aren't you?
Wow.
Get a prediction, buddy. That's what science is all about.
Okay.
Let's see what he's got here, guys. Let's just
okay. So how do we have? This is a key aspect, and I actually drew up something about this first and foremost. Let's go over how the globe makes it. This was one of your opening statements, and I drew this up just recently, so pretty cool. So, what you're making a claim on the globe is that because you're on different sides of the equator, you would expect different rotations, right? So we can see here that it's east to west, east to west, east to west, east to west, or is it west to east? You tell me, Globers. You guys should know, right? So we basically have orientation. We have our orientation to the poles. This is our polar point, and our anti-polar point are our south pole, right? So what you're saying is that we have two different motions. And you can simply, you can see first and foremost that it would always be the same rotation. It would just be how you orient yourself. And here you're facing the south, right? On your model. You're facing the south.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks.
So let's talk about how that works on a plane surface. If we have the car coming in between us and this guy's facing north, the car would appear from his right side and leave to his left side because he's facing north. Now, if he were to go past the equator and face the north, the car would still come from his right side and set to his left side until you go past the center point. Straightforward. For the lady's facing the opposite way. So for her, the supposed star rotation is going to come from her left and set to her right when she faces south. But if she switched her orientation the same as his, it would have the same. So this is an effective perspective. And there's something called Orion, the celestial bridge. Key aspect, celestial bridge. It has Mintaka. Mintaka is on the equator. It's one of 14 equatorially locked stars.
Right, before you go
at all times, hold on, Craig. It is at all times situated directly over the equator. And what people will observe as it passes in between, she will observe in the northern hemisphere, head first to feet, based on perspective and orientation and direction, south or north. So opposite for this guy, he would observe in the southern hemisphere, feet to head. This is indicative of perspective and how the 6 and the 9 would be on the ceiling. And this is exactly why the moon inverts when it goes in between these observers. Facts.
There's a lot of questions for the flat side, so I do want to let Max respond there just while he's trying to inject, and then I'll let you close this one out.
Yeah.
We're going to do a little thought experiment. If you put a clock on your ceiling, where in the room can you locate yourself to see that clock rotate the other way? Go.
Okay, I'll show you. Real time. Ready, Max? Ready? Okay. So when I face the fan right to left, straight up, no problem. Right. So when I change my direction, my polar point to that center point, now it's coming left to right. I didn't have to actually cross.
It's still rotating the same way, buddy.
So orientation matters.
You can't make this shit up.
Bless your heart. Oh my goodness. Right,
okay,
Chris.
let me do another. Let me do another thing for you. Real time.
Right. Chris.
All right, so while Chris gets that ready, we'll let you do a little quick response there, Craig, and then go ahead with your next example.
Number one, this doesn't work, Chris, because it's not just opposite directions. We see entirely different stars. So number two, if you stand at the North Pole, look directly up, the stars rotate around you counterclockwise. If you stand at the South Pole, look directly up, the stars rotate clockwise. At those
would you concede?
Wait. At those positions in the North Pole and the South Pole, there is nowhere that you can look that the stars would do anything other than rotate counterclockwise in the north and clockwise in the south. And again, they are entirely different stars.
Okay, you went on with your gish galloping again, and you right off the hop established.
Was very specific and succinct.
Okay, but right off the hop, before you started gish galloping, you established your orientation either towards the north or towards the south, like I was demonstrating. You started off with that point. Yeah, good job. Good job for proving my point.
No, the very first thing I said actually was that there are entirely different stars.
Okay. So I'm ready for another real time. Max, are you there?
The conversation
Max, are you there?
Yeah, we did give the last thought there to Chris, was what I had said. So we are going to ask the next question.
I still got another. So if I were...
Right, yes, you had another example. So sorry. Yeah, I did say that was cool. Yeah. Go for it.
So if everyone can see here, just next to, and I know exact position of Polaris, I look at it almost every single chance I can get. You can't see it with the exposure from that light. It's right there, right where my finger's pointing. So if I orient myself that way in the northern hemisphere, 42 degrees north, the stars will come from the east over my head where the moon is and set to the west, right? That's because I orient myself towards Polaris. Now, without crossing the equator, I orient myself south. The stars are now coming from my left and overhead to my right.
They're still rotating the same way.
Yeah. So I don't actually have to go across the equator to demonstrate how that happens. This is just effective.
Chris, you didn't debunk the fact that at the North Pole, looking directly up, they rotate counterclockwise.
Have you ever been to the North Pole? Have you ever been to the South Pole?
I've been to Antarctica. When you're at the South Pole and look directly up, they rotate clockwise. And they are entirely different sets of stars. You did not address that. You just said something particularly
I
dumb.
showed you how it works. Several real life
You failed to
examples.
show us how it
Can
works.
we move on to the next question?
Yeah, let's ask that next one there, guys. Yeah, we got lots of
3-year-old.
questions. Come on now, let's get into it. Thank you so much to our live chat. We appreciate you guys. It's been a lot of fun. We got all kinds of more questions to get through, so yeah, definitely keep your eyes on the screen. We appreciate it. Smash that like button. Help boost it up in the algorithm. We're having a lot of fun here on Modern Day Debate. Yeah, we're letting a lot fly tonight. We're letting a lot go. It's really fun. We are having fun. I hope you're having fun. I don't know. I'm gonna stop saying fun because people are gonna be like, "That's you're becoming a record there, buddy. A broken."
Remember, guys, in about 10 minutes, MC Toon goes live from Antarctica. Just saying.
So, can you see my screen there, Craig?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, good debunk. Good debunk there. Thank
so
you.
where can you point out where this alleged rotation change happens?
Easy.
Stop me when it's close.
The ones to the left there.
To the left there?
That's
the left there?
That's all right, buddy.
Yeah, to the left there.
Those ones on the left are rotating one way, and the ones on the right are rotating the other way.
Okay, but here we can see if this is our east-west meridian, right? Which is a term in astrology and astronomy. This is our east-west meridian.
Which is rotating, yes.
Yeah, so if this is our east-west meridian, all the stars would be simply going east to west over top of us, right? And no actual change in rotation when we face east or west, right, Craig?
The ones to the left are rotating one way, the ones to the right are rotating another way.
Okay, like I just demonstrated, when I face Polaris, the stars will appear to come from my right, and when I face
the way they rotate,
they will appear to come from my left, simply because I'm establishing a polar point and an anti-polar point. Simply because I establish orientation and how the stars come towards me and set. Simple.
It does not change the way the stars rotate.
So like I was also saying, when Orion rises off the horizon, an observer here, stop talking for a second. So an observer here would observe, due to perspective, the head first, the bow, the belts, to the feet.
Just waffles.
And I just love how this question throws flat earthers for a tailspin every single time.
This does it, really. You want to talk about the stars? I love talking about the stars. You guys are foaming right now.
You're spiraling, buddy.
You guys have a preconceived belief that it just changes because you're on curving ball, space ball. But this alone shows that they just go east to west, and we orient ourselves north, and we orient ourselves south, and that changes our actual
world. The directions.
I can't believe this. You guys are just disingenuous.
Let's get into that next question there, guys. I've let it go quite a bit. We have another debate that we can host between y'all for sure, if that's something of interest, and try to unpack more open discussion, because it seems like there's a lot that we want to engage with here, but we are supposed to be.
I could get a lot of clips tonight for a good episode of Flirts the Idiot, so I wouldn't mind that.
Oh, you would say something like that. Well, thank you so much for being here, Craig, Max, and Chris. We appreciate the whole panel, and Nathan, who is no longer with us. But if you're out there watching, Nathan, we appreciate it. So Evan Stocking says, Flatties, why does a triangle... Oh, we asked that one, sorry. General E. Shady said, Natalie
Actually,
is as useful as...
I didn't that single point of that, but we can go on if you want.
Sure thing.
The questions are. That's fine.
Here's the first part of the question. We kind of got derailed when. Okay, so basically,
triangle on Earth. Yeah, let's do that.
Large triangle when you incorporate how we get our bearing, right? If this was representing.
What the fuck is that?
This is called the pi. And if you can't comprehend, we're invoking quote spherical excess, but it's actually just circular excess. So if I were to pull out my protractor right here. It's so funny, Matt, or Max, is it? Max, little ego guy. So if I pull out my protractor here on a circle, right? Just
From Earth.
segmenting a pie section.
You
And
measure the other way.
Yeah. So we can see
Oh, you're
that
doing it
this
backwards.
would actually be going
Now to use a
further
protractor.
than if I
You
were to
measure
connect-
the other way, buddy. Flip the protractor around.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
Flip
So
the
I'm trying to show
protractor
you-
around. I know
Listen,
I know you dropped out of high school, but that's not how you use a protractor, buddy.
This guy doesn't know that you can flip it any fucking way. That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, but that's not how you measure.
Because I'm showing the
Right.
angle. Listen. This is basic stuff. Because I'm showing the angle from here. Why would I flip it the other way, Max? That's just stupid. That's
It's okay,
absolutely
buddy.
stupid.
Keep on keeping
Okay.
on. We're loving this.
So it's funny, but you can't actually comprehend that a protractor
Sure,
has
buddy.
multiple
Yes.
dimensions. And when we measure the angle down from this surface, that's how we would orient the protractor. Max can't even understand
Yes.
bullshit.
Sure.
Like fucking grade 4 stuff, Max. Are you gonna be
Sure.
okay then? Okay. So let me at least address the points to the comments. And maybe we can just, since it's addressed to me, and I don't even care for engaging with the guys who are laughing and constantly.
Why are you even here? Run away like Nathan.
Hold on, we're answering audience questions. Like I said, we can
Yeah.
keep it to one side if that is a choice by any of you guys on the panel. So go
Well,
ahead
if
there,
all I'm
Chris.
going to get from Max is a lack of understanding of geometry or protractor,
Oh, sure, buddy.
nonsense.
Hold on there, Max. I do
Like,
want you to engage
fucking
on
ridiculous.
earnestly there. So, Chris, I do want you to finish up your point, and then Max, if you could engage and explain why you're having your reaction that you're having, that'd be, I think, fine. So go ahead there, Chris, and then we'll hand you the floor there, Max.
Okay, perfect. So why I'm orienting it this way is because I'm demonstrating the straight edge. You see, if I were to connect point to point and make a triangle, that would make 180 interior degrees. Because we are using a changing circular bearing to the north, we have a radius from the circumference to the north, right? That would indicate a pie being cut out. Exactly like what I'm showing. There's circular excess because we're actually following one of the edges being a circular dimension. That's what's going on.
What?
Facts. Now, what do you even have to say about that shit?
I don't
Nothing.
think you know what spherical excess actually is. They measure triangles
Yeah.
with total stations to each other, and then
Mhm.
measure
On a flat plane. On
And
a
if the
flat
triangle
plane.
add up to more than 180, then there's spherical excess, which means that there's spherical triangles, which can only be on the surface of a sphere.
No, so they actually establish a triangle on a flat plane.
No,
So
they don't.
It's not a sphere. It's not a sphere.
There's spherical excess, though. They measure it, and then there's
It's
more.
circular excess, and you're trying to invoke
I
a
don't-
spherical nature of
Dude,
Earth.
you've spoken for about 3 years. Just be quiet for a second, right?
Just
They me-
yeah, we just layer it.
Chris, you've spoken for a long time. Just be quiet for 1 minute, all right?
The question is oriented towards
Chris,
me.
Chris,
All right, Chris is making a space. Let's just stop doing meta. Go ahead and answer like I say, let's just try to engage with the topic if you're going to respond there, Craig.
I'm trying to, but he just won't stop talking.
Oh my god.
You're doing
Yeah,
it
so
again?
they-
Okay, go for it, Craig.
They measure triangles, and then they measure the angles of those triangles, and then they add up the angles, and if the angles add up to more than 180, then it is a spherical triangle. That is what the spherical excess is. It is anything over the 180 degrees. Max, anything to add?
No.
All right, go ahead there, Chris, and respond.
What's the next question?
Well,
Okay.
we can move on to the next question. Like I say,
What I demonstrated.
Oh, that map's been debunked.
Oh,
You can't-
that map is dead. That map
Okay,
is
what I'm
absolutely
clearly
dead.
demonstrating now- Yeah, good job, guys. Good job. So what I'm clearly stating here is that showing you the difference that exists when I connect point to point in a circle would also give us an excess of angles.
Give a part of the
Because
circle,
it's not-
like in that
Because
example.
it's not actually connecting point to point and it's following the bearing of a circle path.
So, Chris, are you
That
saying,
would be a circular
Chris, are you
Excuse
saying,
me, Craig. Excuse me.
are you
Craig.
still,
Shut the fuck up.
I'm asking, I'm trying to have a conversation with me.
he really meant that one, Craig. Oh man.
Chris, you need to take a chill pill, buddy. I know you're triggered. It's okay.
Hey,
are you implying
all in
that
good
the
fun.
Earth is
speaking
Try to keep
stern
no,
and honestly to you. Just
No,
when I'm
you stop-
talking,
See,
you
whenever-
disrespectful,
just want to-
condescending goober.
whenever
Just
won't-
shut the fuck up.
See, this is
Okay?
what it is. Whenever I'm speaking, he will not stop talking. He
Yeah.
cannot
Oh, man.
talk.
I was asked a question.
Chris, I'm talking. I am talking, Chris. Be quiet.
Yeah,
Good.
but I was asked a question,
No,
and you felt the need to
yes.
jump in.
All right, hold on.
Listen,
Craig,
make it
I do
talk.
want to let you respond, but in a natural way. Let's let Chris wrap
He's
it up.
spoken
15
about
seconds.
3 years, maybe 4 at
I
this
know,
point.
but yeah, there are a lot of questions for the team flat side, so it's just natural.
But yeah, but
that's
I'm
how
trying to
things
explain
will
why he's
unfold.
wrong,
and it's
and he's just-
2v1.
You're an
server.
absolutely disingenuous piece of shit liar, Craig. Facts.
Hold
And-
on.
Hold on. All right, we
Tell me
have
how
been
you
doing,
really feel
we
about
have been
him.
doing a lot of that too. So let's just try to wheel in some of the direct insults
Yeah,
because
so
that's not
I
going to
just give
help
me,
us out.
please, just give me 30 seconds to respond. That's all I want. Maybe even 10 seconds. That's all I need.
All right,
Chris
you do
is
your best to be
there.
quick, but I'm gonna be more hammering down on the bad behaviors there, fellas. Let's try to wheel it in. So go ahead.
I think-
I'll give you 15.
Right. So Chris is implying here that the Earth is a pizza with a slice missing, and that's the only way that what he's saying could make any sense at all. No, spherical excess is a triangle. You add up the angles. Anything over 180 is spherical excess, spherical triangle. Done.
Okay. Okay.
Right. So what's the next question, Ryan?
No, hold on.
He's
You're
so
dealing
stuck.
with-
Hold
He's
on,
still stuck.
We're being fair to everybody here. You guys want to carry on and you want to respond, then we're gonna let him respond too. So
Yeah.
it's up to
Fair
you when you want to end this circle, because I think as far as memory serves, this is his question. So if he doesn't get last word,
Just
you want to
keep saying
respond.
the same
He's
thing
gonna
over
keep
and over
bouncing.
again. Makes no
Okay.
sense.
So what I'm demonstrating real time is how if we were to connect point to point,
Demonstrating that Earth is not a pizza. Are you triggered?
Spherical excess is measured in 3D space, Chris.
Yeah. I think
Oh,
he's
did-
broken.
did-
Go to the next
Did
question.
we lose him?
I think he's having
Okay.
a stroke.
okay. So are the two globers done being triggered donuts?
Are you going to repeat yourself again for like the 3rd time in a row?
Yeah,
Yeah,
man. I mean,
you
it's
say the same
pathetic. It just shows a level of
Okay.
cognitive dissonance that is superior and second to none.
Define cognitive dissonance.
Okay. So
Define
You
because
can't
I'm
even spell
presenting-
cognitive.
All right, we're
Because
not
I'm
here to talk
presenting-
about cognitive
Come on,
dissonance. We're
stop.
here just to try to engage with what Chris has
Oh,
on the screen,
you
and then
can
we're gonna
fucking
either
go
move
over
on
to
or
Hey,
it.
you
hey,
want to
Max,
respond.
just get some pop. Max, just get some popcorn because he's going to
Okay,
play.
mute the Glober donuts like you progressively and actively mute me. Let's do that for a second.
Well, I haven't muted anybody in a hot minute, but
No, you just
I will
muted me
if I
about
will.
a few minutes ago. It's fine.
While we'll still go on this pointless diatribe, can I share my screen for a second, Ryan?
Okay. What the fuck is going on, host?
I-
Mute the
hold on.
Glober.
You need
for a
to, like,
second.
stop
Let me
repeating.
answer my question. Holy fuck.
Honestly, I'm not gonna
Okay.
lie. Like, if there's if
Fair enough.
Max
I'm
wants
gonna
to
bounce
share,
out. You guys are
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
bastards.
Let him keep on
like
his
Max
ramble.
Max has not actually had much of the floor time at
Well,
all.
yeah,
share,
but-
share that, please, Ryan.
To be clear, what just happened now, you allowed him to overtalk. You allowed him to not let me get my point across. And you have spherical excess, not being a sphere, it's circle.
So right now we have MC Toon at 2 a.m. in Antarctica.
Holy
The
fuck.
full sun is out.
Flatter.
I'm just going to end my closing remarks here because this is
All right,
pathetic.
run away.
Ryan.
Run away. Thanks for
If
trying.
you want to do your closing, that's totally fine. But yeah, we have had a
You'll answer
lot
the rest of the
a
questions.
lot of back and forth here, and I don't think it's been totally bad, honestly. Like I think I've been enjoying it. I don't know about.
I mean,
Oh,
Chris
it's
is
been great.
conversations. Yeah, Chris doesn't understand how conversations work and cries a lot, but yeah, it's fine.
So
Well, if
in
he
my
wants his
closing
hold on, if he
remarks-
wants his 1 minute closing remark, it's up to him. But
Yeah,
you
in my
know,
closing remark, the last thing I need to hear is Craig, the crying, triggered globetard dummy.
No one's right here apart from you.
Oh.
Pathetic
Bye
feeling.
bye. Don't let the
all right, hold on.
So,
All right, I want to give you a
thank you.
chance to do a proper closing
Even
to
in
the
my
audience if
closing
you
remarks,
want,
I
not
think
just one where you're gonna insult people. Let's try to be, proper
Well,
with the
the
closing.
reason
So.
that I'm leaving is because you're allowing it, Ryan. It shows this cognitive bias and
I
how
thought
you
that was
have
bread for your butter.
Okay, you have preferential treatment and how
You
you
told me
would.
earlier you liked that, but that's all right. I can, like I say, if you're gonna sit here and try to critique me, I can just
Okay,
boot you
fair enough.
myself. That's fine. It's just not something I want to debate on. See you later. Oh God, save me, guys. I'm not gonna sit here and converse about this. I've been doing it for 2 years. I've got friends all across the spectrum in these spaces. Um, like this is a waste of time to be sitting here debating with any of the mods of modern day debate. We've given more people more time than anybody in any other space on any other platform. I would argue with anybody that. Come on. Let's not even try to debate that. Let's stop. We're gonna have questions, guys.
You know that if I had criticism, I will. Today we made it kind of hard for you, and you handled it like a champ. So thank you, Ryan. Today you're awesome.
Yeah, but he was one of the most insufferable people I've ever spoken to. Literally didn't understand how conversations work, and I know I probably didn't make it easy for you myself, Ryan. But you did the right thing there. It's not he can't just sit there and insult you as the host. In fact, what Nathan and him did was spent a lot of the time just insulting the show and the audience, rushing it along. It's really not fair to you guys.
I'll let you do your meta-analysis of the debate in your own spaces, but let's try to answer these questions there, guys. I'm going to count on you to answer these questions. I do apologize to the audience. Both of the speakers for the flat side did decide that they wanted to duck out early.
Oh, wait.
And I made an executive decision. I'm so sorry.
Wait, can you share this for another moment? Because Matthew Hakim was in the side chat crying how Moon wasn't showing the 24-hour Antarctic sun. But now we have the sun on screen, so please share it.
You're showing us.
Oh, shoot.
Going the wrong one.
It went back. Hold on, let me.
You're showing our debate screen right now, so you have objectively had the least amount of time. I don't know who's your timekeeper over there, Craig, but
Wait.
let's
there
get
we
back
go.
some floor space here.
There we go. 24-hour sun, complete and utter flat Earth destruction. Thanks for playing.
Flat Earth is dead.
Oh, wait. No, I fumbled the share again. No, wait. Hold on.
It's working. You're showing the right one. It's cool.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I paused it. There's the sun, Matthew. Get your box of tissues.
All right, we're gonna end the screen
Love
share.
this.
But
Right. Yeah, you can. I just wanted to
stuff's
show
happening
that
right now in these spaces. Ryan needs a
So
holiday.
much.
Well, we are going to be doing a little bit of traveling here in February. Matthew Hakem says Ryan's not neutral. The Globers are calling all the shots. I will say there was a lot of people saying, "Can you mute this person for a second?" And I tried to abide by that as much as I could. I changed styles probably 6 or 7 times throughout this debate, between just like letting it flow, being heavy-handed. There's only so much that I can do. So let's just see here. But I'll give you a fair shot. I always have. We had a lot of fun, I think, last time I had you on, Matthew. So if you're interested in doing some more debate, definitely hit us up. So let's just see.
Matthew has been wanting to debate me for so long, and I of course accept. But James has been trying to get us into a 2v2. But I would love a 1v1 with Matthew. I don't know if we can do that. Would be great. If not, it's fine.
Well, I don't know if we'll be able to get. The more recent one that I think we'll have Matthew on for again is after the final experiment, just because he participated in the first debate. But there's no reason we can't make that a 2v2 and try to have you included with that as well. But
hell yeah,
we'll see. We'll see what Matthew says. We'll see who he wants to partner up with, who wants to debate against, or who Craig wants to partner up with as well. So I don't want to assume, but who knows? We'll see where we're at in a few weeks. Isa Kabir, thanks for being in the live chat. We appreciate it. Let's see. Troy Unruh says, Craig, if you launch... that was the slingshot. I scrolled up way too far, guys. See, I was all the way back up to Isa's comment. My finger was just wild there.
Definitely use a trebuchet instead of a slingshot, though. Much more effective.
All right, Jooms says, why does a shipwreck on a flat ocean floor disappear from bottom up when viewed, measured by sonar from a submarine moving away? Sorry, we read that one too. I really do have to scroll down. You answered more than I thought. Also, I did ask some of them just to Nathan before he left, so I have to sift, You guys love it when I sift, right? SDMP says, when a flurf stands at 80 degrees south, why does the sun circle overhead and never set? Others are documenting sunspots to ensure it's the same sun.
Yeah, they're doing a bunch of experiments on the final experiment, including looking at sunspots in different positions and weighing different things. And look, the final experiment is flat Earth destruction, but what's going to be left is the ultimate cope, and it's going to be fucking hilarious.
Yeah, only the people who are literally not interested in truth, only the cult members will remain, like Matthew. They will remain on this, just still saying the Earth is flat, bro. Trust me.
All right, let's move on, guys. Thanks to the super chatters. Thanks to the questions. Once again, sorry that things didn't go exactly the way we were hoping for, but we are moving into a 4 hours of this here, so I do understand if like Nathan had to go there earlier. But once again, the invitation's always open, Nathan. If you're still watching, hanging out, you are welcome to come back and answer some questions. Yeah, I mean, just just be nice. Rise a patient, nice fella. Like, do me a good solid here, all right? No, you guys are great. Earth is life. Thank you here. That
hey, buddy.
Was the one that I asked Flat Earth earlier. Kango 44. Nathan, you haven't been on this platform for quite a while. Kango, Nathan's been on here quite a bit actually lately. So, if you want to go back through the modern day debate history as of recently, you'll find all kinds of gravy stuff. Ryan Murray says, Flat Earthers, if the sun isn't a star powered by nuclear fusion, that produces UV rays, what kind of burn is a sunburn? So we don't have those speakers here to answer that question, but if you guys want to try to help out.
Yeah, ultraviolet radiation is poison to our skin.
Oh yeah. Wear sunscreen.
Nathan jumping back in would be electric. You got it, Carl Cropta.
Oh,
I'd
yes.
like that too. That'd be fun. But I do think based on the last minute parameters of everything, that might not happen. But like I say, I leave the door open. We do try to make sure that everybody has a fair shot here at Modern Day Debate and then some. So definitely hit that like button if you haven't already. I have to sift through some of these because they're not really. Max, you are a PL3B. I don't know what that's exactly.
Oh, love that.
44.
All they have been saying the whole debate is like, Max has a thin voice. That's the only criticism they've said about me all night. It's been hilarious.
No worries. Well, we won't focus too much on such what would I say, superficial things, guys.
You can read all insults towards me. I don't care.
No worries. Max and Craig are baking their Flurf donuts. That's from George Jawengo, however you say it. You've got quite the name. Yadian says, no questions today. Thanks for coming and debating, everybody. Well, you're welcome, and we are thankful to the speakers on the panel. Like I say, we might have to revisit and discuss with some of the people to make sure that they're comfortable coming back to Modern Day Debate, and we do hope that we can get some more debate between Craig and Chris here, since you guys were just unpacking and going at each other for quite a bit there. We really like that, so yeah, let's hope that we can get that sorted out. Paul Bransfield says, I'm so happy about Whitsitt in his puffy little jacket and snow booties asking scientists if the Earth is flat in Antarctica. Thoughts, Craig?
Sorry, what?
So Paul Bransfield says, I'm so happy thinking about Whitsitt, him in his puffy little jacket and the snow booties, asking scientists if the Earth is flat in Antarctica. Thoughts, Greg? So maybe more of a broader analysis, maybe not.
Yeah, that's
just
probably from a live
person.
That's probably from the TFE live stream that happened while the debate was ongoing. So we haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, what's funny is that the flat earthers, well, the honest ones there have basically already admitted it's a globe. So yeah, game over. Yeah.
All right, let's carry in to Kengo. Fight the Flat Earth. Please explain to the audience how currently Flat Earthers, Whitson and Jaren, are destroying the Flat Earth religion real time. Please make the answer really, really long so Nathan leaves. Spoiler alert.
He left.
Sorry, Kengo.
Nathan's already left. I guess you get that, but yeah. So Austin, Whitsit, Jarenism, and Lisbeth are currently in Antarctica, proving that the Earth is not flat because the sun is circling over their head instead of going around the ring and making it dark. There is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. You can go to Antarctica. The flight along the southern hemisphere between Chile and Australia absolutely 100% exists. Flat Earth is dead, guys.
All right, let's just see here. We got lots of super chats coming in. Mark Reed's hanging out in the chat. Appreciate that.
Hey, Mark.
Yo, Mark.
No, hey, and let's see. Matthew Hakeem's still hanging out there, keeping things busy. Let's see.
Right, I'm gonna have to quickly go and pee, so Max can handle the questions for now.
Sure.
All right, let's carry on. Let's see here. Just checking my thing here. Gotta love it. All right, so yeah, thank you to everybody in the live chat. We appreciate it. We'll ask the question over here to you, Max. Appreciate you hanging out here.
Oh, I appreciate you, Ari. Thank you so much. And I have to kind of apologize a bit because today this is not the regular me. As you've seen me debate before, I am actually quite pleasant, quite nice. But Chris and Nathan think they are bullies. So I have to give them a little dose of their own medicine and I shut them up really fast. So this is not something that happens regularly. It's only people who think that they are bullies that get this kind. So
all right,
ahead.
well,
sorry,
let's
Ryan.
try to
Thanks so
carry
much.
on. Megan Marie says, great job moderating, Ryan. When do DebateCon tickets go on sale? Also, great job, FTE and Max. So, thanks, Megan Marie. I don't know. Sometimes, like I said, I was shifting through styles, and it just didn't seem to be. It just didn't seem like we were dialing in on something harmonious entirely this evening. So, I do appreciate Megan Marie recognizing that. Sometimes I'm trying to run uphill with water cupped in my hands to feed the flock, which is the live audience. So, thank you guys.
You
All
did
right.
great.
General E Shady says, cry on camera again, Natalie. Boo-hoo. Gotta lie. All right, well, he's not here, so let's just carry on. Kango 44, question for the clowns. You guys realize your fridge... Why am I reading this so disjointed? You guys realize your fridge violates the second law of thermodynamics, right?
Yeah, according to flat earthers, yeah. It's hilarious when flat earthers bring up the second law of thermodynamics because not one of them understands what it means. It literally refers to the entire universe. It basically says the entropy in the universe is always going to increase. In physics, we refer to the second law of thermodynamics as the arrow of time.
All right, well, let's carry on. Thank you guys for answering the question there. My dad left. I think we did ask this one. This was their first super chat, so we definitely asked it. But yeah, Nathan, show measurements of flatness using instruments like a theodolite. So we did ask that one. But that was their first super chat. Yes. We did, yeah. That was their first one. So I don't mind going over it again just to give you your shout out there. My dad left. Sorry about your life. All right. Mikhail says, Damaskinos, Nathan, duck suit doesn't isolate. You not know physics. All right, that was the first super chat from Mikhail. Thank you for that. Mac, also a first super chat. This is a lot of new people hanging out, really interested. So yeah, we like that. We like to see new people interested in the debates happening on Modern Day Debate. All kinds happening here. Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. Don't forget how YouTube works. All right. Max says Nathan wants this to speed up so he can grift some more. Well, I read that, Mac. We're not going to engage with it because Nathan's not here to tell you how he loves the haters. Artful Da Jr., Religiflurfs, they're their own proof against human evolution. You have to be created. That's stupid. Oh, wow. You guys are just paying to
Love
make me
that.
say all kinds of fun, nice things. Simon Allen says, if you think it's Earth-shaped, like and subscribe. If you think it's anything, like and subscribe. Like, come on, do it up. And also, come over to Modern Day Debate and participate in our poll. Don't just hang over on Craig's channel. To hell with that. You don't need to be there. Come over to Modern Day Debate. I'm stealing your audience. That's enough of that.
Go and watch Toon in Antarctica. That's much better.
Oh, I'm just picking. All right, Megan Marie says, the flat Earth is currently live. It is 12 a.m. in their location, and there's a sun. The sun is still obviously out. What do the flats have to say about this? So we don't have them here, but let's just have a little...
Cry,
back and forth.
copium, copium.
Okay. Can anyone else... sorry, can anyone explain... This is from Clarence AS2. Can anyone explain how they are seeing daylight in Antarctica right now, but also in Australia?
Oh,
I can.
and
The Earth's a globe with an axial tilt of 23.5 degrees in orbit around the sun, and it's currently summer in Antarctica.
yeah, and they're not seeing just daylight. They're seeing the actual sun do circles all over them, with the sun going to the south proper. So sorry.
All right. Let's see here. We read that one from you, Mary Herson, but thank you so much for your support. Let's see. Sabres, 1972. 1972, that's a good year. Explain the horizon globies. Explain the horizon globies. Physical are not. I'm not sure what they mean
The
here.
horizon, maybe it's physical or not. Right, let's get this clear, guys. You can only have something that is refracted if there is a physical thing. Put a pencil into a glass of water. That pencil gets refracted because the pencil is real. The medium which you are viewing the light has caused the light to refract. Happens with the atmosphere. The horizon is a physical thing. But because we look at it through something with a refractive index, we see it in a different position to what it is. You can only have a refracted horizon if there is a physical one. You fucking morons.
Well, ending it classy, I see. Sydney Raptor, yeah, I got your question. We'll just get to it. All right, Max, can you explain the final experiment?
Yes. So basically, for years and years and years, we had flat earthers saying, you can't even go past down the 60th parallel. You will be stopped by armed military, whatever, wherever. Turns out you can go to Antarctica. The only hindrance is money, the same way that anyone can own a Ferrari. The only thing is the price tag. So we currently have 9 people with the final experiment. Before they got there, there were 70 people running a marathon in the ice. And we also have Akshay Nanavati, which I showed in my presentation, doing a 100% alone trek all across Antarctica. So he's freely and privately exploring a bunch of stuff that flat earthers didn't say. And then the final claim is that they've always said there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica because their map, the Gleason map, demands that it is impossible that there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So basically, we're demonstrating they've been wrong all this time in many, many different points.
All right, let's move on. So yeah, General E. Shady, I saw your super chat that came in and said that I didn't read your super chat and that I scammed you. I would never do such a thing, but I will say that you did call one of our speakers a twat in your super chat and did say they could start a diesel truck. So
Fine, you sent me a message. Fuck that January Shady. I'm not reading anything out from him. What was that about?
What? Oh, stop that. You're something else. I was going to say, whose message? Then I realized I was going to say, yeah, no. Stop that. I was going to say, you're just trying to cause unnecessary problems. But yeah, no, I said that about everyone. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Let's see. Yeah, thanks for that. You got it twice now. Like, you can't complain, honestly. Like, you got me to say it out loud 2 times. General E. Shady's going to have to put on some glasses so we can't see him crying. Since he said crying camera again, Natalie, boo-hoo, get a life. I thought I read that one too. So I think I'm out 3 for 3 here. Generally shady. 24-hour sun just proven. Cope flurfers, you lost again. Have I missed anything? Please read chats fully. Don't censor. I pay. You read.
He got really mad. It's okay, General. Your chats have been read. Come on.
Don't be like that. I just think it's fun. Honestly, I'm just having some fun, and I hope honestly that this super chat is too. I like having fun. I like picking. It's all in good.
This has been tons of fun. This has been great.
It's been a long one, and the audience has loved it. So can't blame them for that. Let's see. Thanks once again. Eric Frederickston put in $1.99 but did not ask a question, so thanks for the support. So let's just scroll down here. Nathan, does James only pay if you finish the debate? After much...
Oh, right, I'm glad you finished and added the debate there, because that sounded bad.
Yes.
Well, see, I'm reading some of these chats.
That's illegal in a lot of parts of the U.S. So
I
almost explode when he said he charges $200. I almost literally instantly combust.
Now that you've said that, I have to read this next one. I was looking at it contemplating, like, I don't think I'm going to read this, Kango, but now that you said that you'll explode and you'll combust, I have to. So Kango44 says, Nathan, a debate costs $200. How much is a hand job? Don't you dare say anything about combusting over there, I swear. All right, Kango44. Nathan, what do charge sailors per hour? Yes, Kango, they're having a ball over there. Artful the Junior. That one I'm not gonna get into. There's just nothing there. I'm sorry. It's opening up a door I don't need to open. Swelled One says, enjoying the show very much. P.S. Drink your tap water. There you go. Artful Da Junior. You can complain maybe that I didn't read your super chat. Each time. I'll read this one because you're not being specific here. So it says, drink each time a predator says thanks for playing. What is with that anyways? Everybody was saying thanks for playing now. Craig says it, Max says it, I don't know.
I just say it to trigger Nathan because he says it a lot. There's an emoji on my channel because he says it.
My goodness. Well, either way, it caught on, I guess. So, something's all right. Max V says, Nathan, get off TikTok. Ooh. IC Spin says, Max, did you say that was a live stream from where?
The one that I showed first was from the TFE channel, and then I showed MC Tunes.
There he is in Antarctica.
He's got it on the back screen there. All right, so let's carry on. My dad left. And just poor sad chap here. Chris, the distance to the sun in the geometric reference frame is 93 million miles. Thanks for playing. All right, so Chris isn't here, but hopefully
and we know, we know people who have measured it. Red's Rhetoric, Astronomy Live, shout out to both of them. We know people who are amateur astronomers, enthusiasts, who have done all these things. There's no impediment to do any of this.
Well, at the very least, it looks like the skepticism about Starlink has maybe been dispelled. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they're not using Starlink, but it does look like... Okay, I was going to say, well, it looks like they managed to get their live stream working, so that's exciting. We'll have lots to unpack in debates.
I'm watching that right there, which is on Starlink, which I'm then broadcasting to you through Starlink. So that image is going through Starlink twice.
Oh, it's a double... Yeah. Okay,
Starlinkception.
Yeah. A full wraparound. All right, let's just keep going here. Magellan says, Nathan, you are still doing this. Have you no shame? Get a real job. I read your question, Magellan, but Nathan's not here. I'm sorry. Nathan, are you still living in a van? Magellan, I think I could vouch for Nathan that, he's obviously got quite a bit of space there. That's quite a sizable pup that he's got walking around there. So
everyone is up to date with the lore.
You need room. Oh, I don't know what the lore is. I figured these people are just being
Yeah, but everyone is up to date with the lore. It's amazing.
Well, let's carry on so we can be fair, because like I say, these people aren't here.
Yeah.
Quantum 80, the gram was based on a cubic centimeter of water, multiplied by its known density to give a benchmark for mass of a gram. Chris don't understand. Don't understand.
Yeah,
Chris,
he didn't
Chris
understand
don't
a
understand.
single
Okay.
word. Like that was the craziest interaction I have ever seen.
Let's talk about the gram
not understanding
conversation.
repeating
Let's not talk
itself.
about Chris if we can. Let's talk about what was discussed about the gram. So what Chris had said, let's discuss that. So we were talking about the gram, the super chatter. Do you have anything to inject here, Craig? This was really your waffle house,
So
if you will.
Chris is trying to say that gram is based on what gravity is, and it should change because of centrifugal acceleration being different on Earth. Apart from getting the fact that he thinks that there is an exact same, if you have a percentage difference in speed, that it's the same in centrifugal acceleration. That's not true. But the gram is a measure of mass, which doesn't change. But when you take a mass to a different part of Earth, because there's a centrifugal acceleration, and it might be slightly further away or closer to the center of Earth, there's a different force acting on it at that point. So the mass never changes. It will always be the same amount of grams, but then how much it weighs in newtons will change based on where you are, because there's other forces acting on it. And he just didn't understand. And he wanted to go with this 1700s definition of what the gram was, but the year is 2024. So I really don't care what they said then.
All right. Well, I'm keeping an eye on our super chat here as well. Looks like Mark and Matthew Hagem are getting into it a little bit there. So, if you guys want to hit us up for a debate, we are more than welcome to host it. I'm not sure what you mean there, Matthew, about unexpected behavior from old Rye over here, but no, I'm very consistent generally, but yeah, no, I do stand by modern day debate 100. So let's just keep going. Magellan says, Nathan, do you mean security is going to kick you out of whatever lobby you're loitering in? Magellan is just, you really just, I'm sorry Nathan's not here, Magellan. He is gone early, and I don't think he probably would have had too much to engage with you here. He probably would have said, let's keep it going, because, those aren't usually
but
types of
he said,
questions
let's
he
keep it
engages
going.
with.
He said, let's keep it going to all questions. I asked him like 2-3 direct questions, and he was like, that was hilarious.
All right. Well, let's just. Yeah. Now I'm saying it. Let's keep going. All right. Now I'm in trouble. DJ Boyek says, "Stop it, Craig. Stop it. You're gonna give yourself an aneurysm." All right. I paid to get exclusive evidence for flat Earth, not arguments against the globe. Where is the exclusive evidence for flat Earth?
Oh, bless your cotton socks. Yeah, that doesn't happen.
It doesn't exist. That's a problem.
You just set someone's socks on fire for no reason, Craig. You're not supposed to bless people.
Hold on. This here contains all of the flat Earth evidence ever. Oh, look, it's empty.
All right, let's carry on. Magellan says Nathan had to run because it's biddy time. Magellan again. Chris, can you hit the win key, then type CMD? I'm not even reading this out. Someone's gonna do something bad. Then go to Windows Defender and hit disable all. All right, so
no,
be careful. But anybody that knows how to use DOS is usually okay in my books. But go ahead.
They'll tree Windows and see
Chris,
what happens.
If you can remove System 32, I think it'll improve the speed of your PC.
Hell yeah.
All right, Chris needs biddy, says Magellan. I'm not sure what. All right, Roland says enough word salad. I'm stuffed. All right, well, go have some ginger ale, okay? General E. Shady, you didn't read my. Yes, we did, General E. Shady. I totally did. I circled all the way back around. General E. Shady says Chris could start a diesel. Yeah, you said this earlier. But, yeah, you said this earlier, and then he asked tosser on the end. You guys really. Generally, Shady says he could blow start a rocket too. You just what's happening? Generally shady. All right, this whole I pay you read. This has to end. I swear. We are getting to the end of the super chats, but I swear sometimes people are just paying to see like how far they can push the boundary of the things I'm willing to say. But no, we're just having fun. Some of these are a little bit extra.
Oh yeah.
So don't
People
mind
are
me.
extra spicy because Nathan just produces that on people with all the shit he's done throughout the years. That's the reaction he gets. So you reap what you sow.
All right, let's see. Chance Johnson says, can you guys explain for the flat earthers that there are several time zones in Antarctica and they think they are lying about the time because Google says it's 6 p.m. there?
Wait, what?
Unsure?
Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, so can you guys explain for the flat earthers that there are several time zones in Antarctica and they think they are lying about that time because Google says it's 6 p.m. there?
Oh, right. Yeah. What they're doing is they're using Chilean time. Just because that's kind of a standard thing to do when you're in Antarctica. But there is, of course, many time zones in Antarctica, and you could pretty much get whatever time you wanted.
Yeah. And time zones, after all, they are political. What really reflects the time is local solar noon, and now that the sun is up for 24 hours, local solar midnight.
Yeah.
All right, last one came in from Mary Harrison. Says, I do like you, Ryan. Please don't think otherwise, with a heart emoji. Well, I do. I mean, yeah, I do hope you like me. That's always nice. But I mean, majoritively, I hope that you do think that we're doing our best to provide the best that we can from people. Like you're not going to get this coping system where I'm going to hold hands. You know, like I do as much as I can to try to respect the debaters, their time, what they need to do on screen. But yeah. But if you like me personally too, that's great. But no, I'm not too worried about it. You know, I can be pretty insufferable sometimes myself. All right, let's check out the poll right quick. We got 830 votes. Quite an active engagement there with our poll. All right. Before I say any other inappropriate jokes about the poll. All right, who did you find the most compelling on the panel tonight? 45% lead. Craig from Fight the Flat Earth has won the poll. Following up behind was 27% Nathan Thompson. Then we have 15% for Max, and then 13% for Chris. All right, Felix coming in with one last one saying, everyone is looking extra spiffy today. Take care. Ooh,
what,
thank you,
sir.
Yeah. So I moisturize. All right, no, let's see. No, yeah, no, nothing against that. Let's see. Then no worries. I'm just checking out our live chat. Just doing a quick comb over here. I see you. Don't worry. But no, I will. Like I say, leading up to after the final experiment, I am looking to host another debate. So if you are interested in engaging in that discussion, you can definitely message me or James. Definitely, a modern day debate at gmail.com. Send us a message there if it's something that you'd like to debate. But yeah, in the meantime, we're going to let our speakers go. It's been 4.5 hours, lots of fun, very interesting. Couldn't ask for much better, honestly. It's modern day debate. We give you, like I say, hopefully the most honest representation of the personalities that are out there and what people believe. So without further ado, hit that like button, hit the subscribe. Don't forget how YouTube works, and we will see you next time for more juicy debates. Cheers, everyone.
Wasting time, all of my life, living in a world of aggression. Tyranny's mixed with self-oppression. What am I to do but tear away when I'm boiling at the top? Try to find a way to fight the fire, smart to rap from the minds of liars. Call the shots as you bow your heads, and the march never stops. The stars could be free, but this insanity bends you right by the knee. Running in circles now for something that can't be found. Out of breath as you hit the wall, the rain starts to fall. You can run away, sing a tune that's true. I'll be beside you. Who's the one that holds you down? Push through there in your way, anything to make you stay. Cut the strings before your life starts to decay. From tears of blood, regrets of laughter, turn around as your heart beat faster. Your hollow shape as the faith begins to drop. Shelter can find your thoughts of suicide. It's hanging down by the frail. Running in circles now for something that can't be found. And there's no time for today. You prayed away that the world would be untrue. I will rise against you. Until they're gone, nothing can matter at all. Insanity bends you right by the nail. Running in circles now for something that can't be found. Out of breath, smash the wall. The water consumed all. You prayed away that the world would be untrue as it rose against you. Did you think it would always be for free? Now sit back, watch it burn, burn, burn for all eternity.